Tentor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Corrupt by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee. Chapter 1. Then. This was a bad idea. Such a bad idea. There had been many times in my life that I'd felt out of place, like I didn't belong, but never quite like this. I tugged at the almost non-existent hem of the slinky black mini dress Corinne had insisted I wear, hoping I wasn't inadvertently giving the people around us a show, Britney Spears style. "Will you stop it?" Corinne hissed, smacking at my hands. "I just bought that damn dress and you're going to rip it." I dropped my hands back to my sides with a huff and let my gaze roam around the room, trying my best not to gawk at the raucous pandemonium all around me. "I can't let you talk me into this," I seethed from the corner of my mouth, hoping she could hear me over the blaring music that seemed to be coming from every corner of the sprawling mansion. "This so isn't my scene, Corey." "Well, it's not mine either," she harumphed. "But how many times in a girl's life can she claim to have partied with rock stars? Live a little, Gwenny. You deserve it." She wasn't completely wrong about that. With the downward spiral my life had been on for the past few years, I definitely deserved something good. That was why I decided to pick up and move to Seattle in the first place. Corinne and I had grown up together in the same small town in Idaho. We'd been best friends our whole lives, even moving off to Seattle together to attend college. But then the summer after my sophomore year, my father died of a massive coronary. I'd made the choice to return home, unable to fathom leaving my mother all by herself. My creative writing degree had been put on hold indefinitely. I got a job as a checkout clerk at the local grocery store to help with bills, while my mother did her best to maintain the farm that had been in my father's family for generations. It took a while for Mom and me to learn to function normally without my boisterous, lively father around. We missed him every single day, but life continued and we eventually learned to roll with it. Then, the unimaginable happened. My mom was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer just shortly after my 21st birthday. What the cancer didn't steal from her, the treatment did. I spent a year watching my beautiful, spirited mother slowly wither before my eyes. Bearing witness to that killed me just a little bit more each and every day. Thanks to the mountain of medical bills and a bad crop year, we'd eventually sunk so deep into debt that I couldn't find a way to pull us out of it. My mother passed away just 6 months ago. 2 months after that, the farm was seized by the bank. I had failed both my mother and my father. The only silver lining was that neither of them had been around to witness my downfall. I spent the next few months getting by on the very meager savings left to me while trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do with my life. I'd always dreamed of being a writer, but after losing the 2 people who meant the very most to me and being buried under the crushing weight of loss and failure, I'd eventually let that dream slip away. The only saving grace in the whole heartbreaking mess was Corinne. She'd practically twisted my arm until I agreed to leave life in Idaho behind and join her in Seattle for good. I'd been living there for 2 weeks now, and I was finally starting to find my footing. Our tiny 2-bedroom apartment wasn't anything spectacular, but we somehow managed to make it feel like a home. And I even lucked out and found work as a barista at a coffee shop just blocks from our place. It paid well enough, offered benefits, and I actually enjoyed what I did and the people I worked with. Things were finally looking up for the first time in a really long time. So when Corinne came home earlier that day, nearly hysterical with excitement at having landed an invite to an uber-exclusive party in Clyde Hill, I'd, rather stupidly, let her enthusiasm infect me and agreed to tag along. It had taken less than 2 minutes for me to regret that decision. How did you even get us into this party anyway? I shouted over the deafening guitar riff coming from the surround sound speakers. Best I don't tell you, she yelled back, her eyes on the mayhem taking place all around us. Deniable plausibility. It's for your own good. My eyes bulged out of my head at the scene unfolding before me. Jesus! Did that guy just snort a line of coke off that chick's boobs? That's rock and roll for you. Corrine laughed like it was just another normal, everyday occurrence for us to witness drug use and sexual debauchery up close and personal. The evening was anything but normal. I felt like I'd just fallen down the rabbit hole and straight into the den of iniquity. I cannot believe I'm standing in a house owned by one of the members of civil corruption. She let out an ecstatic squeak of delight. Meanwhile, I felt more and more out of place with every passing moment. Civil Corruption was Corrine's all-time favorite band, and judging from the number of people crammed into the obscenely large house, and the fact that I recognized at least a quarter of them from TV and celeb magazines, they were far more popular than I'd imagined. Then again, I'd never been a fan of rock music. I'd always leaned more toward top 40, to my best friend's detriment. Corey had tried to get me to listen to their music countless times. It just wasn't my thing. Sure, I'd heard them talked about on the radio and television countless times, and I'd seen the guys in the band plastered on the cover of the magazines that lined my checkout stands when I worked at the grocery store in Idaho. But other than that, they'd never really been on my radar. What do you think the odds are that I can hook up with Deck tonight? I turned away from the writhing orgy taking place in the living room, or what was damn close to becoming a writhing orgy, and quirked an eyebrow at my best friend. Who? Oh my God! She shouted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Declan Forrester? Lead singer of Civil Corruption. Christ, Gwen, it's like you live under a rock, I swear. Sorry, I shrugged, not feeling sorry in the slightest. Corey stood on her tiptoes and scanned the ever-growing crowd. I'm going to see if I can find him and make my move. You coming with? I was more than comfortable in my current spot, holding up one of the walls. The corner we were tucked into was one of the only spaces in the room where I wasn't constantly being jostled or stepped on. I was hard-pressed to leave its cozy confines. Pass, I called out, but you go do your thing. Text me if you get lucky and I'll catch a cab home or something. Her forehead wrinkled in concern, and I could see the indecision warring in her blue eyes. She was worried about me. Hell, worry had been her constant emotional state since I arrived in Seattle a couple weeks ago. She knew exactly how much I'd been struggling, how much pain I'd been carrying around, and she wanted to do everything in her power to make it better for me. I loved her for it, but the helicopter routine was getting really freaking annoying. Go, I insisted. I don't know. She hemmed and hawed, chewing on her bottom lip. I don't want to leave you by yourself. I'm serious. I'll be fine on my own for a bit. I think I need to get some air anyway. You can't hover over me 24/7, babe. She narrowed her eyes in an intimidating scowl. Says who? I'm an expert at hovering. I laughed, placing my hands on her shoulders and spinning her 180 degrees. Then give yourself the night off, I called over the music. Hot, famous rock star dick won't ravish itself. Valid point, she shouted, giving me a wicked grin over her shoulder before being swallowed up by the crowd. I breathed a sigh of relief when her bobbing blonde head finally disappeared from sight. I appreciated everything she'd done for me, not just the past few months, but also the past few years. She'd been my rock ever since my father passed. But her constant concern for me left me feeling like I always needed to be on whenever she was around. I didn't want her to worry more than she already was. So I'd grown rather good at faking a smiling, bubbly personality. It was exhausting, and I was grateful for the reprieve. Something from the corner of my eye caught my attention, and I turned my head just as a woman who looked an awful lot like a model I'd seen in a Victoria's Secret catalog dropped to her knees and began unbuckling the belt of the man standing before her. And time to go. I stuck close to the wall as I worked my way from the room into the open hallway, hoping to find some much-needed space. No such luck. There were people everywhere. I could have sworn half, if not more, of the greater Seattle area was crammed into the mansion. Claustrophobia was starting to creep up on me, and the walls began to close in. I could feel the warning signs of a panic attack taking hold. I hadn't had one of those in a month. I thought I'd been doing so well, but if I didn't get some air soon, I was going to lose it. The paths to the front and back of the house were congested with bodies, and the thought of trying to squeeze through made my skin start to crawl. A quick glance showed that the massive curved staircase leading to the upper levels— yes, levels, because the house had 3 freaking stories— was clear. The strappy stiletto sandals Corinne had forced me to wear clicked on the Italian marble floor as I walked the small distance to the staircase. Grabbing hold of the glossy mahogany banister, I swung my weight around to the first step and began my ascent. The constriction on my lungs finally started to ease as I made my way down a long, wide hall on the second level. I began my search, hoping to find a room with a balcony, or an open window at the very least. I made the mistake of opening one of the many closed doors and got an eyeful of something I'd never be able to unsee. Naked flesh. Lots and lots of naked flesh. Some of the positions, the 3— wait, make that 4— people were downright unnatural. I quickly slammed the door shut and continued down the hall, scrubbing at my eyes in an effort to rid my brain of the disturbing display, when I finally came to a door that was partially open and blessedly empty. A 4-poster bed larger than any I'd ever seen sat in the middle of the wall to my right. Rich, dark wood furniture that probably cost more than I'd ever make in my lifetime filled the rest of the huge room. The decadent decor and furnishings screamed, "I'm rich AF and you should be jealous." I probably would have been too, had my focus not been on the wide-open French doors directly across from me. A breeze blowing from outside shifted the thin gauzy curtains on the door and filled the room with the smell of pine from the endless expanse of forest just outside. "Thank God," I gasped, as I all but stumbled out onto the terrace. A beautiful view of Lake Washington sat before me. The moon and stars glimmered off the calm surface of the water, but I was too frazzled to enjoy it. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply as my fingers wrapped around the twisted iron railing. Calm finally started to wash over me as the chilly wind licked at my flushed cheeks. I let out a pained "fuck" and focused on breathing deeply, fighting back the last remaining dregs of the panic that had me in its grips just moments before. Once the vice on my chest released completely, my head dropped and my body sagged against the railing. The metal dug into my stomach, the cold seeping through the flimsy material of my dress. But I didn't care. I could finally breathe. That was all that mattered to me. "You're not about to pass out, are you?" I let out a startled shriek at the sound of the voice and spun around, my fists instinctively coming up in front of me. Not that I had the first clue how to throw a proper punch. The voice actually sounded amused as it asked, "What? You gonna punch me?" "Jesus Christ," I panted, dropping my fists and placing a hand on my pounding chest. "You scared the ever-loving shit out of me." In the dim light coming through from the bedroom, I was able to make out the figure of a man sitting in the corner of the balcony. I couldn't see his face, but from what I could tell, the dude was huge. Even sitting with his legs kicked up on the iron patio table in front of him, his size was unmistakable. Even his feet were big, almost the same size as the half-empty bottle of whiskey sitting abandoned on the table beside them. Well, in my defense, I was out here first. His tone had a teasing lilt to it that helped melt some of the tension in my stomach. "I'm sorry," I spoke, squinting to get a better look at the stranger in the corner. "I didn't know anyone else was out here." "Probably because no one's allowed upstairs during the parties." "Really? Huh." One corner of my mouth ticked up in a smirk as I said, "Might want to tell that to the people in the room down the hall, then." The sound of his attractive, deep chuckle carried on a breeze and flitted across my skin. "Not surprised." "It seems you didn't have any problem sneaking up here." The wind picked up several strands of my dark brown hair and blew them in my face, somewhat obstructing my view of the stranger as he stood from his chair and slowly headed in my direction, stepping into the stream of light pouring through the opened French doors and giving me my very first unimpeded view of his face. Holy shit. Chapter 2. It was a face that took my breath away. A face that would make panties all across the country go up in flames. A face that, no doubt, made girly parts weep the whole world over. "What can I say? I'm stealthy." Then he smiled. And holy exploding ovaries, Batman, what a smile it was. Blonde hair hung overly long just past a chiseled square jaw with several days' worth of stubble dusting it. Full plump lips surrounded straight white teeth as he smiled, a perfectly dimpled smile. Yes, dimples. And that was just the lower half of his face. The upper half? Good Lord. The stranger had cheekbones that most women would die for, and glassy green eyes surrounded by lashes so long and dark, I was hit with a pang of envy. The man was straight up criminally beautiful, no other way to describe it. It should have been illegal for a man to be that good-looking. Having already been stunned stupid, I let my gaze glide down his massive frame. He had to be at least 6.5 feet tall. I was tall for a woman, standing at 5'6", and I was wearing heels, yet he still stood over half a foot taller than me. A tight gray t-shirt stretched across broad shoulders and tapered down to a trim waist. Thickly muscled, tattoo-covered arms stretched the short sleeves, practically threatening to rip the fabric. Faded, well-worn jeans covered large thighs and led down to thick-soled black motorcycle boots. Everything about this man screamed dangerous, and I'd be damned if he didn't make every nerve ending in my body explode. The guy was nothing like the guys I normally went for. Sweet, simple, good old boys who didn't appear to have a dangerous bone in their bodies. But there was just something about the guy standing in front of me that I couldn't ignore. It was magnetic and exhilarating. My skin actually tingled as he looked at me. He was exquisite. "You finished checking me out, or do you need a few more minutes?" At his amusement-laced words, my eyes jumped back up to his. Embarrassment sent fires spreading up my chest and neck, heating my cheeks, until I had no doubt they glowed bright red. "Sorry, I was totally lusting after your body. Just sorry." "Nothing to apologize for, sweetness. Worse things in life than being checked out by a beautiful woman." My blush grew impossibly deeper. If the stranger kept grinning at me like that, I was at risk of spontaneously combusting. "You not enjoying the party?" his rough voice asked, pulling me from my blatant perusal. "Oh, No, it was fine, I guess. I just needed some air. He turned his whole body to face me and leaned his hip against the railing, his thick arms crossed over his chest. I would have given anything for the lightning to be bright enough for me to make out the intricate designs that covered every square inch of his skin on his arms. "You don't sound too convincing, sweetness." I smiled nervously, giving him a small shrug. "Not really my scene," I admitted. "I'm only here because my best friend dragged me along. She's kind of obsessed with a band who's apparently hosting this thing." "And you aren't?" "Aren't what?" "You're not a fan of civil corruption?" "Not really." Then I realized how bad what I'd just said sounded. This guy could have been a friend of the band members for all I knew, and I just basically insulted them. I mean, I'm sure they're great. I just have a different taste in music. "And what's your taste?" He was still grinning at me, so I was able to relax in the knowledge that I hadn't just put my foot in my mouth. "I like top 40. He let out a pained groan, throwing his head back and slapping a hand to his chest. "Fuck, top 40? You're killing me, beautiful." "Sorry," I giggled, somewhat surprised that I actually found myself enjoying this strange man's company. "It is what it is. My friend has tried converting me for years. Guess I'm a lost cause." "That's a fucking shame." His voice came out gruff as his eyes did a sweep of my body. I shivered under his scrutiny, and it had nothing to do with the chilly temperature. "So what about you? What made you sneak away from the debauchery going on downstairs?" "Just needed a break," he answered, uncrossing his arms and taking one step closer. I cleared my throat and searched the recesses of my brain for something to talk about. Anything. "Are you a friend of the band's or something?" "Or something," he replied vaguely, closing another inch or so of distance. "I'm Garrett, by the way." Gwen," I stuttered, his close proximity causing my brain to glitch. Never in my life had I had the attention of such an attractive man. It was downright overwhelming just feeling his gaze on me. "Pretty name, Gwen." "Thanks," I smiled. Then, like I always did when I was out of my element, I started to ramble. "My full name's actually Gwendolyn. My mom had this obsession with romance novels when she was pregnant with me. You know, the bodice ripper ones with a Fabio-looking dude on the cover tearing open a woman's corset? Anyway, she loved those books and picked a name that sounded like it belonged in a romance book. I guess it could have been worse." And just like that, the pleasant, floaty feeling I'd been experiencing disappeared, and stark sadness took its place. It happened any time I thought about my mother. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't stop missing her. I dropped my head as tears stung the backs of my eyes. "Hey, now." Garrett's voice came out soft and quiet. His fingers put pressure under my chin until I was forced to look up. I blinked rapidly, dreading the thought of crying in front of this perfect stranger. "What's that look about, beautiful?" He was so close I could smell the whiskey on his breath. The small laugh that bubbled from my chest sounded self-deprecating even to my own ears. I sniffled and took a step away, breaking our connection as I brushed at my damp cheeks. "Nothing, sorry. I've just had a rough week. Or weeks. Or months, actually. Just ignore me." One corner of his mouth tipped up, making a dimple pop out. "You know what I think you need, beautiful Gwen?" "What's that?" "To get really fucking drunk and let it all hang out for a night. No better cure for what's bothering you. Trust me." A genuine bark of laughter burst from my throat. "Is that right?" "Sure is." He graced me with a full-blown smile that made my belly flip. "And it just so happens you've come to the right place." Fuck, sweetness. Fuck. Garrett, I whimpered, my back arching off the bed as he slammed into me, his cock sliding along a place inside that caused stars to burst behind my eyelids. His hand in my hair twisted, jerking my head back and sending tiny, stinging pulses of electricity from my scalp to my clit. The night had turned out to be so much better than I ever could have imagined. I'd spent hours on that terrace with Garrett, talking and laughing. I'd opened up to him about everything, my mother and father, my dying dream of becoming a writer. I released it all, letting the words spill out of me and shedding some of that weight that had been sitting on my chest for as long as I could remember. He'd been amazing. He listened to me talk, then offered bits and pieces about himself. After a while, it felt like I was talking to someone I'd known for years, and the whiskey certainly helped fuel the conversation. I hadn't wanted the night to end. It was like Garrett and I were in our own little bubble, the rest of the world ceasing to exist. I wanted it to last forever. Then he'd kissed me. It was the most intense, passionate kiss I'd ever experienced. When we finally broke apart, both of us were struggling to regulate our breathing. I ignored that annoying little voice in the back of my head warning me that I was moving too fast, and shot Corey a quick text, telling her to leave without me before kissing him again. The kiss suddenly turned into something else, and before I knew it, Garrett and I were tangled together on that huge 4-poster bed. Not once did I stop to consider what I was actually doing. I turned my brain off and simply allowed myself to feel. Before I knew what was happening, I'd been stripped naked. The way his jade eyes glazed as he stared down at my naked body made me feel invincible, like he wanted nothing more than to spend the next several hours devouring me. And it only got better from there. I screamed and moaned until my voice grew hoarse when he'd buried his fingers between my thighs. I'd barely come back to earth from the 2 orgasms he'd given me with just his hand when he was suddenly hovering over me, thrusting his long, thick cock to the hilt. Christ, sweetness, your pussy's so fucking tight. Don't stop. God, don't stop, I chanted, teetering precariously close to the edge of a release more brilliant than anything I'd ever felt. I'm so close. I know, baby, he grunted. Can feel you squeezing the shit out of my cock. Garrett sat back on his haunches and grabbed hold of my hips as he powered in and out, pulling me down on him each time he thrust forward. Get there, baby. I'm about to come. His thumb moved down to where we connected and began rubbing my clit in tight, hard circles. That was all it took. Just like that I came, crying out as I crashed headlong into the most epic orgasm ever. I could barely breathe, barely move as he buried himself balls deep and roared with his own release, coming on a string of expletive-laced grunts. His weight hit my body once he finished, his dick still jerking inside me. It was perfect. Hands down the best sex of my fucking life. Exhaustion began to set in as I slowly came down, and as my vision started to blur, the edges growing dark, a smile spread across my face so wide it made my cheeks hurt. The heat from Garrett's body wrapped around me like a warm blanket, and the last thing I thought as sleep pulled me under was, I'm so glad I let Corrine talk me into coming tonight. Chapter 3. Sunlight beat through my closed eyelids, sending a spike of pain through my skull. I turned away from the bright, offending light with a low, miserable groan. Slowly, I managed to peel one eye open to take in my surroundings. Panic at the unfamiliar room crashed over me like a wave for a few seconds. Then my brain re-engaged, and I remembered exactly what had happened, and I found myself smiling despite my hangover. I forced both eyes open and reached across the soft, cushy mattress in search of Garrett's big, warm body, but came into contact with nothing. Sitting up with a silky sheet wrapped around my naked breasts, I scanned the room in search of him, only to discover I was all alone. A sudden bang on the bedroom door gave me a start just before it crashed open, and a woman I'd never seen before sauntered in like she owned the place. Her glossy ebony hair hung past her shoulders in perfect waves. While I had no doubt I looked like a rumpled, thoroughly fucked mess, she looked like she'd just stepped off a catwalk. She was, by far, the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on, and I may have been a bit envious at how put together she appeared. But the most unsettling thing about her sudden appearance was the frigidness in her ice-blue eyes as she scowled down at me. Hi. Get your shit and get dressed. Time for all groupies and gold-digging whores to exit the premises. Excuse me? My back shot straight at her insult, and anger began clawing at my stomach. Who the hell are you? Her red-painted lips curved up into a hateful sneer. I didn't know who the woman was or what had crawled up her ass, but if she didn't drop the attitude, I'd show her I was capable of out-bitching her. I'd dealt with too much shit the past few years, and I wasn't willing to put up with any more from the likes of her. I'm Kimber. I'm the personal assistant for the guys. What guys? She rolled her heavily shadowed eyes like dealing with me was beneath her. Seriously? Who the hell was in full makeup and hair that damn early in the morning? The band. She was the assistant for the band? What in the world did that possibly have to do with Garrett and me? Come on, honey, try to keep up. I know their hookups aren't normally known for being all that bright, but this is just ridiculous. Where's Garrett? I asked, my jaw clenched tight in order to keep from leaping across the bed and throttling the she-devil. I want to talk to Garrett. Her malicious laughter echoed in my ears and bounced back around my aching skull. Oh, you poor, stupid girl. That's not going to happen. Give yourself a pat on the back for managing to fuck the drummer of civil corruption. Then get your shit. It's time to go. Wait. The lingering hangover made it difficult to process what she just said. No, that's not... He wasn't... Oh, my God! She laughed hysterically. This is great. You actually thought he liked you? Let me guess. You thought there was a connection between the two of you? That it was something special? That you meant something to him? When she phrased it like that, I started to feel just as pathetic as she was insinuating. Uncertainty and insecurity began to creep in. Let me tell you something, sweetie. You are not special. I mean, I get it, I do. The man is unbelievable in bed, but you are nothing more than some chick willing to spread her legs and keep him entertained for a few hours. I'd be willing to bet he doesn't even remember your name. That's not true, I whispered lamely, blinking back the sudden burn behind my eyes. Oh, but it is, she said with false pity. As a matter of fact, his instructions to me just 10 minutes ago were, there's a brunette in my bed. Make sure she's gone in the next 10 minutes. That sound like an everlasting connection to you? I was absolutely mortified. For the first time in my life, I'd slept with a man just hours after meeting him, and not only did he lie to me about who he was, but he sent someone else to kick me out of his home first thing in the morning. I was such an idiot. Ignoring the smug, condescending look on Kimber's face, I jumped from the bed and dressed frantically, doing my best to keep the sheet in place as I slid my dress and panties back on. As soon as I was covered, I threw the sheet aside, stood, and prepared to look for my shoes, only to find she already had them in her hands and was holding them out for me. Snatching them away, I slid them on my feet, grabbed my tiny purse from the bedside table, and started out the bedroom door. Her voice followed me down the hall, each nasty word from her mouth a piercing barb against my skin. "There's a cab waiting outside for you, and no need to worry your pretty little head. The driver's already been paid. Standard procedure for one-night stands and groupie hookups." I ran like the devil himself was chasing at my heels, nearly face-planting on the tile floor at the bottom of the stairs. I didn't once bother to look at my surroundings. Instead, I got my footing and hightailed it out the front door. It was only once the cab started down the long circular drive that I allowed myself to cry. But only for a minute. That asshole didn't deserve any more than that. 3 months later. "You have to call him." "I'm not calling him," I managed to say through the dry heaves. "Gwen, you have to." I stopped hugging the toilet bowl and scooted back until I was resting against the side of the bathtub, the offending stick that started the puke fest laying on the bathroom floor right beside me. I curled my lip at it like it had personally offended me. Reaching for the cold, wet washcloth Corrine held out to me, I closed my eyes and placed it on my forehead while working to calm my pounding heart. Corey, even if I wanted to call him, which I absolutely don't, I wouldn't have the first goddamn clue how to reach him. I was a one-night stand, remember? The dickhead didn't even have the decency to walk me out the morning after. He sent his snarling pit bull to do it for him. "I've got it," she yelped, making me jump in fright. "Be right back." I sat on the floor while I waited, staring up at the old water stains on the ceiling above our tub-shower combo, wondering once again how I'd gotten so lucky in the best friend department. She'd been by my side the past few weeks while I woke up every morning, sick as a dog, barely able to hold anything down. She'd fretted over me, insisting I go to the doctor because she was convinced I had some sort of virus. She'd held my hand in the pharmacy while we looked through the shelves of pregnancy tests. If it hadn't been for her taking the reins, I probably would still have been standing there, frozen in a state of shock and horror. "Here!" She ran back into the bathroom, waving her phone in the air. "I struck out with Declan Forrester the night of the party, but I did have a rather steamy makeout sesh with one of the sound tech guys. He's been texting me nonstop ever since. Bet he'd have Garrett's number." I chewed on my bottom lip as I stared at her phone like I was scared it would grow teeth and bite me. After running out of the mansion in Clyde Hill that fateful morning, I'd been determined to put the entire horrifying experience behind me. I was happy to pretend it had never happened, and I'd done everything in my power to avoid any and all mention of civil corruption and Garrett Wilder. I'd done pretty damn well up until this morning. "I don't know," I muttered. "Babe, you know I'm totally on your side, but you can't keep this from him. You're pregnant with Garrett Wilder's baby. You have to tell him." I looked down at my still flat belly and placed my palm against it in a protective gesture. It hadn't really hit me until that very moment, but once it did, it was like being run over by a semi. I was pregnant. I had another life growing inside of me, and as much as I hated admitting it, I didn't want to do it alone. "Okay," I finally relented, looking up at my best friend. "Call the guy. See what he can do." "On it." Corrine leaned down and pressed a kiss to my forehead. "You know," she paused, waiting for me to look up at her. Lydia would be beside herself with excitement. Corrine gave me a small, sweet smile as the mention of my mother's name filled my eyes with tears. She'd want you to be excited too, honey. A baby isn't a bad thing. Thanks, I whispered. This is all going to work out just fine, Gwenny. I promise. A month and a half later. When my father died, I thought it wouldn't be possible for my life to get any worse. Then I lost my mom and the family farm, and I thought I'd finally hit rock bottom. But if the past month and a half had taught me anything, it was that I had much, much further to fall. First, there was the embarrassing fact that I hadn't actually spoken a word to Garrett since finding out I was pregnant. The first person I'd told, outside of Corrine, was Civil Corruption's asshole manager, Chris, a guy I would have personally loved to waterboard. And since that fun conversation, all contact had been closed with anyone except Garrett's lawyer. I'd been ostracized by Civil Corruption's inner sanctum and humiliated by their legal team. They'd treated me with cold cynicism when they demanded a paternity test and had refused any further communication until the results arrived. Which led us to now. The sound of a throat clearing pulled my attention from the surface of the imposing conference room table. Garrett's lawyer, a tall, lanky man in an ill-fitting three-piece suit, stared down his nose at me disdainfully. I focused solely on the lawyer's arrogant face, ignoring the only other two people in the room, Garrett's manager, Chris, and that pinch-faced bitch Kimber. No Garrett in sight. That was absolutely fine by me. With a shit show that had become my life the past month and a half, I'd somehow managed to grow cold at just the thought of him. I'd actually become quite adept at numbing the pain, internalizing it, and letting it form an impenetrable protective shield around me.
Well, Miss Carson, it appears that my client is indeed the father of your unborn child.
You don't say, I deadpanned, keeping my expression as flat as my voice. I just wanted to get this over with so I could get the hell out of there. I'd promised myself I'd go for the biggest plate of chicken and waffles I could find. An unexpected pregnancy craving after having to deal with these assholes.
Since that's the case, we've drafted the papers accordingly. You'll discover that the visitation agreement is relatively standard. Of course, there will be situations where the schedule will have to be modified, for instance, when the band tours and such. But that's something you and Chris can work out when the time comes.
Of course, because why would Garrett possibly want to communicate with the mother of his child on such inane matters as visitations when he could have his gophers do it for him?
As you'll see in the documents before you, Mr. Wilder has also been more than generous in terms of a financial settlement. On top of a monthly stipend, all medical bills for yourself and the unborn child will be covered by Mr. Wilder.
I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from telling him that if he kept referring to my baby as the unborn child, I was going to kick him in the nuts.
But there are stipulations, he continued. If you try to argue for more money, Mr. Wilder is prepared to take you to court.
My blood began to boil. I could feel it burning in my veins as red coated my vision.
If you do not agree to sign the non-disclosure agreement we've attached again, Mr. Wilder is prepared to take you to court. If you intend on going to the media in the hopes of a larger payday, Mr. Wilder...
Just like that, I lost it. Is prepared to take me to court. Got it, I seethed. But what you three dumbasses clearly don't understand is I'm not the gold-digging whore you'd love to make me out to be. I don't give two fucks about Mr. Wilder's money.
Now, there's no need for such hostile language, the attorney spoke,
but I'd officially had enough. Oh, drop the professional act, limp dick. Also, pregnancy might have made me just a touch testy. Not that my attitude wasn't called for, considering how I was being treated. I placed my hands on the table and leaned forward. I'll agree to your non-disclosure for the simple fact that I don't want the goddamn media circus that surrounds your asshole client to invade my child's life in any way. And I expect for Mr. Wilder to do the same. Under no circumstances whatsoever do I want him speaking about my child. You seem to forget it's his child, too, Kimber chimed in, but I shot her a killing look that instantly shut her up. When I think it's necessary for you to speak, I'll tell you. Until then, you'll sit there quietly like the good little lapdog you are. You have no right. And as for the settlement, I snapped, cutting her off and turning my attention back to the attorney. I don't want it. If Mr. Wilder is insistent on financial support, he can open an account for our child once he or she is born. That money will belong solely to my baby. I want no access to it. I won't require assistance with my medical bills because I have insurance through my job and I am more than capable of providing for my child and myself. I won't argue visitation, mainly because I'm not a heartless bitch and I want this child. I placed my hand on my slightly swollen belly. To have its father in its life. You make the necessary changes to the documents that I just stated and have them sent to me, and I'll be more than happy to sign if it means never having to lay eyes on you three sons of bitches ever again. Do we have an understanding? Mr. Poorly dressed lawyer man sat in silence for several seconds before finally coming to his senses.
I'll have a revised copy messengered to you by the end of the day.
Wonderful, I bit out sarcastically. Then I grabbed my purse and stomped out of the room. That plate of chicken and waffles was calling my name. Unfortunately, before I could make it to the bank of elevators, one of them opened and off stepped Garrett Wilder, along with his 3 bandmates. Just fucking perfect. His wide green eyes filled with trepidation when he caught sight of me. I was prepared to walk past like I hadn't even seen him, but then the bastard had to open his mouth and speak.
Hey, sweetness, didn't expect you'd still be here.
I told myself that later I'd look back on that moment and blame what I did next on pregnancy hormones, but the truth was, I just couldn't stand the guy. My fingers balled into a tight fist, my arm cocked back as I continued toward the elevators, and without even breaking stride, I punched Garrett Wilder, famous drummer of civil corruption, right in his perfect, straight, model-worthy nose.
Dude,
I heard one of the other guys laugh as I climbed onto the elevator they'd just exited.
I think I'm in love with your baby, Mama.
I waited until the doors closed to cradle my hand and winced. Motherfucker. Who knew punching someone could hurt so damn bad? Chapter 4. Now. Liddy, you have exactly 3 minutes to get your pajamas on. I mean it this time. A loud squeal of little girl laughter rang through the tiny apartment, quickly followed by Corinne's cry of, "Quick! The floor's made of lava! Jump on the bed!" So much for going to bed on time tonight. "Corinne!" I shouted from my place at the kitchen sink. "Stop riling her up!" I rinsed the last dirty dish and sat it in the drying rack on the counter. Most nights, after a long day spent working and then coming home to chase my baby girl around, I lamented the fact that our tiny apartment didn't have a dishwasher. But having to financially support myself and my daughter cut into unnecessary luxuries such as dishwashers. There'd been a time during my pregnancy when I let myself fantasize about a larger apartment with more amenities, but being the manager of a coffee shop, I wasn't exactly bringing home the big bucks. Liddy and I were still living in the same apartment that I'd moved into with Corinne when I came to Seattle nearly 4 years before. It was small and my bedroom was almost the size of a postage stamp, but we were happy. That was all I cared about. And Corinne, being the amazing friend she was, had gotten herself a one-bedroom in the same complex so that she could stay close and help me out with Liddy as much as possible. "Mommy! Mommy! The floor's made of lava!" I barely had a chance to brace against the kitchen counter when my 3-year-old bundle of energy came barreling into the kitchen and proceeded to try climbing my body. At least she was dressed in her pajamas. So I heard. I picked my giggling girl up and propped her on my hip, smiling down into her bright green eyes. "But it's bedtime, so you need to wind down, monkey." "But I don't want to go to bed," she whined, poking her bottom lip out in an adorable pout. Too bad for her I'd grown immune to that pout over the years. Placing her on her feet, I turned her by the shoulders and began shuffling her toward her bedroom. "Go pick a bedtime story. I'll be there in a second." "'Kay." Crestfallen, she dropped her head dramatically, but did what I told her to do. "Sorry," Corinne said, coming around and dropping onto the couch, not looking sorry in the slightest. "She's just so much fun to play with." I chuckled at my friend and reached in to pull the plug and drain the sink. "You're a terrible influence. I feel like I'm raising 2 kids." "What can I say?" she grinned. "I'm awesome like that." I was in the middle of drying my hands with a dish towel when my phone rang from its place on the kitchen counter. Leaning in, I groaned at the sight of the name lighting up on the screen. "Let me guess," Corinne said, standing from the couch and coming to join me on the other side of the small counter. "It's Douchey Von Dickhead." "The one and only." I dropped the towel by the sink and picked up the phone. "Hello? Gwen?" "Yeah, Garrett, you called my phone. Who else would you expect?" Corinne waved to get my attention and mouthed, "I'll read to her tonight," before moving toward Liddy's room. In the years that had passed since my one and only night with Garrett Wilder, things had grown no less icy. I communicated with him as little as possible, only ever discussing our daughter. The distance was easy to maintain, seeing as Garrett hadn't slowed down with his pathetic rocker lifestyle at all since the birth of Liddy. He toured, partied, got drunk, and laid, all of which was plastered across every available media outlet. Hell, the prick had even shown up at the hospital stinking of stale booze and perfume when I was in labor. Corinne had done a stellar job of kicking his ass out of the delivery room, refusing access until he'd showered some of the skank off. He'd called to talk to Liddy a few nights a week whenever the band toured, but those conversations barely lasted more than 3 minutes. Whenever he was in Seattle, he maintained just enough of a presence in her life to make her think her daddy walked on water. But the truth was, he behaved like nothing more than her fun uncle, there for the good times and conveniently absent for the moments that mattered. But I kept telling myself that as long as Liddy was happy, I would be too. And seeing as she was too young to realize what a colossal douchebag her father was, she was happy. I thanked my lucky stars every night that she was still too young for anything bad to touch her. My girl still didn't even realize her father was a famous rock star. I'd managed to convince her that he simply traveled a lot for work, but that was a conversation I dreaded having in the near future. "Always so much fun talking to you," he grunted through the line. "Can you just say what you need to say? It's late and I'm beat." "It's barely 8 o'clock. I closed my eyes and practiced my deep breathing. I would not lose my cool. I wouldn't, no matter how much or how often he pushed my buttons. Of course, a man like him who partied until the ungodly hours of every morning would think it was still early. I worked all day, then spent the better part of the evening chasing Liddy around. You try keeping up with a 3-year-old while simultaneously trying to prevent her from killing herself. It's exhausting, so forgive me for not feeling particularly chatty." "She's still up?" Damn it. If he talked to her now, there was no way I'd get her to sleep anytime soon. But I promised myself I wouldn't become that bitter woman who kept her child from her father just because I couldn't stand the guy. Corinne's in reading her a bedtime story right now, but if you want to talk to her...
That's okay, he said over me. I don't want to fuck with your schedule.
That unexpected, slightly bewildering response left me at a loss for words.
You still there?
I shook myself out of my trance. Yeah, sorry, that was just surprisingly considerate of you.
Shit, Gwen, he mumbled into the phone. You make me sound like a complete dick.
Well, I dragged out, refusing to lie. If the shoe fits.
Christ, can we have one fucking phone call where we don't fight? Is that really too goddamn much to ask?
Closing my eyes, I pinched the bridge of my nose as shame took root inside my stomach. Not because I was acting like a bitch, but because I was a 26-year-old woman with a daughter. I at least needed to try behaving like an adult. Sorry, I said on a sigh. I'll curb my bitchy instincts, but just this once. Garrett laughed down the line. He had a really good laugh, and the sound caused my belly to do a backflip, just like it always did. That only pissed me off more, because I didn't want anything about him to have an effect on me. Unfortunately, my body hadn't gotten the message that he was an asshole, and I struggled with a desire to tear his clothes off and climb him like a tree whenever he was around. I really need to get laid. Shaking off the tingles spreading along my skin, I asked, "What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be performing tonight?"
We don't go on till 9. I wanted to call before to tell you that we get back from Portland tomorrow.
I know, Garrett. I get a copy of your tour schedule from one of your lackeys.
Well, I kinda need to talk to you once I'm back in Seattle. Any chance you could get someone to look after Liddy tomorrow night so you could meet me at my place?
Oh, no. Hell no. I'd successfully avoided one-on-one interaction with a man for over 3 years. No way was I getting sucked back in now. Can't you just say whatever it is you have to say now while you have me on the phone?
Christ, Gwen. I'm not asking you for a fucking kidney or anything. I'm asking the mother of my child to spare a few minutes to talk with me face to face. Is that really so hard?
Hell yeah, it was hard. It was harder than he could ever imagine, because nearly 4 years back, I'd been the stupid girl who'd foolishly put my trust in a man I thought saw me as more than just a one-night stand. I'd lost so much by then that it was a wonder I was even able to stand, so the blow from him that morning had done serious damage that I was still recovering from. I'm working at Bernie's tomorrow. How about you just meet me there and we can talk? Bernie's was the coffee house I'd worked at since moving from Idaho. The owner, Bernadette, had been amazing the last few years. She took me under her wing like a second mother and looked out for me the best way she could while I was pregnant. After Liddy was born, she went out of her way to schedule my shifts to fit my new life as a single mother. I worked my ass off in the hopes of paying back her kindness in some way. About a year ago, she promoted me to manager, which came with a pay increase that left me enough to afford to put Liddy in daycare so I could work a regular 9 to 5. I wasn't sure what I'd have done without Corinne and Bernie in my life.
You know I can't do that, Gwen. What if someone recognized me? Your picture would be splashed around everywhere, and then some asshole reporter would more than likely dig until they discovered something about Liddy. You really want that?
Damn him and his valid point and logical argument. Fine, I relented on a sigh. I'll meet you at your place tomorrow. How does 7 work?
That's perfect. Thanks, sweetness.
My jaw ticked with how tightly I was clenching my teeth. There'd been a time, a few short alcohol-filled hours, when I'd adored hearing him call me sweetness. Now I hated it. Yeah, later. I disconnected the call with a knot of dread sitting in the pit of my stomach like a lead weight. Sure, since Liddy was born, I'd been forced to step foot in that house more than I was happy about, but I'd always had my daughter with me to cushion the blow that came with the memories from that night. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have her with me this time. Liddy's out like a light. Only took 3 readings of Goodnight Moon, Corey said, as she came back into the kitchen. So what did the douchebag rocker want this time? I looked at my friend and let out a sigh of defeat. The rich and famous have summoned. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow evening. You mean we've got plans? Really? I asked enthusiastically. Relief that I wouldn't have to walk into that den of wolves on my own made breathing a little bit easier. She let out a loud laugh. Of course. No way would I let you anywhere near that bitch Kimber without backup. A sinister smile stretched across her lips. I've been itching for a good cat fight for weeks. If anyone gets a chance to draw first blood, it's me, I told her, reaching across the counter to snag the bottle of wine I'd opened the night before. Fair enough. Corrine smiled. If shit starts to hit the fan, you give me the signal and I'll hold her down while you shave her hair off. Having poured each of us a glass, I recorked the wine bottle and lifted my glass in the air, clinking the rim against hers when she followed suit. You've got yourself a deal. Chapter 5. Great, I muttered sarcastically as Corrine navigated around the sea of cars parked in Garrett's drive. Looks like we're overdressed. That was putting it lightly. From what I could see of the party spilling out of the house, the attire for the evening was non-existent dresses and hooker heels, despite the chilly temperatures outside. It was October, for Christ's sake. I told myself as I was getting ready for the evening that I didn't care what Garrett thought of how I dressed, that I wasn't trying to impress him. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. No matter the past or the disdain I carried for him, he was still an insanely good-looking man, and the woman inside of me couldn't help but want to appear attractive. I'd worn my favorite pair of skinny jeans, the ones that made my ass look amazing, and a soft lavender cowl neck sweater that fit at the waist and hung off one shoulder. I'd been pleased with the results just a half hour before. I thought it looked hot without being obvious I was trying too hard. Pregnancy had definitely changed my body. I'd gone from a tiny girl with moderate-sized breasts to a woman with hips, ass, and boobs to spare. My stomach wasn't as flat as it once was, but the extra weight on my frame gave me a more womanly figure than what I'd had before. I'd dressed to accentuate that figure, and when I walked out of my apartment on my tall black ankle boots, I felt really good about myself. But compared to the women at the raging party, I looked like a prude virgin. Jesus, don't these guys ever take a night off? I murmured as Corrine found a spot and put the car in park. Just ignore them, Corrine replied as we both climbed out of the car. We'll be in and out before you know it. What? I asked teasingly, giving her a smile as we made our way up the stone walkway that led to the big house. You mean you're not gonna try and bang a member of your favorite band? She smirked and bumped my shoulder with hers. Hell no. Besides, you know they aren't my favorite anymore. You screw over my BFF and you lose a die-hard fan. Aw. I put my hand on my chest. It's so sweet that you'd give up your lifelong dream of being nailed by a member of civil corruption, all for me. What are friends for? She looped her arm over my shoulders as we made it to the front door. Anyway, leaves me free to set my sights on other bands. Dream big, Corey, I laughed. Always. The first person I noticed when we stepped inside the house was Ian, the band's head of security. He was probably the only person associated with Garrett and the other guys that I didn't loathe with a passion, mainly because he hardly spoke a word. His silence, coupled with his size and the fact that he looked like he could easily stomp a person into dust beneath his boot, made him one scary dude. But he'd never been anything but polite to me. And most importantly, he was always patient and kind to my baby girl whenever she was around. "Hey, Ian, how's it going?"
"It's going well, Miss Carson. I believe you'll find Mr. Wilder in the studio."
He must have read the uncertain look on my face correctly, because he kept talking.
"Straight toward the back, the door marked private to the left of the kitchen."
"Thanks. Take it easy."
"You as well, Miss Carson. And be sure to tell Lydia I said hello. I'm looking forward to seeing her now that the tour's ended."
I shot a playful smile over my shoulder. "Careful, Ian. You keep saying stuff like that, and people will discover you're just a big marshmallow under all that muscle." As expected, he didn't say a word in response, but I did catch the tiny twitch at the corner of his mouth, as if he was trying to fight a grin. We had to push through the swarm of people filling the house, and by the time we reached the door Ian had indicated, I was already itching to get the hell out of there. "Let's get this over with," I said flatly. I didn't bother knocking, just pushed the door open and started down the stairs. I'd never been in Garrett's private studio before, and I was immediately taken aback by the size and luxuriousness once I entered. The long couch on the back wall and 2 matching recliners probably cost more than what I paid in rent for a year. There was a huge soundboard to my right, across from the sitting area, that faced a glass wall overlooking an empty studio full of every musical instrument you could imagine. The walls were covered in red and black checkered soundproofing material. My living and bedroom could easily fit inside the space with room to spare. I ignored the pang of jealousy that spiked in my gut and turned my attention to the people in the room. All the guys were lounging around on the furniture. Chris sat in the rolling chair at the soundboard, and I did what had become habit whenever we shared the same airspace. I greeted him with a middle finger, then pretended he didn't exist. And because she was never more than a few feet away from any of the band members at any given time, Kimber stood leaning against the side wall as Garrett and the rest of the guys sat back, relaxing and talked about God knew what. The band's lead guitarist, Mason Keller, was the next to see me and quickly stood from his place on the couch, stumbling just slightly before righting himself. Undoubtedly, he was already 3 sheets to the wind. Taking in the sight of his bleary, bloodshot eyes, I tried to recall a time in our very limited association that I hadn't seen him drunk, but I couldn't come up with anything. I wouldn't go so far as to call us friends, or even acquaintances, but in spite of being what I considered a functioning alcoholic, he'd always been relatively nice to me, and the drunker he was, the nicer he became.
"Hey, baby mama, great to see you."
Yep, he was totally blitzed out of his mind. My arms remained at my sides as he gave me a hug. I held my breath as the stench of booze and pot smoke wafting off him assaulted my senses. "Hey, Mace, good to see you too," I muttered once he released me and plopped back on the couch. I got the standard chin tilt from the lead singer Declan and the band's bass player Killian Everett and returned each. It really was a shame that I held them all guilty by association, because all 3 of them were completely gorgeous. Too bad they were friends with a raging hemorrhoid. "Hello, Gwen," Kimber sneered by way of greeting. I turned my head and gave her a blank look. "Hi, Kimber. You're looking well. That diet of small babies and the souls of innocence is really working for you." Mace covered his mouth with his hand to muffle his laughter, while Killian and Declan each lowered their smiling faces to the ground. "Thanks," she spit back. "How's life as a low-class, white trash coffee slinger treating you?" Okay, so she was in the mood to play. I could definitely get down with that. "It's great. Thanks for asking. Oh, you know what? I've been meaning to tell you. I really want to commend you on making something of yourself. I mean, with a name like Kimber, it's obvious your mom thought you'd never amount to anything more than a stripper who gave $5 blowjobs on the side. Kudos to you for rising above the stigma. She must be proud to know you only dropped to your knees for men with money. She gnashed her teeth like a feral dog and took a step in my direction. I stood ready, my hands inching to rip out chunks of her hair. "You two play nice," Garrett said, but I could hear the laughter in his voice. Ever obedient to one of her four masters, Kimber stopped her advance. She shot me one last murderous glare before pushing past Corinne and heading up the stairs. I gave Chris a finger wave as he followed after her like a puppy. It really was sad. I'd silently sat back over the years and observed the interaction between those two. It was obvious that Chris was totally sprung for Kimber, but she was too busy gagging for any of the band members that she couldn't see it. Both of them were pathetic. With the two of them gone, I turned my attention back to Garrett. His smile was surprisingly warm as those jade eyes of his scanned me from top to toe before moving back up and locking with my own gaze. I watched with bewildered fascination as the green depths grew a hint darker after his perusal. Something strange and unsettling pricked at my skin. Normally, when we saw or spoke to each other, it was with the same warmth of a business transaction. Having him look at me with something closely resembling fondness set me immediately on edge. "She's always such a barrel of fun," Corinne deadpanned from behind me, drawing my attention and thankfully breaking whatever weird connection I'd just experienced with Garrett. "Come on, troublemaker." Mace got to his feet and moved to hook his arm through Corey's. "Let's let Mommy and Daddy talk in private." She shoved at his side and curled her lip at his unwelcome touch. "I'm not," she started to argue, but it was pointless. Mace seemed undeterred at her brush-off and placed his palm at the small of her back, forcing her into motion. Not only was he already leading her back up the stairs, but Killian and Declan were right behind them, blocking her path. I watched as the door closed, all of a sudden acutely aware that I'd been left alone with Garrett for the first time since that night. I inhaled through my nose, squared my shoulders, and turned to face him, pasting on a false bravado. I wouldn't let myself think about the fact that he looked good. Really good. In his standard uniform of jeans and t-shirt, or the fact that his hair was hanging loose around his face, and I could still remember how silky it felt that night almost 4 years ago. And I certainly wouldn't think about the fact that he looked like he'd packed even more muscle onto his massive frame. Nope, wasn't even going to think about it, not even a little bit. "So, what's up?" I internally cringed at the high-pitched sound of my voice. "You just gonna stand there, or you want to sit down and get comfortable?" Crossing my arms over my chest, more for protection than anything else, I scowled at his still smiling face, silently cursing his straight teeth and gorgeous dimples. I'd been hoping that whatever you had to say would be short enough that there'd be no need to get comfortable. "For fuck's sake," he mumbled, leaning back in the recliner and shoving a hand through his long blonde hair. "Will you just fucking sit down, Gwen?" "Fine," I grumped, dropping down onto the couch, but making a point to remain on the edge so he'd know I had no intention of sticking around for long. What's so important that I had to find a sitter and drag my ass all the way over here? His eyes made a heated track along my body again, that time coming to a stop on my breasts. I peeked down and quickly dropped my arms once I noticed that crossing them under my boobs caused them to strain at the material of my sweater. My back went straight, and I cleared my throat to pull his attention away from my chest. It wasn't simply the fact that we were alone that was making me antsy, or that I still found him insanely attractive, even though I hated him. It was that I could have sworn those intense green eyes of his were flashing with something I hadn't seen since the night we made Liddy. And despite my brain screaming in warning, my body still reacted. My skin felt hot, my breathing was erratic, and, against my better judgment, my panties grew damp. I'd been telling myself for years that the draw I'd felt that first night was gone, long extinguished by his immature, callous behavior. But the truth was, I still felt an inconceivable pull toward him, and I hated it. I didn't want him anymore, but something about him called to me like a goddamned moth to a flame.
You haven't deposited any of the checks I've sent you.
That one sentence was enough to douse the fire that had been smoldering in my belly. Christ, Garrett, seriously? That's what this is all about? I'm not having this conversation with you. I stood and started for the stairs, but for a man so big, he was surprisingly quick on his feet, blocking my escape route before I made it more than a few feet. Grabbing my elbow, he spun me until my back hit the wall next to the mouth of the staircase. His big, solid body pressed in until only an inch of space separated us.
Will you stop fucking fighting me at every turn, Gwen? That money's supposed to help take care of you and Liddy. What the fuck is your problem, huh?
I snapped right back, drilling my index finger into his chest. No, Garrett. That money isn't to support Liddy and me. It's so you can feel better about the fact that you're a shitty human being and only a slightly less shitty father. You write those checks to help ease your guilt over the fact that you've probably seen your own daughter a handful of times in the past 3 years. That's not my problem. It's yours. His eyes burned into me as he moved even closer.
You didn't seem to have a problem cashing one of those checks last year, did you? He sneered. Bet that 10 grand made things pretty fucking comfortable, huh? I'll bet you stop being such a bitch for 2 seconds and show a little gratitude.
Gratitude? I asked, on a low, threatening whisper, as my insides began to burn with hatred. I was so angry my entire body began to shake. You expect me to show gratitude? Have you lost your fucking mind? The only reason I cashed that goddamn check was because my insurance wouldn't cover the entire cost of Liddy's surgery, and you fucking know it. If I hadn't been in such a rage, I might have noticed the way his body jerked back in shock. But I was on a roll and unable to stop. You want me to thank you for that? Fine. Thank you so much for paying for our daughter's procedure. That totally makes up for the fact that you're a selfish prick who couldn't bother to find the time to actually show up in the hospital. 1 second, I was in his face yelling out my fury, and the next I was pinned back against the wall again, a livid Garrett bearing down on me.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He snapped so viciously that I felt the very first niggling sense of fear. What?
I said, he snarled. What the fuck are you talking about?
Liddy's surgery, Garrett, I answered in bewilderment. The surgery to put the tubes in her ears.
My daughter had fucking surgery and you didn't tell me? He bellowed.
His arm reared back, and he punched a hole in the wall just inches from my head, causing me to let out a startled squeak. I tried to move around him to escape his terrifying rage, but his hands hit the wall on either side of me, boxing me in as he roared, "Answer me!" "I did tell you," I shouted back. "I called when the doctor told me the tubes were the only way to stop her ear infections. I called and called, but I could never get through to you. So I called Chris and told him that the surgery had been scheduled. He said he'd let you know. When you never called me back, I even reached out to Kimber, and I can't stand that woman."
"Bullshit," he snapped. "They would have told me."
My back shot straight at his accusation, and my anger took control once again, snuffing out the fear and uncertainty I'd been experiencing. You and your friends might think I'm some white trash gold digger, but I'd never keep something like that from you. I called and told them everything. They swore you'd be there the day of the surgery, but you weren't. While you were God knows where, doing God knows who, I sat in that waiting room all alone. I just kept praying that everything went okay, that Liddy would be all right. I was terrified, Garrett, and where were you, huh? Where were you? I finished on a shout. He staggered 2 feet back, his hands tugging at his hair agitatedly as he stared at me. I didn't know, he said quietly. I swear to fucking God, Gwen, this is the first I'm hearing about any of it. I didn't know. They didn't say a goddamn word. You think I'd intentionally miss something that important? Jesus, Gwen, I know you hate me, but do you really think I'm that big a prick? I honestly don't know, I answered in a quiet, defeated voice. I've known you for almost 4 years, and I don't have the first clue who you really are. All I know is I met a guy one night who I thought I had a connection with. For the first time in forever, I felt something other than crippling loneliness. I went to bed with that guy, but I woke up with a selfish, narcissistic rock star who didn't give a shit about anyone but himself. And you've spent the better part of those years proving my assumptions right. That's a low blow, he whispered. Maybe, I shrugged. But am I wrong? Can you honestly look me in the eye and tell me that you've put Liddy's needs above your own? I love my daughter, he snarled, leaning even closer. I don't doubt that. But loving her and being a parent don't go hand in hand just because you want them to, Garrett. You made the conscious decision to carry on with the lifestyle you lived before she came into the world. You chose to put your goddamn parties and one-night stands before your daughter. And it was you who's missed every single milestone in her life so far. And you're surprised that you've surrounded yourself with people just as selfish as you? I let out a humorless laugh. I'd expect nothing less from Chris and Kimber. Hell, I'd expect the same from any one of you. I've never met a group of more entitled, self-absorbed assholes in my life. What do you want from me, huh? He snapped. It's not like I wanted to miss that shit. I was working. Missing your daughter's first birthday because you're on a yacht in the Mediterranean with a swimsuit model is not considered working, Garrett, I threw back. That was one time, he said through clenched teeth. One time I made a fucking mistake, but you're so goddamn high and mighty you won't let me live it down. We can't all be as fucking perfect as St. Gwen. I narrowed my eyes into slits. I never claimed to be perfect. I make plenty of mistakes, but I always put my daughter first. Hate to break it to you, Garrett, but being a parent takes more than a couple of phone calls, short visits every few months, and ridiculously expensive presents sent by mail. It means being there for your kid when she's sick or hurt, something you've never done. You might love Liddy, but you're a fucking lousy excuse for a dad. What the fuck do you want me to do? He roared, causing me to jump as he stalked away from me and began pacing like a wild, caged animal. I didn't ask for you to get knocked up, for fuck's sake. This is my life, Gwen. This is what I do. I record, I tour, and yeah, I fuck available pussy when it's laid down in front of me if that's what I want to do. You know why? Because I'm fucking single and I can. But that shit doesn't touch Liddy, you know that. I keep that away from her, so what the fuck do you want from me? All of a sudden, the air was knocked from my lungs, and my shoulders felt too heavy to hold up straight under the crushing weight of disappointment. Nothing, I answered with quiet veracity. I don't want anything from you. He came to an abrupt halt and stared me down, his eyes flashing furiously. Something seemed to be warring inside of him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on, but it was gone before I could place it. Deposit those checks, he ordered, his jaw clenched. I told you any money you want her to have goes into a bank account set up by you until we agree she's old enough to access it. Until then, I'm more than capable of taking care of my daughter.
She's my fucking daughter, too.
I pushed off the wall and straightened my back, refusing to let him see what our most recent fight had taken out of me. Every single maternal instinct inside of me rushed to the surface. Liddy was my world, the only flesh and blood family I had left on this earth, and she deserved so much better than what she'd been born into. My life might not have turned out the way I'd planned, but the minute I saw the pink plus sign on that test stick, I became a mother. Every breath I'd taken since that moment was for her, and they would be until the day I died. She was the most precious thing I had, and I'd be damned if I stood there and let this man make excuses for all but abandoning her. Then start acting like a father. You want the right to tell me to deposit those checks? Then prove to me that you can be more than someone who pops into her life whenever it's convenient for him. Until that happens, you have no right to make any demands. With that, I spun and stomped up the stairs, determined to get the hell out of Garrett's house. That stupid mansion in all its opulent glory held nothing but bad memories. Chapter 6. There were parts of my body at risk of freezing off that I hadn't even realized existed. It was after 10 at night, and I was standing outside a nightclub in the middle of downtown, shifting from foot to foot on a pair of ridiculously high stilettos as I tried to rub heat into my bare arms. For the love of God, Corey, can we just go? The line's barely moved in the past 20 minutes, and I'm freezing my ass off. She narrowed her eyes at me. No, we aren't leaving. We are young and hot, and we're going to have fun tonight if I have to drag you kicking and screaming into this club, damn it. After the latest showdown with Garrett the day before, Corinne had gotten it into her head that I needed a night out to blow off some steam. She'd called Bernie to babysit Liddy and insisted we go out for a night of drinking and dancing. Seeing as the last time I'd let my hair down and actually had a little fun was the night I'd inadvertently gotten pregnant, I felt I was past due for me to get out and live a little. I just hadn't realized that a night out meant standing outside in the cold for damn near an hour, hoping to get into some exclusive club while surrounded by dozens of scantily clad, barely legal girls. I'd never felt so out of place in my life. Standing next to all those women with their tight little bodies and flat, stretch-markless stomachs, I felt so much older than my 26 years. I feel like I should be lecturing these girls about the horrors of unprotected sex and how to make good choices, I whispered out of the corner of my mouth as the line shuffled a few inches forward. I suspect at least 1 out of 5 will be walking away from tonight with some sort of venereal disease. Will you stop it? Corinne hissed, smacking me in the arm. You sound like a mom. I am a mom, I continued to whisper. And I look ridiculous. I mean, look at me. I waved my arms down my frame. When we left my apartment earlier, I thought I looked good. But now I felt really overdressed in the tight black pencil skirt that hit me at mid-thigh and the white-ribbed tank top I had tucked into it. I'd felt daring earlier, wearing such high, strappy heels and a black lace bra that showed through my top. But now I just thought I looked like a librarian in comparison to the chicks around us. I mean, look at them. I tilted my chin at a group of girls to our left. I'm pretty sure that one's wearing a scarf as a skirt, and that other girl is using a headband as a top. Oh my God, this is so stupid, Corinne huffed and grabbed my hand. Come on. My heels clacked against the sidewalk as I hurried to keep up, while she dragged me toward the entrance of the club. What? Wait, where are we going? She jerked us to a halt in front of the huge guy manning the door. I could have sworn his neck was as thick as both of my thighs put together. I nearly swallowed my tongue at the sight of him. Talk about intimidating. The dude looked like he could pound me straight through the cement with just his fist. Hey, hi, hello there.
Name?
The beast man cut her off, not taking his eyes off the clipboard in his hands. We both looked at each other and shrugged in confusion. Ah, she continued, but the giant spoke again.
You with the band?
Band? My brows shot up. We just came to dance, Corrine added, finally drawing the big guy's attention from the list of names. He gave each of us a leering up-and-down appraisal before stating, rather oddly,
You'll do. Go on in.
And just like that, we were in. The street lights from outside gave way to bright beams of neon colors and loud techno music. If I felt out of place standing outside, it was nothing compared to how awkward I felt inside. It was safe to say motherhood had given me the mentality of an old lady. That was weird, I stated loudly, as Corey grasped my hand and began pulling me toward the bar. Who cares? She yelled over the music. We didn't have to pay a cover charge. You know what that means. The wicked look on her face made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Oh, no. Oh, yes. She grinned slyly over her shoulder while we navigated through the huge crush of people. Shots! We made it to the bar, squeezing through the bodies piled 3 deep, all eager to get drinks. Once we got to the front, she waved frantically for one of the bartenders. Corey, I don't know if shots are a good idea, I continued to yell over the music. Of course they are, she declared, then turned to the cute guy standing across the bar top from us. 2 shots of Patron Silver. The cutie nodded and placed 2 shot glasses on the wooden surface. This is exactly what you need, babe. Tonight's all about letting your hair down and being a little reckless. You need to de-stress. Nothing better for that than tequila. She gave the bartender a wink and picked up the shots, handing one to me and clinking them together in cheers. I let out a breath, knowing deep down that she had a point. I was only 26, damn it. I deserved to live a little, and that was just what I was going to do. Corrine cheered me on as I threw the liquor back, wincing at the burn trailing down my throat, and slammed the glass back onto the bar. I quickly bit into a lime slice to kill the horrid taste of the tequila. She ordered 2 more shots each, and we just finished downing the last when the beginning chords of 21 Pilots, Lane Boy, started blaring from the speakers. I love this song, Corrine yelled. Let's dance. I happily followed after her as we worked our way toward the center of the dance floor. Once there, I threw my hands up and lost myself in the beat of the music. It had been too long since I allowed myself to let go and enjoy life. I used to love going out dancing. I used to love a lot of things I'd forgotten about once I entered the world of motherhood. It was nice to be reminded that I still knew how to have fun. One song bled into the next as Corrine and I shimmied and moved around on the floor, laughing and singing along with the songs until a thin sheen of sweat covered my skin. I reached behind me to lift my heavy mass of hair off my shoulders, holding it up as I continued to sway my hips from side to side. Hey! Corrine shouted over the music, drawing my attention. I need water. You coming? I waved her off and kept dancing. Go without me. I'm going to stay here. She nodded and started to move away. The noise of the people all around suddenly got louder, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed them turn their attention to a closed-off area to the far left of the dance floor. But I was too engrossed in the song and a little too buzzed to pay much attention. Pushing everyone around me out of my mind, I closed my eyes and lifted my arms in the air once more, letting my hair drop as Tove Lo continued to sing. I was so lost in my own alcohol-addled head that the pair of hands coming to rest on my hips gave me a start. I spun around to face the guy who touched me with such familiarity. "Hi," he said over the loud music. His smile was nice, making his average face look a bit more handsome. "Hi," I replied, a sense of discomfort washing over me at his close proximity. "You're a great dancer," he continued, his hands still firmly on my hips. "Oh, thanks." My discomfort grew stronger when I tried to pull away, only to have his fingers grip me tighter, holding me in place. The guy's hips mimicked my movements as he leaned close, his breath reeking of beer as he spoke into my ear. "I like the way you move. Sexy as hell." I gave my best imitation of a polite smile as I wrapped my fingers around his wrists and removed his hands from my hips, taking 2 inconspicuous steps back as I continued to dance. "Thank you." "So, what's your name?" the guy called out, taking a step closer to me. A shiver ran up my spine, and alarm bells started going off inside my head. Yeah, with the way my body had been reacting to Garrett recently, I knew I needed to get laid. But the creep factor with this guy was off the charts. There was just something unsettling about the way he kept advancing, undeterred. "I asked your name," he stated, hooking his arm around my waist and pulling me against him. I glared up at him, and even slightly tipsy, was able to notice his pupils were the size of pinpricks. Freaking perfect. It was my first night out in years, and it was just my luck I was getting hit on by a dude tweaked out of his mind. "Let go," I said in a warning tone. "Aw, come on, gorgeous. Don't be like that. How about a dance?" The guy's hands slid down to my ass, and he ground his pelvis into me. "And how about I introduce my knee to your scrot?" I threatened. I said, "Let go." "Ooh, feisty." He leered at me as he ground harder into me, squeezing my butt cheeks to the point of pain. "I like it. Motherfucker, you got 1 second to remove your hands from her ass before I break every one of your goddamn fingers." My head jerked around in shock at the familiar voice. "Garrett?" "Holy shit!" Tweaker Guy shouted. "Dude, you're Garrett Wilder." "No, really?" Garrett asked sarcastically. "What did I say about your hands?" Tweaker's eyes got really big in the face of Garrett's size and the furious expression on his face. He immediately released my poor, abused butt and held his hands up in surrender. "Sorry, bro. Didn't realize she belonged to you." "Hey," I objected, my gaze bouncing between them. "I don't belong to him." "Well, now you know," Garrett stated, clearly choosing to ignore everything I just said. "And I don't like to share, so fuck off." Without giving the guy a chance to respond, Garrett grabbed me by the elbow and began pulling me off the dance floor. "Where are we going?" I asked, nearly running to keep up as the people in our path began to part like the Red Sea to allow the famous rockstar to pass. The first thing I saw once we cleared the floor was Ian's imposing frame standing sentry. "Hey, Ian!" I waved excitedly at the sight of his friendly face. There was a slight possibility that tequila had kicked in, and I was really starting to feel it. He tipped his chin up and gave me an ever-professional, "Ma'am?" "Keep everyone away from the back exit," Garrett ordered, not breaking stride. "Yes, sir," Ian responded. "Wait!" I insisted, pulling fruitlessly at Garrett's hold on my arm. "Corey'll be looking for me." "I'll see to her, ma'am," Ian replied, putting me at ease. All I could do was jog on my stilettos to keep up with his quick pace. Bye, Ian. I waved again as I scuttled past, catching his mouth quirking up in an infinitesimal grin. Yep, tequila had definitely kicked in. Chapter 7. Garrett led me down an empty corridor ending in a set of double doors that opened to the alley behind the club. He didn't release my arm until the metal doors clanged closed behind us, shutting out the pounding beat of the music inside. Even though he'd released me, he still invaded my space, giving me no option to escape. "What are we doing out here?" I asked, shivering against the cold breeze. "It's freezing." "That's 'cause you're practically naked," he grunted. Tipping my head back far enough to scowl up at him, I crossed my arms over me in an effort to stave off the chill. "Am not," I argued insolently. "Did you see those other women in there? I might as well be wearing a burqa, for Christ's sake." Garrett crossed his arms over his chest and glared down at me like I'd done something to piss him off. "I don't give a shit about those other women. They aren't the mother of my child." "What the hell does that have to do with anything?" I snapped past chattering teeth. "Can we please go back in? I'm freezing my tits off out here," I asked, past caring that I sounded like a whiny teenager. I might have been feeling the effects of those 3 shots, but it wasn't enough to protect me against potential frostbite. "Jesus Christ," he sighed with a roll of his eyes as he shrugged off his worn leather jacket. It wasn't the type of worn that made it look beaten up. It looked stylishly distressed and vintage. It was a cool-as-hell jacket, and as he reached around me to slide it on my shoulders, I decided I wanted to keep it forever. It was toasty warm from Garrett's body heat and smelled absolutely amazing. "There, that better?" he asked with gruff sarcasm. The exasperation on his face would have made me laugh if I wasn't a teensy bit drunk and my legs weren't at risk of turning into blocks of ice. I hugged the jacket closer to me, hoping it wasn't obvious I was sniffing the cologne that lingered before asking, "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" He scoffed as if the idea was beneath him, which, seeing as he was a world-famous rock star, it probably was. "What am I doing here? The better question is, what are you doing here, Gwen? Our record label closed down this whole place to throw a private party to celebrate the end of our tour. How did you even get through the door?" My shoulders lifted in a shrug. "I don't know. That big guy at the door with a swollen neck said we'd do and let us in." "He said you do?" If I had all my faculties, I probably would have noticed the frostiness in Garrett's voice, but drunk brain. "Yeah, he did this." I ogled him, doing my best impression of the bouncer, and adopted a weird deep voice. "You'll do. Go on in." Then he opened the door. "I'll kill him," he growled. I pulled my nose out of his jacket and stopped sniffing. "Huh? What? Why? Because he let me into your stupid little party?" "You don't belong here." Indignation cut through the haze of alcohol. "Why? Because I'm not slutty enough? Because having the mother of your daughter in the same club makes hooking up with random skanks awkward for you? So sorry to kill your buzz, jerk-off, but I have just as much a right to be here as any—" Garrett's hand clapped over my mouth. "Fuck me, you're even more annoying when you're drunk." "I'm not annoying," I shouted, but since his hand was blocking the words, it came out more like, Not annoying." "If you'd tone down the crazy for 2 seconds and give me a chance to talk, I'd explain that wasn't what I meant. You don't belong here because you're better than all those bitches inside." When all I did was stare, mainly because what he just said rendered me speechless, He finally removed his hand from my mouth, but instead of dropping it back to his side, his fingers grazed along my jaw before his palm cupped the side of my neck. The unexpected touch caused my heart rate to spike, and the way his eyes darkened fried what few functioning brain cells I had left. "How drunk are you right now?" he asked, his voice gravelly as he took a step closer. What the hell was happening? I felt like I'd just entered the Twilight Zone. Everything felt backward. Down was up, left was right, and my hatred for Garrett Wilder suddenly took the back burner to my body's nagging desire for him. "Gwen," he called, pulling me back into reality. "Huh?" "I asked how drunk you are right now." Everything was wrong. The way he was looking at me shouldn't have caused goosebumps to break out across my skin. His touch shouldn't make the flesh on my neck burn. This was bad, bad, bad. I don't think... The door to the alley swung open, breaking through the foggy, disconcerting moment Garrett and I were having. I jumped away right before I heard Corinne's voice. "Thank God, there you are." I should have been thankful for the interruption, but for some insane reason, all I felt was loss.
"Sorry, sir,"
Ian said, trailing closely behind her.
"She's scarily good at giving the slip."
"Hey, there you are," I rambled in a high-pitched voice. Corey's suspicious, squinty-eyed gaze bounced between Garrett and me. "What's going on out here? What's happening? What did I interrupt?" "Whoa." The laugh that bubbled up my throat sounded like a demented hyena. I held my hands up in surrender. "Calm down, crazy. Nothing's happening. Just two people shooting the breeze." God, tequila and I did not mix well. "Really? Then why are you being weird?" More hyena laughter. "I'm not being weird. You're being weird." Garrett came to stand next to me and whispered, "Tone it down," before turning his attention back to Corey. "I just needed to talk to her about Liddy." The skepticism on her face finally began to clear. "All right. Well, are you done? 'Cause I'm ready to get out of here. Some drunk guy just asked how much I'd charge to let him lick my neck. I'm officially over this scene." "Yes," I shouted with a little too much enthusiasm. I was feeling a bunch of things that I had no business feeling. The safest thing I could do was get far, far away from Garrett before I did something I'd regret come morning. Again. "We should go. It's getting late." The niggling sense of disappointment that twisted my belly into knots as I allowed Corinne to lead me away grew heavier when I chanced to peek at Garrett over my shoulder. And the most disconcerting thing about the entire exchange was that I felt like I was running away from something big. Chapter 8. There was a dark period during my pregnancy where the weight of all my loss and the path my life had taken began to weigh on me. I fell into a slump and spent a while feeling sorry for myself. It was an ugly sight to behold, mainly the fault of pregnancy hormones, and it took a while for me to pull myself out of it. Finally, after the months-long pity party where I lamented the fact that returning to school to finish my degree wasn't in the cards, I sucked it up, pulled up my big girl panties, and decided to try on my own. I had so many stories bouncing around in my head, and it was time for me to sit down and actually put words on paper. I found writing to be rather cathartic. I bled everything I was feeling onto those pages, my pain and anger and sorrow. Everything I'd kept bottled up poured out, and I was finally able to let some of it go. With Liddy on a play date with another little girl from her daycare class, and me having a rare day off with nothing to do, I decided the best way to fill my time was to work on the book I'd slowly been writing for the past 3 years. Between motherhood, work, and the usual chaos that came with everyday life, I rarely had time to work on making it good enough to send out. So I had to take every opportunity when it presented itself. I was going to finish my story if it killed me, and hopefully get my words out for everyone to read one day. I turned on my favorite playlist, blasting the music through the apartment, and spilled all the pent-up, unwanted sexual frustration Garrett had made me feel into my manuscript. Shawn Mendes had just started singing about nothing holding him back when I lifted my eyes from my document to the tiny digital clock in the corner of the screen. 3 hours had passed in what felt like just minutes, explaining the sudden gnawing sensation of my stomach eating through to my backbone. I was starving. Setting the computer on the couch cushion, I headed for the kitchen to rummage around for something to eat, dancing and bouncing around to the upbeat song as I searched. I had the music up loud and was singing along, badly, as I opened and closed cabinet doors. I just dropped it like it was hot and was on my way back up when the music suddenly cut off and a deep voice proclaimed, "I pray my girl gets her musical tastes and talent from me, 'cause you listen to shit, babe." I screamed, dropping the bag of tortilla chips in my hand as I whipped around. "Oh my God!" I shouted at a smirking Garrett. "You scared the hell out of me!" Lifting his hands in surrender, he offered an insincere, "Sorry." Unable to process the fact that Garrett seemed to materialize out of thin air into the middle of my living room, I continued to snap. "And my musical tastes aren't shit. I'll have you know that's a very popular song right now." "Mm-hmm," he muttered, unconvinced, before taking a look around. "Liddy here?" I fiddled with the hem of my shirt uncomfortably. "She's at a play date. How did you even get in here?" "Front door was unlocked. Not smart in this neighborhood, babe." He crossed his arms over his chest, the long sleeves of his olive green Henley stretching tightly over his shoulders and biceps. That smirk stretched into a shit-eating grin as he leaned his hip against the rickety entertainment center that housed my smallish TV, iPhone dock, and several framed pictures of my little girl. Once my heart rate returned to normal and the start he'd given me wore off, I became acutely aware that Garrett Wilder, famous drummer for civil corruption, was standing in my tiny apartment for the first time ever. And that knowledge didn't exactly give me the warm and fuzzies. I was suddenly anxious about what my home looked like through his eyes. To say it was beneath the standards he was used to would have been the understatement of the century. I did the best I could to make the apartment feel like a home, but there was no denying my old second-hand furniture had seen better days, and the decor was best described as Target chic. The carpet was ratty and threadbare in high-traffic places, and the paint on the walls was in serious need of a touch-up. From the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen to the chipped Formica countertops. But at least it was spotless. I worked hard to keep our little place clean. I could only hope he didn't inspect too closely. I didn't want him to see the holes in the drywall from where Liddy had opened a door too quickly, sending the knob through the paper-thin plaster, or the water stains on the ceiling that the landlord hadn't gotten around to fixing from when the apartment upstairs flooded. Then, as if the anxiety over having him in my home wasn't enough, I remembered that I'd woken up that morning and thrown on my lounge-around clothes, meaning I was in a pair of short cotton shorts and buy me tacos and I'll love you forever tank top. My face was void of all makeup, and I'd thrown my hair in a ratty bun without bothering to brush it first. I probably looked like I belonged with a group of homeless people who lived a few blocks away. Just perfect. Garrett's eyes did a sweep of my body, and I silently thanked God I'd remembered to put a bra on that morning as my nipples began to harden under his heated perusal.
His gaze landed on the words on my shirt, and he said, "Good to know all it takes to win you over is tacos." I crossed my arms over my chest to block the letters and my nipples, then scowled at him, my earlier calm shot to hell by my traitorous body's reaction to his unexpected arrival. "What are you doing here?" Pushing off the entertainment center and moving in my direction, he stated, "I needed to talk to you. I've seen you more the past few days than I have in all the time we've known each other. But instead of me saying what I need to say, you throw attitude, I get pissed, and we end up fighting until you storm off." "I do not throw attitude," I exclaimed, effectively throwing attitude. Garrett chuckled, and I bit the inside of my cheek to keep any more venom from spewing out. "You don't, huh?" "Sorry," I replied guiltily. "It's a knee-jerk reaction when it comes to you. If you promise not to act like a selfish dick, I promise not to throw any more attitude." My breath caught in my throat as he stopped just inches away from me, the spicy manliness of his cologne overwhelming my senses. He hummed. "Not sure I could make that deal. See, I think you're fucking cute as hell when you get all riled up." My eyes narrowed as I looked up, up, up. "I feel that attitude bubbling up again," I warned, and to my bewilderment, he laughed, moving in even closer. "And it's fucking cute," he said in a hushed voice, reaching up to tug at a strand of my hair that had fallen loose. "What?" I swallowed thickly past the dryness in my throat. Taking a step back, I bumped into the counter and braced my hands behind me on the edge. "What are you doing?" I asked on a breathless whisper, hating how off-kilter I felt when he got close. "You know, you've always been gorgeous, sweetness." He rubbed his thumb along my cheekbone and trailed down to my jaw. "But I think I like you without makeup more. I can see how pink your cheeks get when I touch you." "Nope. No. No way. Nuh-uh. Not happening." I quickly sidestepped, prepared to flee the suffocating confines of my itty-bitty kitchen, but my toe snagged on the linoleum flooring that had warped and lifted. Another fix my landlord hadn't gotten around to yet, and I started going down, the ground coming at my face at a startling speed. If not for Garrett's quick action, I'd have face-planted on the ugly, jacked-up floor. "Jesus Christ, sweetness," he grunted as his arms clamped around my waist like steel bands, and he pulled me back against his strong, solid, rock-hard front. "Focus, Gwen." "Careful, yeah?" "Don't call me sweetness," I replied instantly, like it was second nature. I tried to pull from his arms, but they didn't budge. I continued to struggle, thinking I'd need the jaws of life to get out of his hold. "You can let me go now, I'm fine. I just tripped on the stupid linoleum. I keep meaning to fix it, but I always forget." His hair brushed against my shoulder as he looked down at the ugly, wonky strip of vinyl flooring that I battled with almost daily. His head lifted a second later, his chin coming to rest on my shoulder, and I knew he was finally giving my apartment the attention I didn't want when his arms grew even tighter. "Fuck me, baby. This place is a goddamn death trap." With a renewed sense of pride, I began struggling against his hold once more. "It is not. There are just a few things that need to be fixed. Nothing major." "Nothing major?" he asked, sarcasm turning his tone biting as he released me and began to move about. "Then what's this?" Uh-oh. He moved to the piece of cardboard I'd duct-taped to the ceiling and ripped it down. "You have a goddamn hole in your ceiling." I might have downplayed the water damage that had happened after the flood upstairs. "It's not a big deal, Garrett, really. There was a tiny flood upstairs, that's all. The landlord's going to fix it soon." He poked and prodded at the ceiling around the hole. "It's completely dry. When the hell did this happen?"
I began to shuffle from foot to foot and twisted my fingers together as I mumbled, "Summer. This past summer? Christ, Gwen, that was months ago." He wasn't wrong. I cleared my throat and averted my eyes. Actually, I mean the summer before last. He threw his hands up in exasperation. Then, to my horror, he started stomping through the rest of my apartment, undoubtedly looking for more damage to prove his point. Not that he'd have to look too hard. Management really dropped the ball sometimes. "For fuck's sake," I heard him grunt as he came back into the living room. "You gave Liddy the master?" he asked in an accusatory tone. "Not that it's much better than the rest, but your room's smaller than my fucking closet." I propped my hands on my hips and tried to beat down the humiliation. Not all of us can afford to live in a mansion 5 times too big for one person, I bit. Liddy has the master because it's big enough for all her toys, and this place has worked just fine for us for years. You have no business coming in here and insulting our home. You'd have more than enough money if you just cashed those fucking checks. Closing my eyes, I did my best to keep calm, pulling in several deep breaths before finally saying, "Once again, you're getting off topic. And once again, you're pissing me off." "Actually, this is good. The tour's over and me and the guys have agreed that we need a break from traveling and shit. I've been wanting to talk to you about seeing Liddy more, but now that I know my kid and her mom are living in a goddamn hovel, this'll work perfectly. You two will move in with me. I'll get to see Liddy more, and you won't have to live in this cesspool you call an apartment anymore." I couldn't even begin to comprehend what he just said. Not a single word of it. My jaw dropped, and I had to give my head a violent shake. "I'm sorry. Are you high?" "It's the perfect solution," he exclaimed with a pleased grin. "It's a win-win for everybody." "Like hell?" No, it's a recipe for bloodshed. Have you lost your mind?" I laughed a bit maniacally. "Garrett, we hate each other. How could you possibly think living together is a good idea? I'd end up murdering you in your sleep." "You're being dramatic." "I'm speaking the truth," I shot back. Garrett paused and examined me critically, causing my skin to tingle. "Thing is, sweetness, I don't think you hate me as much as you claim to." "Oh," I laughed, "but I do. I hate you exactly as much as I claim, and don't call me sweetness." "And I don't hate you at all," he continued like he hadn't heard me. "I don't make a habit of banging chicks I hate." "You bang any woman with a pulse," I scoffed, rolling my eyes to the ceiling. Before they had a chance to circle back around, Garrett moved, startling me with how quick he was. "That's where you're wrong, baby. I'm very selective. And I knew the minute you walked out on that balcony that I wanted you underneath me." "You're disgusting," I said in a hushed voice, even though his words and his closeness made my blood sizzle. "Just being honest," he replied. I took a step back to break the weird hold he had on me. "See? This is what I'm talking about. You saying that kind of shit is what makes me hate you. You're a chauvinistic asshole." He laughed, undeterred. "Chauvinistic asshole or not, you know I'm right. You and Liddy would be better off in my place, and that just kills you." "I know no such thing," I responded, defiance strong in my tone and body language. "And it's not happening." "Fuck, you're a pain in my ass," he grunted, running a hand through his glossy hair. "Look, if you're worried about us stepping on each other's toes, it's a non-issue. The place is huge, and I'm hardly ever there anyway. I'd feel a lot better knowing you and Liddy were safe. And face it, babe, this place is not safe." I wanted to argue, but I knew I couldn't. As much as I hated admitting it, the area of town we lived in wasn't exactly known for being a big tourist attraction. It was more like the place the tourists drove through with their doors locked and their windows up when they got lost on their way somewhere nicer.
"I know I've been a shitty excuse for a father," he continued, the frankness in his voice and expression tugging at my heartstrings.
Damn it, but I was weak.
"If you won't do it for yourself, then do it for our girl. I've missed so much of her life already, and I know that's my fault, but I want to do better. I miss her like fucking crazy, Gwen."
I looked away, unable to meet the sincerity in his eyes, as I let out a beleaguered sigh. "What about the parties?" I asked several seconds later. "I won't let Liddy—"
"Consider them done," he interrupted.
I felt myself wavering. I knew it was a mistake, but as he continued to plead his case, I felt that hard, protective shield around me begin to falter. I opened my mouth to say what, I hadn't a damn clue, but before any words could slide out, a knock on the front door interrupted. "Shit," I hissed, looking back and forth between the door and Garrett with wide eyes. "That's Liddy back from her playdate." I began to panic at the thought of someone finding out who my daughter's father really was, and the media shitstorm that would conjure up. "You need to hide, please. They can't see you. If they find out who you are, photographers will camp out in front of her daycare." Garrett's forehead wrinkled in consternation.
"Are you serious?"
"Please," I begged. "You don't get it. The parents at that daycare are worse gossips than high school kids." I began pushing his shoulders, trying to shove him out of sight. "Just hide in my bedroom. Just for a minute, I promise."
"This is fucking ridiculous."
"Please, Garrett." He spun on his heels and looked down at me with determination as another knock came at the door.
"Say you'll move in with me."
"What?" I whisper-yelled.
"Say it and I'll hide. That's the deal, Gwen."
Another knock, followed by Liddy shouting through the door, "Mommy, open up. I want to show you what I got."
"Move in with me or I'm staying right here."
"Fine," I whispered frantically. "Fine, yes, we'll move in with you. Just hide." With a triumphant grin, he headed down the short hall, his motorcycle boots clomping against the thin carpet with each step. Chapter 9. Letting out a relieved breath, I bolted for the door, turned the lock that Garrett must have engaged when he let himself in, and threw it open with a bright smile. "Hey, monkey, I missed you. Did you have fun?" "You took too long," Liddy whined as I scooped her up, giving her a tight squeeze and propping her on my hip. "Sorry, baby girl. I had my headphones on and didn't hear you." "Look what I got at the park," she shouted, her short attention span a blessing at times like this. She thrust her small fist out and opened her palm, exposing the dirty rock in her hand like it was a huge diamond. "It's for you, Mommy. It's shaped like a heart." "It's beautiful, baby." I placed a kiss on her cheek and shifted my attention from my little girl to the only other adult in our group. "Thanks so much for taking her today. How was she?" Steve, one of the only single fathers at the daycare, smiled kindly as he ruffled his daughter Michelle's hair. He was a great guy and a hands-on father. He and his wife split when Michelle was only one and he had sole custody. Unlike a lot of the other parents, I thoroughly enjoyed Steve's company. He had kind eyes, and the fact that he was attractive wasn't lost on me, but I didn't want to rock the boat. What I'd told Garrett was true. Navigating the social waters of daycare parents was like being thrown back into high school. I once brought cupcakes for a classroom party, and a few of the other moms nearly ripped my head off for not buying gluten-free, whatever the hell that was. Liddy began to struggle in my hold, so I put her down, and she and Michelle ran into the living room toward the basket of toys I kept there.
"They were great. Only one minor meltdown when we discovered that one of the swings was broken, but no worries. I taught them the art of taking turns."
Still shaken from the close call with Garrett, my smile wavered. "Well, I'm glad you were able to get it sorted without any bloodshed. Next time is my turn. I really appreciate you taking them today."
"Not a problem," Steve replied. "Honestly, Liddy's a great kid."
He leaned in close and dropped his voice so the girls wouldn't hear.
"She's one of the only kids that doesn't drive me crazy. I dread it every time Simone Clark tries to set something up."
Oh, God. I snorted in an effort to hold in my laughter. Her kid's the biter, right?
"Yep," Steve chuckled. "That kid scares the shit out of me."
The laugh I'd been working to hold in broke free. Steve's smile brightened, and his gaze grew somewhat curious as he said,
I was thinking that maybe next time we could take them together."
"Oh, yeah, sure, if they're too much of a handful for one person."
No, he interrupted. "It's nothing like that. Like I said, they were great. It's just—"
That enduring smile turned a little shy.
"I'd like to get a chance to know you a little better."
Oh, I responded, realization finally dawning. That's really sweet. I wasn't used to that kind of attention. I'd spent the past 3 years so wrapped up in Liddy that I somehow turned that part of myself off. Dating wasn't even on my radar. Sure, I needed to get laid, but that was totally different.
"If you're not interested—"
"No!" I exclaimed a little too loudly. "I am. I just didn't realize you were, you know."
"Interested?" he chuckled.
A small, embarrassed grin tilted my lips. "Exactly. Sorry, I'm a little rusty at this. I haven't dated in a long time."
"Well, just so we're clear, I'm interested, but I thought it would be safer to get to know each other on neutral ground before asking you on an official date."
I nodded, feeling my cheek start to burn a bit. "Well, that sounds really nice."
"Great. Then I'll call you and set something up."
I was flattered at having a man's interest and was so absorbed in my conversation with Steve that I'd totally forgotten about Garrett hiding in my bedroom until Liddy called out, "Mommy, my teddy's in your room. Can I get it?" Oh, shit. "Just a second, baby." I turned back to Steve, the flutter of butterflies in my stomach now extinguished by the need to get him and his daughter gone before they discovered Garrett. "I'll look forward to your call, and thanks again for taking them today."
"Of course. I'll talk to you soon."
"Yep. Have a good day." He called his daughter, and they headed toward the stairs. I breathed a relieved sigh as I closed the door behind them. Just as I threw the lock, I heard the creak of my bedroom door opening. "Hey, monkey, guess what?" I said to Liddy, who was playing with her Lego set on the living room floor. "What?" she asked, looking up with big, inquisitive eyes. "Someone's here to see you." I grinned at the sound of motorcycle boots moving toward us because I knew how thrilled my little girl would be to see her daddy. No matter the wrong choices in Liddy's eyes, Garrett walked on water. I might not have felt the same, but I still managed to get enjoyment out of seeing my daughter so happy. Her excited squeal blasted through the room, and a second later she jumped up from the floor like a shot, shouting, "Daddy!" at the top of her lungs. She launched her little body at the big man, and I watched as he caught her effortlessly. Something about the sight of the matching joy on both their faces and Garrett's easy nature with my daughter made my skin tingle and start to feel hot. It was uncomfortable, as if it had suddenly grown too tight.
"Hey, Munchkin, I've missed you like crazy. How you doing?"
"I miss you too," she cried. "I don't like when you's gone. It makes me sad." Oh, hell. She looked like she was about to cry, which made Garrett's jaw grow tense.
"Then it's good I'm sticking around for a long time, huh?"
he said in a soft, gentle voice I'd only ever heard him use with Liddy. "You are? Promise?"
"Swear," he stated firmly.
Liddy's arms shot up in the air and she screamed, "Yay!" at a glass-shattering decibel.
"And I've got even better news," he continued.
Oh no. No, 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 no. He wouldn't.
You and your mama are gonna move into my house, so we'll see each other a whole lot more.
She screeched with excitement again, while in my head I yelled every curse word I could think of. I went from warm and tingly to murderous in 2.5 seconds. Honey, why don't you go get all your new toys so you can show your daddy, I suggested, so I could have a second alone with Garrett in order to claw his eyes out. Liddy ran to her room to gather all the toys she'd gotten recently. As soon as she was out of hearing range, I smacked Garrett in the arm and hissed furiously. What the hell were you thinking telling her that?
Well, it's the truth, isn't it? And what the fuck's up with you sending my daughter off with another dude?
His face was a mask of anger as he spoke.
You said she had a fucking play date.
It was a play date. Steve's daughter is in Liddy's daycare class, and don't change the subject. You had no right to tell her that. Our argument continued in hushed voices as he stated,
I had every right. I'm her dad, and you agreed, Gwen, and you stop avoiding the issue here. Did that limp dick ask you on a date? Who is this fucker?
He's not a fucker. He's a perfectly nice guy, and it's none of your business if he asks me out or not. And I only agreed to move in with you under duress. Garrett's eyes narrowed in a glare as he eased in closer.
You're not actually going out with that guy, are you?
Damn it, Garrett, I cried out quietly. Stop changing the subject. This just proves my point. Us living under the same roof would be a disaster. He shrugged like it was all the same to him.
Too late to back out now. You made a deal and I made my little girl a promise. You gonna make me a liar because you're scared? I took you for tougher than that, sweetness.
Stop calling me sweetness. I bit through clenched teeth. And I'm not scared.
Then prove it.
His face and body echoed his challenge, and my stupid pride wouldn't allow me to be cowed. A low growl vibrated through my chest. God, you're such a prick. Garrett puffed his chest out and smiled widely, preening with the knowledge that he'd won this round. Liddy came running back into the room, her arms overloaded with stuffed animals and dolls that she dropped unceremoniously on the floor at our feet. Mommy, since we gonna live in Daddy's big house, can we get a puppy? Please, 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 please. She'd been on a puppy kick for a while now, but I'd been using the excuse of our place being too small to keep from having to be responsible for another living being. Liddy was too little to take care of a pet on her own, and I didn't have the time, inclination, or energy to do it myself. We'll see, I answered vaguely. I used to hate when my mother gave me those standard parent non-answers, but now that I was in her shoes, I totally got it. As expected, her tiny toddler mind couldn't hold attention on one subject for long, and she turned to Garrett and shouted, Daddy, come play with me. He lowered his big body onto the floor next to her and picked up one of Liddy's dolls. It looked so strange in his tattooed hands, but instead of appearing uncomfortable, Garrett stretched his legs out and got into it. No problem. I scooped my laptop off the couch and carried it into my bedroom, where I sat for the next hour, working on my manuscript, while Garrett and Liddy played in the living room. I needed time away from him to clear my head. I'd spent so many years avoiding any unnecessary interaction with Garrett, but these past few days he'd practically forced his way into private aspects of my life that I kept separate from our connection with our daughter. And the deeper he slithered in, the harder it became to dig him out from beneath my skin. I worked while they laughed and chattered away, losing myself in my words like I normally did, so I didn't notice Garrett in the doorway of my bedroom until he spoke.
What are you doing?
Shit! I placed my hand to my chest. How can a guy as big as you move so quietly? He leaned against the doorframe, his soft chuckle sending tremors from my belly straight between my legs. The bastard.
Just one of my many talents.
I rolled my eyes, choosing to ignore the innuendo, and closed my laptop. You two finished?
Yeah, we have a radio interview at 5, so I need to head to the station.
He moved into the room, taking in the minuscule space.
And you haven't answered my question.
He tipped his head toward my computer.
What were you working on?
Unease prickled at my consciousness. The only one I'd ever talked to about my writing was Corey. She was aware of what I was doing, but had no idea what my story was about. The idea of letting anyone read my work before it was perfected scared the ever-loving hell out of me. It's nothing, I lied. Just playing around online so you and Liddy could have some time to yourselves. He nodded and crossed his arms as that jade gaze moved back to mine.
I'll make some calls when I get home and set the movers up for tomorrow.
My back went stiff as I sat up straighter on my bed. What? Tomorrow? Garrett, I have to work. I thought maybe in a week or two.
You got a spare set of keys?
He cut in, ignoring my rising apprehension. Huh?
A spare set of keys, babe. I'll meet the movers here, have them pack your shit up, and get it over to my place while you're working.
But, I have a lease. I can't just...
The jerk cut me off again. I'll take care of it. You'll be set by the end of the day tomorrow.
I closed my eyes, lifted my fingers, and began rubbing at my temples, trying to stave off the tension headache building behind my eyes. Garrett, I sighed. Once again, I hadn't heard him move. My eyes shot open to the feel of his rough, calloused fingers beneath my chin. He tipped his head up and leaned in closely.
No more excuses, he said quietly. This'll be good. You'll see. You won't regret this, Gwen.
He'd never used that tone before. Not on me, at least. Soft and gentle, soothing with a hint of pleading laced in the words. I was so hypnotized by his voice that I found myself nodding in agreement before I knew what I was doing.
You good? He continued, still speaking softly.
Yeah, I whispered in return.
Keys?
Spare set is hanging on the hook by the front door.
Okay. See you tomorrow, baby.
His gorgeous face came closer until it was the only thing I could see, and before I could ask what he was up to, he placed a kiss on my cheek, his plump lips brushing against the corner of my mouth. I inhaled sharply in surprise, unable to speak as he stood tall and walked from my room, leaving me wondering one thing. What the fuck have I just agreed to? Chapter 10. I can't believe you're doing this. You've officially lost your mind, babe. I'm considering having you committed. I peeked through my rearview mirror to make sure Liddy was still asleep and couldn't hear Corinne's voice through the car's Bluetooth. After stopping at the apartment to check on progress, I'd found that Garrett had kept his word. The place looked like it had been empty for ages, and with all our stuff gone, I was able to see that it really was in bad shape. We'd swung by the management office to drop off the keys before heading to our new home, a.k.a. my new nightmare, and I'd been hit with another surprise when the landlord informed me that the remainder of what I owed on my lease had been paid. Thanks to Garrett, I owed nothing. I was scot-free to leave the only place Liddy and I had ever lived together. I came to a stop at a red light and let out a frustrated breath. You think I don't know that? Temporary insanity is the only logical explanation for why I agreed to this. But even you have to admit that complex isn't exactly the nicest. She went silent for several seconds, and I knew she knew I was right. True, she eventually relented. She misses him, Corinne, I said in a soft voice. The light changed and I pressed down on the accelerator. My relationship with him might be sketchy, but he means the world to Liddy, and he's had a shitty way of expressing it these past 3 years, but she means the world to him, too. So you actually believed him when he said he wanted to do better by her? I understood the skepticism in her tone because I was struggling with it as well. Maybe it makes me an idiot, but I really did, Cor. I've never seen him look so genuine before. It was unsettling. Her derisive snort reverberated through the line. I bet. We were almost at Garrett's when Liddy began to stir in the back seat. Look, we're almost there and she's starting to wake up. I'll give you a call later when we're settled in. All right, babe. I love you. Just be careful, okay? I will, I promise. Love you too. I hit the button on the steering wheel and disconnected the call as I turned onto Garrett Street. Mommy, is we there yet? Almost, baby. I gave her a shaky smile in the rearview mirror. The entrance to the driveway for the mansion came into view, sending a spike of nervous energy through my body. And it wasn't just the fact that I'd be sharing breathing space with a man who made me jittery and insane for the foreseeable future that made me nervous. Since Liddy was so young, Garrett hadn't had overnight visitation yet. And to keep reporters and photographers from getting suspicious, most visitation took place in hotels so the band's security team could better control the environment. The last time she'd been to Garrett's house, she'd just turned 2 and napped through a large portion of that visit, so she wouldn't remember much about it. A large part of me feared that Liddy would grow to love all the things that came with living with Garrett, things I'd never be able to afford to give her on my own. When we rounded a curve in the drive, coming to a stop in front of the huge house, Liddy sucked in a sharp inhale of excitement at the sight of it, sending a pang of jealousy straight through my heart. It was irrational, but I couldn't help it. Wow, she breathed, awe filling her little voice. It's like a princess castle. Is we gonna live here? Yeah, monkey, this is where we're going to live. Resentment gnawed at my gut. I wanted to give my little monkey everything she wanted, but out of both her parents, Garrett was the only one with the means to do that, and no matter how childish it seemed, I wanted to be her favorite. Knowing that living in this grand house could possibly sway that made me feel like absolute shit. I hated myself for feeling like it was a competition between Garrett and me for Liddy's affection. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize with myself, I couldn't let go of that immature adolescent mindset. It's so pretty, she shouted in glee while I threw the car in park. Ian? Ian! Mommy, look, it's Ian! I turned and saw Ian come out the front door and head toward my car. I see that monkey. I shut off the ignition, unbuckled, and climbed out. By the time I made it around to Liddy's door, Ian was already there, pulling it open. Hi, Ian. Hey there, precious. He grinned down at my daughter before scooping her out of her car seat and hefting her up, tossing her in the air until she squealed in delight. He finally settled her against his big barrel chest for a hug, then put her on her feet. I opened my mouth to greet him, but the words hung unspoken when the sound of the front door opening again caught my attention, and Garrett came sauntering out. I quickly snapped my mouth closed before I could make a fool of myself and drool at the sight of him. Liddy spotted him a second later and went running across the drive, throwing herself into his arms. He caught her effortlessly, those strong, tattooed arms flexing and rippling as he curled her into him. Hey, Munchkin, welcome home. Hi, Daddy. I want to see my room. It was just like Liddy to eschew proper decorum when it came to greetings. Your daddy only just moved us in, monkey. I doubt your room's done up yet. Tell you what, kiddo, Garrett started before she had a chance to pout. It's been a while since you've been here. How about Ian takes you on a tour while I talk to your mom? Crap. I needed Ian and Liddy as a buffer between Garrett and me, but I couldn't exactly say that out loud. Instead, I lifted my hand in a pathetic wave as Ian led my skipping, singing daughter into our new home. I shifted from foot to foot, unable to meet his eyes. I felt like a goddamned adolescent with her first crush whenever I was around him. "Come on," he said, reaching out and grabbing my hand. Bolts of electricity shot through me at just that simple touch. "I'll show you around." I barely had time to set the locks on my car as he all but dragged me into the house. "There's a space in the garage for you to park. I'll get you an opener for the door so you can park there when you get home from work tomorrow," he explained, shutting the front door behind us with a resounding click. Unaware, or maybe unconcerned, of the war swirling around inside of me, he kept talking like everything was copacetic. "Your furniture was kind of trashed, but I didn't want to throw it out without talking to you, so I got a storage locker for the stuff I didn't bring here." I planted my feet and tugged on the hand he was holding, bringing him to a stop. You didn't have to do that," I said. "I'll pay you back, I His fingers tightened around mine and he jerked hard enough to send my body flying into his before I had a chance to finish my sentence. He twined his free arm around my waist, holding me tight as he released his hold on my hand and placed his fingers beneath my chin, tipping my face up to his. "You won't pay for shit," he murmured, his green eyes so piercing they stole the breath from my lungs. "You've been taking care of Liddy on your own for 3 years. I'm stepping up to the plate. It's the least I can do for not being there all this time." God, he was killing me. That Teflon-coated shield I used to protect myself took another serious blow in the face of Garrett's sincerity. "You're kind of freaking me out," I whispered. My breathing escalated at the same time my heart began beating a frantic staccato against my ribs. "Why?" "I'm not used to you being nice to me," I answered honestly. "I don't know how to deal. Can't you just go back to being your normal, egotistical self? At least I know how to deal with that guy." His mouth tilted up in a grin that pulled my attention from his eyes to his lush, inviting lips. I stood in silence for what felt like an eternity, and I could have sworn he was just moments away from closing the distance and kissing me when a voice akin to nails on a chalkboard penetrated my senses and shattered the moment into a million pieces. "Well, isn't this a cozy sight?" Fucking Kimber. My head shot to the side, and I narrowed my eyes in a hateful glare. I'd have given anything to have the power to melt the skin off her bitchy face with just one look. I quickly pulled out of Garrett's hold and put some much-needed space between us. His expression went from soft to granite in a second. The interruption and my movement seemed to piss him off, and from the look on his face as he stared Kimber down, that anger was pointed directly at her. "What the fuck, Kimber?" Garrett growled. I turned back to him and saw him clenching his fists at his sides. "What are you doing here? I told you to stay the fuck away for a while." That statement surprised me, and my gaze pinged back and forth between them like I was watching a tennis match. "After that bullshit you and Chris pulled with Liddy's surgery, you're lucky I didn't can your ass, so don't push it." Her demeanor went from steely to saccharine sweet in one breath. "I know, that's why I'm here. I came to apologize to Gwen." The lying heifer turned to me. "I'm so sorry about that. I can't believe I forgot something so important." Oh, I could believe it. And there was no convincing me that it had been a simple excuse of forgetfulness. The bitch had done it on purpose. I gave her a withering smile and then disregarded her completely, looking back at Garrett. "I'm going to unpack our stuff. If you just hang on, I'll help." "No worries," I interrupted. "You obviously have." I waved my hand between him and Kimber. "Stuff to deal with. If you'll just tell me where our rooms are, I'll take care of it myself."
He looked like he wanted to keep arguing, but finally thought better of it. "Lady's on the second floor at the end of the hall on the right. You're right across from me," he answered, a knowing gleam in his eye as he continued. "I'm sure you remember where mine is, yeah? Especially with how many hours you spent in it." The fucker! I narrowed my eyes into angry slits. "I'm sure I can find my way," I sneered. Then I turned and stomped away, wanting to escape the both of them. I might have hated Kimber with every fiber of my being, but her timing couldn't have been more perfect. Her unwanted arrival saved me from making an epic mistake. I took the stairs 2 at a time, moving fast until I made it to the room Garrett indicated. Once there, I closed the door and fell against it, eyes closed. After I got control of myself, I worked on rebuilding the shield that was starting to feel more and more pointless the longer I spent in Garrett's presence. When I finally peeled my eyes open, I sucked in a surprised gasp at what I saw. I'd been expecting boxes stacked all around the floor and my double bed sitting on the cheap adjustable metal frame pushed against one of the walls. Instead, the room was full of furniture I'd never seen before. There was a huge dresser along the right wall closet to the door, and a matching chest with even more drawers between the 2 large windows directly across from me. A king-size bed with a massive, buttoned white leather headboard sat in the middle of the wall directly across from the dresser, with a nightstand on each side of it. Just inside the door to my left was a writing desk with a plush velvet chair in a deep shade of navy blue. The walls were painted a pale dove gray, creating a nice, homey contrast with the distressed white of all the furniture. The bed was covered in a fluffy white comforter with navy and gray paisley patterns all over it, and a ton of throw pillows in the same accent colors. It was the most beautiful room I'd ever seen, and if I'd had unlimited funds, I would have decorated it the exact same way. Several of the boxes had been opened, and my framed photos of Liddy sat interspersed on the surfaces of the furniture. I slowly moved across the hardwood floor, covered in attractive area rugs with gray, navy, and white designs, to the open closet in the far right corner of the room. My clothes were hanging in perfect order, my shoes paired up and stacked along the shelves above. It wasn't lost on me that my clothes and shoes didn't even take up a quarter of the massive walk-in space. I backed out of the closet, closing the door behind me, and moved on autopilot across the room to the ensuite, leaning through the doorway to inspect. Sure enough, my cosmetics and other toiletries were scattered around the large vanity counter. My shampoo and conditioner rested on a tiled ledge in a glass-fronted shower that was big enough to hold my old bed. I was so absorbed by what I was looking at that I hadn't heard the bedroom door open until Garrett's voice came from behind me. "Do you like it?" I straightened and looked over my shoulder at where he stood against the doorframe. "It's beautiful," I said. "But where's all my stuff?" "Like I said, it was kind of trashed, so I got you all new stuff." My mouth hung agape as he entered the room, walking toward the bed and taking a seat on the edge. I moved around it so I could see his face as I asked incredulously, "What do you mean, you got me new stuff?" Garrett rubbed his palms along his denim-clad thighs as if he was nervous to answer. "All you had was a shitty IKEA dresser that was barely holding together, and no one over the age of 20 should sleep in a double bed. So I bought you all new stuff. I did my best unpacking some of your stuff so it'd feel more like home, but I wasn't sure where to put everything. If there's anything you don't like, let me know and I'll get you something else. I tried to get stuff that seemed like you, but if I was off the mark, I can fix it. Just say the word." Oh, God. Oh, no. No, 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 no. You bought this for me? I questioned with a watery whisper, nearly choking on my emotions as my eyes began to burn. He must have seen the tears welling in my eyes, because his face fell as he asked, "Is it that bad?" Shit, I really tried.
You bought this for me, I repeated, that time as a statement, not a question. You tried to make it feel more like a home for me? Yep, I was still whispering. He stood, appearing antsy.
Well, I did the best I could. This is your home, after all.
I hung my head when a tear broke free and trickled down my cheek, not wanting him to see me cry.
Fuck, baby, he rasped.
His boots clomped against the floorboards as he made his way to me, his fingers once again under my chin, forcing my face to his.
What did I do wrong? Tell me and I'll fix it. I swear.
His thumb swept the wet from my skin.
Why are you crying?
Because you're being really nice to me, I cried dramatically, throwing my arms out wide. I told you I don't know how to handle it. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into a tight hug as his body vibrated with laughter. That was just another thing I was struggling with. The way he touched me or held me like it was his right whenever we were within feet of each other threw me completely out of balance. We might have shared a daughter, but we hardly knew each other at all. The familiarity he used with me was unnerving, to say the least. All of that, coupled with him suddenly calling me baby, freaked me the hell out.
Well, we'll just have to get you used to it, huh?
I wasn't so sure that was possible. Chapter 11. Mommy? Mommy! I got the princess room! The sound of Liddy's voice coming from down the hall was quickly followed by the fast-paced sound of her tiny feet as she ran toward my bedroom. I cleared my throat and took a step backward. Garrett's arms around me spasmed. For a second, I thought he wasn't going to let me go, and a spike of panic pierced my chest at the thought of Liddy seeing the two of us in a weird clinch. Fortunately, he released me at the last second, and I was able to move away just as Liddy ran through my doorway. I got the princess room! I got the princess room! I smiled and scooped her up, popping her weight on my hip. That's awesome, monkey! How about you show it to me? I headed down the hall with Liddy in my arms. Garrett and I needed a firm and clear line in the sand. We needed to establish some serious boundaries, but until then, I was going to keep Liddy between us so I didn't do anything reckless or stupid, like throw myself at him and beg him to let me trace every one of his tattoos with my tongue. We met Ian at Liddy's door and he gave me his standard lip twitch, then full-on grinned down at my baby girl before he headed off down the hall. She wriggled in my arms, demanding down, and raced ahead of Garrett and me into a room with pale pink walls. See? It's a princess room. Wow, I breathed. She really wasn't kidding. Like mine, her furniture was all white, but instead of a leather headboard, she had a white iron one with pretty scrolls and a sheer silky drape hanging from the ceiling above, coming down like a triangle that opened for her to climb in. It was every little girl's dream room, complete with a tiny lamp on her bedside table that threw shadows of castles and tiaras on the walls and a ton of other princess decor. I turned to Garrett, completely in awe of my surroundings, as Liddy ran around inspecting her new bedroom.
Did you pick all this stuff too? Yeah, he replied. And I gotta tell you, I felt my balls shriveling up into my stomach the whole time I was picking this shit out.
How in the world did you get these rooms painted in less than a day? He shoved one hand into his jeans pocket and raked the other through his hair.
Well, your room has always been that color, and I had this one painted when I got back from tour. I knew I wanted to see more of Liddy, so I started making a room for her in the hopes you'd let me start with overnight visits.
God, he really was serious about missing her like crazy. Those words hit my shield like a battering ram. Daddy, come play tea party with me, Liddy yelled, jumping up and down on her bed.
"Wish I could, Munchkin," Garrett answered, the tone of his voice belying his words. I'd have bet money that he'd rather have his teeth pulled without anesthesia than sit and have a tea party. Not that I could blame him. "But I've got some work to do, and you and your mom need to get settled." She didn't pout for too long, not with so many new, exciting things to play with. Garrett and I stepped out of the room when Liddy turned around and started looking through the boxes on the floor that had already been opened in search of toys. "I thought you said you and the guys were taking a break for a while," I muttered as we moved down the hall. "Yeah, we are. We agreed no more tours for the foreseeable future, and the record company isn't expecting anything new from us. But Declan came up with some new stuff he wants to start on. We're using my studio here." It was then that I realized how little I knew about Garrett and his band. "Does Declan write all your songs?" We stopped at my bedroom. Garrett turned to face me, tucking his hands in his pockets. "The majority of them, yeah. He comes up with the lyrics, and then we all get together to collaborate on the melody. The booth's soundproof if you're worried about noise." No, I'm not worried about that. I was just curious. I don't really know much about your process, I guess. A pleased smile curved his lips as he eased closer. "You were curious about me, sweetness?" I would have blushed if not for that last word. "Don't call me that," I grunted, taking a step backward. "Do you have to make everything sound so dirty?" I just figured I'd ask since I don't know anything about you or the band. He chuckled, removing his hands from his pockets and holding them up in surrender. "You ever have any questions, just ask." He gave me a salacious wink and started backing away. "You know where to find me." "God, you're such a pig," I muttered with a roll of my eyes. "Make yourself at home, Gwen. My place is your place. I want you to be comfortable, so do whatever you want. And if you get hungry, Rosita can make you guys something to eat." "Rosita?" I called to his back. "My cook, and Sylvie's the housekeeper if you have any questions about where things are," he answered over his shoulder, then disappeared down the stairs. "Of course you have a housekeeper and cook," I mumbled to myself as I turned and headed back into my room. I was living with a rich and famous rock star who worked on songs in his tricked-out home studio and employed staff to keep his meals and house in order. I huffed as I looked down at the boxes waiting to be unpacked, wondering if I'd ever come to grips with my new reality. There was a dull ache in my lower back that would no longer be ignored by the time I finished unpacking the last box in my room. After a delicious dinner made and served, despite my insistence that she not wait on us, by Rosita, a short, plump, cheerful Hispanic lady, I'd spent the better part of my evening getting Liddy's room finished before giving her a bath in my new and totally awesome clawfoot tub, reading her 2 books and putting her to bed. After that, I killed several hours getting my own room in order. I couldn't fit all the pictures I had around our apartment in my bedroom, so I stowed several of them away, making a mental note to ask Garrett if I could put them around the rest of the house. I flattened the last box and stood from my place on the bedroom floor, stretching out my sore muscles, and decided I'd drop them in the garage for recycling before going in search of painkillers. Hefting the boxes under my arm, I made the trek down the grand staircase, really taking in Garrett's house for the first time. In the past, the visits had either been short or there was a raging party distracting me from anything else. The place seemed so different without hundreds of people packed inside. As I moved through the house, I noticed that everything from the furniture to the curtains was high-end and expensive, but one thing in particular stood out as I moved through the rooms on the first floor. The place felt like it was staged, unlived in. There wasn't a hint of Garrett's personality anywhere to be seen. It was surprising, given how hard he tried to ingrain Liddy's and my personalities in our bedrooms. The house was nice, I couldn't deny that,
But if I had to guess, I'd say he paid someone to pick the furniture and few paintings that hung on the wall, then never made any effort to put his own stamp on it. I leaned the flattened boxes against a wall in the garage and closed the door behind me before heading into the kitchen in search of ibuprofen. I just downed the capsules with a glass of water when the door leading to the basement studio swung open and Killian, Declan, and Mace came walking through.
"What's up, baby mama?"
Mace asked, heading to the fridge and pulling out a beer. I gave a hesitant nod, feeling out of place, surrounded by these men who graced the covers of more magazines than I could count. I always felt awkward around the famous members of civil corruption. "Hey, you guys finished for the night?" Declan gave me a quizzical look as he twirled his keyring around his index finger.
"Yep."
The distrust in his eyes as he watched me was disconcerting, making the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end.
"Making yourself at home in this big, cushy house?"
There was an accusation in the way he asked that didn't sit right with me. "I guess," I dragged out, glancing over at Mace and Killian to see them looking anywhere but at me and Declan.
"Must be nice,"
he continued, smiling with total insincerity.
"You know, to go from where you were to all this. Garrett told us about your old place. Sounds like you're really moving up in the world."
"Ah," I nodded, finally catching what he was throwing at me. "Answer something for me, Deck. Are you being a raging prick right now because you're protective of your friend, or are you just an asshole all the time?"
"All the time," Killian answered, earning a laugh from Mace.
Declan paid no attention to anyone but me. With a shrug, he answered,
"Can you blame me for looking out for my boy's best interest?"
"Nope, and that's why I'll let it slide. This one time." His head jerked back in surprise, and the air in the kitchen went electric. But I wasn't done. These guys might have intimidated me, but I'd be damned if I let it show. "I get being protective of the ones you love, but next time you want to swing your dick around to prove you're a man, remember something. I haven't taken a dime from your boy or exploited him in any way. As a matter of fact, I've gone to great lengths to hide our connection. I'm not the one you need to protect your friend from. In my opinion, your little assistant is the only venomous bitch to step foot in this house that anyone needs protection from."
"Ah, the lovely Kimber,"
Mace chuckled before chugging the last of his beer.
"Swear to God, if that woman didn't have a mouth like a goddamn Hoover, there'd be no point in keeping her around," Killian chimed in.
I looked in his direction and curled my lip in disgust. "Gross," I sneered, then turned back to Declan. "We done with the interrogation? Because it's late and I'm tired."
"You know, you're not so bad, baby mama."
I rolled my eyes at the nickname these guys like to use for me and replied flatly, "So glad to have your approval. Now I can die happy."
"What's going on here?"
I let out a startled yelp and spun around to find Garrett watching us with a suspicious look on his face. "Nothing," I answered quickly.
"We were just saying goodnight to the lovely Gwen," Declan responded.
Garrett didn't look convinced.
"Well, now you've said it, so you can go. And get Mace the fuck out of here before he drinks all my beer."
Killian smacked Mace on his shoulder.
"Let's go. Mom and Dad need their rest." "But the night's still young,"
he practically whined as the three of them started for the back door. I rolled my eyes at Mace, seeing as it was already after midnight.
"We'll hit up a bar," Killian continued. "Get drunk and laid." "You're a genius," Mace declared. "The smartest of us all."
Declan threw a wave at us over his shoulder, and I shook my head as the door closed behind them. "Your friends are colorful," I said to Garrett.
"What'd Dex say to you?"
My forehead wrinkled in confusion at his abrupt, demanding tone. Nothing."
Really?
He came closer, lifting his hand to brush my hair behind my shoulder.
'Cause you looked tense when I came upstairs.
My brain fizzled and popped at his touch, short-circuiting for several seconds. I cleared my throat and took a step back, unable to think straight when he touched me. It was nothing, seriously. He was just looking out for you. His face hardened at my response.
That's not his fucking place, he said sharply.
Hey, it's all right, I murmured soothingly, placing a hand on his chest before I could think better of it. He was just being a good friend. I moved to pull away, but his hand shot up and his fingers curled around my wrist, holding my palm in place. His eyes darkened and his expression morphed into one I'd seen when I thought he was going to kiss me. My heart stuttered when he began to lean in. I put pressure on his chest, stopping him before his lips could touch mine, and whispered, "Garrett." But it was too late. The instant his lips hit mine, I was gone. My mouth opened and his tongue invaded, tangling with mine in a delicious dance that made me moan as I fisted his shirt. At my sound of desire, he growled and moved so fast I barely had time to process. 1 second my feet were on the ground, and the next my ass was planted on the kitchen counter. His hands hit my knees, pushing my legs apart to make room for his trim hips. He feasted on my mouth with such hunger that I had no choice but to follow his lead. It was heady and intoxicating. The best kiss I'd ever had, bar none. I never wanted it to end. I whimpered when his mouth disengaged from mine and began trailing, nibbling kisses along my neck. "Christ," he groaned, causing a full-body shiver. "You're so goddamn beautiful, sweetness." The impact of that last word was like being hit with a bucket of ice-cold water. I gave his chest a hard shove, gaining 2 feet of space, enough room for me to jump down and move away. "I've told you not to call me that," I snapped. Agitation snuffed out the blooming desire within me, and I raked my hands through my hair in frustration.
"For fuck's sake, Gwen, what's your deal, huh? 1 second you're burning hot for me and the next you go frigid. Shit, you're doing my head in. I can't keep up."
My spine stiffened at his accusation. "I do not burn hot for you," I denied, the lie rolling off my tongue.
"You think I'm stupid," he scoffed, "that I don't know when a woman wants me? Please, you damn near ripped my clothes off just now, sweetness."
"Stop calling me that," I shouted uncontrollably. "God," I breathed, placing my fingers against my kiss-bruised lips. "I hate it when you call me that," I finished on a whisper.
"Why?"
I squeezed my eyes closed, unable to look at him as I answered. "That's what you called me that night," I explained quietly. "It's a throwaway word for you, a name you use for women who don't mean anything. It's what you call the ones you send Kimber to kick out the morning after." I finally opened my eyes when he said nothing for several long, agonizing seconds. What I saw written on his face made me wince. I'd given too much away, given him a peek behind my shield. Damn it. I began pacing back and forth, that agitation growing. Arguing with him would have done nothing but lead to another fight I was too exhausted to deal with, so I decided on another route. "Look, I don't want to fight." The rest of my sentence stuck in my throat when he moved, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me flush against his chest.
"Then don't."
"Garrett, stop," I demanded, leaning away from his descending mouth. I could not allow him to kiss me again, or God knew what would happen next. "We need to talk."
"About what?"
"Us," I stated. "How we're going to make this work. Us living under the same roof and raising Liddy together." He dropped his arms with a heavy sigh and rested his ass against the counter behind him, crossing his arms over his chest as he stared down at me with a blank expression on his chiseled face. I took his silence as an invitation to continue. I want us to be friends.
Friends? He snorted derisively. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious, Garrett. We did the whole lust thing once already, and look how well that turned out, I said sarcastically. He scowled, his jaw ticking with irritation.
If I remember correctly, those 4 fucking hours turned out pretty goddamn great.
You know what I mean. I let out an exasperated sigh. This isn't just about us anymore. Liddy's involved now. If the past 3 years have proven anything, it's that we don't work. Not in that way. I think our best option is to try and be friends. Maybe if we give that a shot, we can actually start to respect one another. He pushed off the counter, coming at me menacingly.
You think I don't respect you?
I quirked up a brow. Do you even remember the morning after that night? Or the ensuing months where I had to jump through hoops to prove Liddy was actually yours? Or the years after that where... He held both his hands up to silence me.
Okay, fuck. I get it. I didn't handle shit well. We've established that already.
Exactly. That's why I think it's best we try to be friends. He examined me for what felt like an eternity before letting out a sharp bark of laughter and shaking his head.
Friends. Sure, whatever.
The pissed tone in those 3 words cut through me like a knife. I took a step closer, wanting to make things better, but not having the first clue how. Garrett, please, I began, but he was already on the move.
It's late, friend, he bit sarcastically. You should get to bed.
Then he was gone. Chapter 12. Things between Garrett and me hadn't grown any less tense in the 2 weeks Liddy and I had been living in his house, and that was still how I thought of it. His house. With how we left things after that kiss, I hadn't found the nerve to ask him about turning the sprawling mansion into a home. I didn't feel like it was my place. True to his word, he spent the majority of his days out of the house, and when he was home, he was with Liddy. He might have been absent with me, but he was keeping his promise to do better with Liddy, and my monkey was on cloud 9. Meanwhile, I felt more and more like an interloper with every passing day. The few times Garrett and I had crossed paths, he'd been cordial but chilly in his greeting. I tried to ignore it, burying myself in work, Liddy, and my writing, but I couldn't get rid of the niggling guilt that gnawed at my stomach. Garrett and I would never become friends if things remained the way they were. I needed to find a way to extend an olive branch. Unfortunately, I didn't know Garrett well enough to guess what might work. But I knew someone who did. I walked into the kitchen, heading straight for the coffee pot, already blessedly full. "Morning, Rosita." The small cook turned from her place at the stove with a bright, happy smile. "Ah, good morning, Miss Gwen. Breakfast?" I nodded as I took my first sip. Rosita cracked 2 eggs into the frying pan and began scrambling them up while I moved to the bar stool across the island and took a seat. I was pretty much a zombie before my morning caffeine kicked in. Halfway through my first cup, I was finally starting to feel somewhat normal when Liddy's loud laughter cut through my sleep-addled brain. 6 seconds later, Garrett came clumping into the kitchen with her on his shoulders. "Mommy!" she shouted with glee. "Look how tall I am." "Wow, monkey," I grinned sleepily. "You're a giant." I turned my grin on Garrett and got nothing more than an innocuous chin lift in return. My heart squeezed uncomfortably in my chest. That hurt. I didn't want it to, but it did. It was selfish and inconsiderate, but I wanted him to look at me the way he'd done that night before our kiss. I missed it. That look made me feel alive, wanted, special. All of which made me an asshole since I was the one to pull away. "Good morning," I said softly. I got another chin tilt in response. His Arctic face melted slightly when he disregarded me and glanced in Rosita's direction. "Smells fantastic in here, Rosie." He lifted Liddy off his shoulders and set her on her feet before moving toward the stove. "I'm starving. Feed me, woman." Liddy climbed up on the stool next to mine, and I leaned down to give her a kiss, watching from the corner of my eye as Rosita batted Garrett away with her spatula. She finished up at the stove and set a plate on the counter for each of us. Liddy's non-stop chatter filled what would have been an awkward silence as I stuffed the last of my eggs into my mouth and sucked back the dregs of my coffee. Once I was finished, I pushed off the stool and took our empty plates to the sink. I went to the coffee maker for a refill and propped my hip on the counter, facing my daughter. "Time to brush your teeth, monkey." "I don't wanna," she pouted. "Too bad. You brush your teeth and maybe we can go to the park today." That bribe seemed to cheer her up, and she asked, "Can Daddy come with us?" I looked at Garrett even though he wouldn't meet my eyes, waiting for a reaction from him. If Liddy wanted him to come, I wouldn't say no. Besides, maybe that would give me a chance to apologize. "What do you say?" I asked when he didn't respond. "Feel like heading to the park for a bit?" He barely looked at me, choosing instead to look at Liddy. "Sorry, Munchkin, but I got some work to do over at Uncle Mace's." That was another thing that set me off kilter these past couple of weeks. While I remained a visitor in our new home, Liddy was finding her place with not only her father, but the other members of civil corruption. Killian, Declan, and Mace were over all the time working in the studio. Liddy had taken to calling all three of them Uncle, and the guys seemed to love it. Even quiet, stoic Killian smiled when she referred to him as Uncle Kill. Ignoring the way my belly plummeted, I mustered up a smile for my daughter, who seemed as disappointed with his response as I was. "That's okay," I offered brightly. "Maybe next time." "Yeah, sure," Garrett deadpanned. Pretending the lack of sincerity in his voice didn't sting, I looked back at Liddy and repeated, "Teeth, then park, monkey. Chop, chop." With a look of sadness on her face, she hopped off her stool and with drooped shoulders headed for the stairs. Rosita had disappeared somewhere, leaving Garrett and me alone in the kitchen. When he moved to leave, I reacted without giving it a single thought. "Garrett," I said, grabbing his forearm to stop his retreat. His jade eyes went to my hand before lifting to meet mine. I should have planned for this scenario, but I didn't. I wasn't good at winging it, but that seemed to be my only option, so I went for it. I have no fucking clue what I want to say. Then I had a light bulb moment. "I'm making dinner," I announced with a little too much enthusiasm. "What?" "Dinner. I mean, what I'm saying is I'd like to make dinner tonight, for the three of us. That is, if you're not busy." I wrung my hands in front of me as nerves took over. He studied me skeptically before finally shrugging. "Yeah, sure. Dinner sounds good." "Great," I smiled brightly. "Then I'll see you tonight." Garrett nodded and left the kitchen, and I went in search of Rosita. My mom always said a home-cooked meal was the quickest way to a man's heart. I wasn't in the market for Garrett's heart, but hopefully this dinner would at least help breach the gap. And in order to do that, I needed to know Garrett's favorite meal. After spending the better part of the morning at the park with Liddy, the two of us hit up the grocery store on the way home for everything I might need for a home-cooked, olive branch extending family dinner. Rosita had been a godsend in offering up what Garrett liked or didn't like, and I'd finally decided to go with a dish my mother used to make when I was growing up. She used to tell me there was nothing better for the soul than comfort food,
So I picked the nicest, fattest sirloins I could find, spending a mint on the perfect cuts of meat. I went old school, country fried sirloins with mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and made-from-scratch cream gravy. Rosita informed me that Garrett had a serious sweet tooth, so I baked a Dutch apple pie for dessert. It was a delicious stick-to-your-ribs meal, and I hoped it went over well in patching things up between the two of us. Liddy spent an hour helping me in the kitchen before she got bored and started getting whiny. Sylvie, the housekeeper, saw how fast Liddy's mood was turning and quickly shuttled my girl off to keep her occupied and entertained. I put way more effort into making everything absolutely perfect than I normally would, even going so far as meticulously sprinkling the crumble on top of the pie so it was evenly layered. I was beaming with pride by the time everything was done and the gigantic table in the dining room was set. Everything smelled and looked amazing. I was sure Garrett would be impressed, and this would be the first step in thawing his chilly demeanor. 6 o'clock rolled around, and Garrett still hadn't shown. I realized that I hadn't given him the time for dinner, so I shot off a text letting him know it was ready. That pride I'd been feeling started to dwindle when another hour passed, and my message went unanswered. By 7:30, our stomachs were growling, and I had no choice but to feed my girl. I kept watching the clock on my phone, hoping he'd show as we ate, but he never did. 8 o'clock came and went as I bathed Liddy, read her a bedtime story, and tucked her in for the night. I sent another message at 8:30 and waited. And waited. Sadness morphed into anger when another hour passed. I made the mistake of looking into the dining room on the way to the kitchen for a glass of wine, and that anger swelled. If I was being honest, I was more pissed off at myself than at Garrett. I should have known better than to put myself out there, especially with him. I was a fucking idiot, and I took that indignation out on all the food still sitting on the table. Stacking the dishes and carrying them into the kitchen, I went for the trash can and started throwing everything away, scraping the plates clean. I clumped the nearly untouched pie right on top of everything else, then moved to the sink where I scrubbed furiously at the dishes until they damn near sparkled, forgoing the dishwasher in an attempt to work out some of my aggression. "Miss Wen?" I shrieked, dropping the plate as I spun around, causing it to shatter against the tiles into hundreds of shards all around my bare feet. "Shit! I'm sorry, Sylvie. You startled me. I didn't know you were still here. Don't move." She scurried to the small closet that held the cleaning supplies and retrieved the broom. "I didn't mean to scare you," she apologized as she swept up the broken plate. "I stayed late so I could clean up after dinner." "You didn't have to do that." I croaked past the lump forming in my throat. She gave me a pitying smile as she emptied the dustpan into the garbage. "You worked so hard on dinner, you shouldn't have had to clean it up as well." I let out a humorless chuckle and turned back to the sink, going for the pie platter. "Yeah, a total freaking waste of my time," I muttered to myself. "It's his loss." I turned at Sylvie's fierce declaration, surprised to see so much frustration on her normally kind face. She and Rosita were two of the sweetest motherly types I'd ever met in my life, so to see Sylvie's eyes flash with ire was downright shocking. She was like Mrs. freaking Claus, for Christ's sake. "Sorry? It's Mr. Wilder's loss." I offered up the best semblance of a smile I could manage, considering I wasn't feeling it. "Thanks. I should have saved you some." "That's not what I meant," she butted in. "I'm sure the meal was great, but I mean that if Mr. Wilder isn't able to see the blessing living under this very roof, it's his loss." "Sylvie," I whispered, tears burning my eyes and nose. "Known that boy for more years than I'd like to count.
Seen him make countless mistakes, one right after another, which hurt like you wouldn't imagine, because I know the good in him. Always been afraid he'd end up miserable and alone, but the minute you and that little angel moved in here was the first time I had hope. So if he can't see what's right in front of him, well, like I said, it's his loss. I tried my hardest to ignore the pang of longing her words caused smack dab in the center of my chest. I cleared the emotion from my throat and pushed my feelings for Garrett to the deepest, darkest recesses of my mind. "Thanks," I said quietly. "And thank you for staying. But it's already 10. You should get home. I'll take care of cleaning up." Sylvie nodded, her face awash with sympathy. She left shortly after that, and I went back to scouring the dishes. The front door opened 20 minutes later, and I walked out of the kitchen just in time to see Ian guiding a sloppy drunk Garrett into the foyer. "There she is," he shouted loudly as he pushed away from Ian and staggered toward me. His weight hit me, causing me to rock back on one foot to stay upright. I cringed at the smell rolling off him as he whispered, "So fucking pretty, Ian. Isn't she fucking pretty?" The stench of whiskey, weed, and cheap perfume was so strong it burned my nostrils. I fought against his hold while at the same time fighting my gag reflex at the offensive smell. Even as drunk and high as he was, stumbling so badly he could barely stand up straight, struggling against his grip on me was like struggling against a brick wall. I got nowhere. "Garrett, let go. You're wasted." He ignored my demand, but turned his head slowly back to Ian. "See, man, only woman on the planet who doesn't want me to touch her." There was a bitterness to his laughter as his glassy, bloodshot eyes came back to mine. "She makes me hard just walking into a goddamn room. Can't stand it when I touch her. Talk about a hit to a dude's pride." The crush of emotion that fell on me just then would have taken me to my knees if not for Garrett's arms. I was hurt that he'd stood Liddy and me up for dinner. I was pissed as hell that it was for a party, and that he'd come home smelling like booze and sluts. But at the same time, my skin sizzled knowing he wanted me in that way. I'm a mess. There's something seriously wrong with me. Ian came over and easily untangled us, which wasn't much of a surprise since the only guy bigger than Garrett was him. Ian topped him in height and muscle. "Let's get you up to bed, Mr. Wilder." Self-preservation dictated that I push the desire into a box in the back of my mind, lock it tight, and focus on my anger. I focused all my energy on that and working to repair my dented shield as Ian led Garrett up the stairs. I could have sworn I heard him ask Ian how to get out of the friend zone as they disappeared down the hall. As I went back to the kitchen to finish up and shut off all the lights, I promised myself that by the time I woke up the following morning, I wouldn't give a single fuck about Garrett Wilder and what, or who, he did. Chapter 13. I'd already dropped Liddy at daycare and was sitting at the island nursing a cup of coffee and reading a book on my Kindle when Garrett came shuffling into the kitchen. I chanced a quick peek through my lashes, hoping his imbibing from the night before showed on his face. No such luck. Whereas anyone else that hungover would look like death warmed up and run over a few times, that bastard still looked good. As a matter of fact, he looked better than normal, but that might have had something to do with the bare chest and loose sweatpants that hung seductively off his hips, or the way he had his long, shower-dampened hair pulled into a messy man bun at the back of his head, or the sexy stubble that lined his jaw and cheeks. He looked like a goddamned rock god with all those tattoos on perfect display, and I wanted to punch him in his too handsome face.
Fuck, he grunted as he moved toward the bar stool next to me and plopped down. Well, at least he sounded like he was in pain. That was something. My head feels like a goddamn axe is splitting it. Rosie, sweetheart, get me the Advil, would you? And a cup of coffee while you're at it. I watched with avid interest from the corner of my eye as Rosita kept her place at the stove with her back to us and said not one word. That was interesting. Usually she was all smiles and mother hen-style doting when it came to Garrett. "Rosita," he called again. "Did you hear me?" "You want it? You get it yourself," she replied, swinging her spatula around without turning to face us. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to burst into laughter. Looks like someone had a chat with Sylvie this morning. I kept my gaze trained on my Kindle as he stood and moved to the fridge, pulling out a bottle of water. He chugged half before using the rest to down 4 painkillers. Rosita began muttering quietly in rapid-fire Spanish as she continued cooking. I wasn't 100% certain what she was saying, but there were a few words, such as bastardo and pendejo, that I recognized, and judging from the way Garrett's eyes nearly bugged out of his head when he looked at her, he understood them too. "The fuck?" he mumbled under his breath as he went to toss the empty water bottle in the trash. I was too focused on not cracking up at Rosita telling her boss off that I didn't notice the way Garrett's entire body locked up when he lifted the lid on the trash can, or the way he froze in place as he stared down at the contents. That was until I heard him let out a violent curse. My head shot up at the same time Rosita set the spatula down and moved casually toward the garbage. "Whoops! Forgot to take the trash out this morning. I'll just do that now," she said, not sounding the least bit sorry as she shot a catty look in Garrett's direction. She whistled as she tied off the bag that contained everything I'd cooked the night before and carried it out of the kitchen. She'd wanted him to see exactly how badly he'd screwed up and make her displeasure at his actions known. I appreciated the solidarity, but I would have rather just forgotten about the disastrous evening altogether. The anger and pain was like a fresh cut that hadn't had time to scab over. "Gwen," Garrett started. I kept my head down, refusing to face him. "Gwen." "What, Garrett?" I asked, tapping the screen of my Kindle to turn the page, even though I hadn't read a single word on the one prior. His voice sounded closer when he asked, "Will you look at me, please?" With a frustrated huff to cover up the fact that I was hurting, I gave him my eyes. That was a mistake because the raw regret shining back at me damn near ripped me in two and splintered my resolve. "I'm sorry," he offered quietly. I did my best to fake bravado and shrugged, looking back at my Kindle as I replied, "Whatever, it's not a big deal." The words before me blurred quickly as the Kindle was slid from my eyeline. "It is a big deal," he stressed, placing his fingers at my cheek and forcing me to look at him. "I'm sorry. Last night was—" I hopped off the stool and circled the island to refill my coffee cup, putting some necessary distance between us. It's not my business what last night was. "Nothing happened." I lifted my head from my mug and met his gaze, looking for any signs of deception. There were none to be seen, but my heart wouldn't trust it while my brain reminded me that Garrett Wilder was a skilled liar and womanizer. Like I said, not my business. What you do with your free time has nothing to do with me. I couldn't care less. His face turned to granite, his expression like thunder. "That why you trashed everything instead of packing it away?" My defenses began to rise once again. I couldn't stand that this man was capable of triggering such an emotional reaction in me.
The red flags and warning signs were everywhere, screaming that he was dangerous to my well-being and sanity. But I just couldn't think rationally when it came to him. I wanted him. I hated him. It was like a war was raging inside of me, and I could do nothing but sit helplessly and wait to see which side came out victorious. "What do you want me to say, huh?" I shouted, slamming my coffee cup on the counter. Liquid spilled over the rim, leaving a puddle that dripped onto the floor. But I couldn't find it in me to care about the mess I was making. I wanted to make things right between us. That's what last night was about. We've been walking on eggshells around each other for weeks, and I'm tired of it. Dinner was my way of trying to apologize because I want to make this work. I don't want us to fight or act like the other one doesn't exist. I ran my hands through my hair as exasperation took hold, squeezing my chest. "I don't want to hate you anymore," I sighed tiredly. "But it doesn't matter now. It's done. Last night wasn't the first time you showed up high and drunk, reeking of booze and women. Sadly, I'm used to it." He moved faster than a man with a hangover had any business moving. I barely had the chance to reinforce my shield before he was cupping both my cheeks in his huge hands. "I swear, baby, nothing happened. People just started showing up. I didn't know Mace was gonna throw a party. I didn't fucking touch anyone. I smoked a little and drank too much, and a couple skanks rubbed up on me. But that's it, I swear." I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to so badly, especially when he looked at me and touched me with such sincerity. But a small, nagging voice in the back of my brain wouldn't shut up. "Garrett, Let me make it up to you," he interrupted, catching me off guard. "What?" "I want to make it up to you. You worked so hard and I fucked it all up because I was pissed off. I want to make it right." My phone pinged with a text from inside my purse sitting on the island. Moving away from him, I said, "I have to go," as I grabbed my bag and hooked it over my shoulder. "That's Corrine. She's picking me up to go shopping." His hand wrapped around my elbow, swinging me back around. "I'm serious, Gwen. I can make this better. I want to make this better." "I don't know." I hesitated, wavering. "Please," he asked earnestly, the rough pads of his fingers pressing deeper into my skin. I let out a breath and closed my eyes for just a moment before answering. "Let me think about it, okay?" He took a step back and let me go, but despite the motion, the expression on his face was like he just won the lottery. "Okay, think about it. I'll wait." I nodded stupidly and started out of the kitchen. I needed to get out of there before my resolve crumbled completely. "What a dick!" Corrine shouted, embarrassingly loud. I looked around the restaurant we'd stopped at for lunch before hitting up the mall. "Geez, woman, do you have an inside voice at all?" "Sorry," she whispered, leaning in so the rest of the diners couldn't overhear our conversation. "So you went out of your way making Mama Lydia's famous country fried steak and Dutch apple pie, and that prick just, what, forgot?" "I guess," I shrugged, sipping my water through the clear plastic straw. "I didn't ask for details, you know. Last thing I wanted to hear was that he hooked up with a random chick while I was sitting around like an idiot waiting for him. It was bad enough that he was so hammered Ian had to drive him home in the middle of the night." Corrine stabbed at her salad with a thoughtful look on her face. "I wondered where he went last night." I paused, my own fork hanging midair with the pasta I was just about to shove in my mouth. "What?" Her eyes went wide with shock. "Shit, did I say that out loud?" "Oh my God," I squealed. "You and Ian?" It was her turn to shush me. "When?" How? I asked in a quieter voice, mimicking her position and leaning forward with my elbows on the table. A blush bloomed across the apples of her cheeks, and her lips curved up into a smile so big she'd put the Joker to shame. It started after the band got home from their tour. You know, the night we went over? I nodded, eager to hear how it happened. Corrine was my best friend in the entire world, and I thought Ian was amazing. A love match between them would be awesome. When Mace all but kicked me out of the studio, the guys joined the party, but I wasn't feeling it. I was standing by myself, and he just came up and started talking to me. "And it's good?" I queried. A renewed sense of hope for my friend's love life overshadowed the drama going on in mine. It was a much-needed break. "It's great," she responded, giddy with excitement. "We've seen each other every night since." Her voice lowered conspiratorially. "And girl, let me just tell you, the sex is out of this world. He's not just a giant in stature. Whoa." I reached across the table and slapped my hand over her mouth. "I'm happy for you, honey, but I do not need to know that kind of stuff about Ian. I'll never be able to look at him without—" I waved my hands in front of me frantically. "Picturing it." She burst into a fit of laughter that lasted for several seconds before she was able to talk again. "Anyway, he was over at my place last night when he got a call and left. Only thing that annoys the shit out of me is the fact that he doesn't talk about work, like at all. He's suspiciously tight-lipped when it comes to what he does for that damn band." My stomach clenched and dropped to the floor. "He said there were women there, but that he didn't do anything. Do you think he was lying?" The happiness on her face quickly drained away, replaced by concern. "Ian wouldn't tell me even if he was, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way for us to find out." She pulled her phone from her bag and started tapping on the screen. "Let's Google this son of a bitch and find out." The war inside of me raged on, and a knot formed in my throat, making it impossible for me to tell her to stop. Seconds felt like forever as I held my breath and waited. Finally, Corrine's face fell for a moment before pure rage took over. "That motherfucker!" she hissed. I snatched the phone from her hand. TMZ had posted picture after picture of a woman straddling Garrett's lap, her tongue so far down his throat it was a wonder he hadn't choked on it. The bastard! I knew better than to let anything he did affect me, but common sense had flown right out the window. My chest physically ached. I inhaled shallowly and closed the browser, handing the phone back to Corey. "I'm so stupid," I said on a whisper. Her hand shot across the table and grabbed mine. "You're not," she replied vehemently. "You're not stupid for wanting to think the best of him." I blew out a short puff of air and tried my hardest to shake off the disappointment coating my skin. "You know what you need?" she asked, adopting an upbeat tone. "You need to date. It'll get you out of this funk and get your mind off baby daddy." I paused for a beat, allowing her suggestion to sink in. Maybe she was onto something. And Steve had been texting regularly, asking me out ever since Liddy's playdate. But with moving and everything else, I'd put him off, thinking it wasn't a good time. Well, things had just changed. I gave my friend a determined nod and pulled my phone out. I was going to go on a date, and I was going to have fun, damn it, even if it was the last thing I did. Chapter 14. Garrett was down in the studio when I got home later that afternoon after shopping and picking Liddy up from daycare. Instead of letting him in on my evening plans, I took the coward's way out, so sue me, and asked Sylvia to ask him if he'd be home for the evening or if I'd have to set up a sitter for Liddy. She kindly offered to babysit for me on the chance Garrett had plans similar to the ones he'd had the night before. I set my daughter up in the family room with a snack and the movie up, then headed upstairs to shower and get ready for my date. My hands shook with jittery nerves as I dusted blush along my cheekbones. I hadn't been on a date in so long it was ridiculous. I felt like a goddamned virgin all over again. Hell, it had been so long since I had sex, I probably was a virgin all over again. I'd hoped to feel a flutter of excitement as I blew my hair out and started on my makeup, but there was nothing but anxiety clawing at my insides. I'd just finished my mascara when a knock on my bedroom door pulled my attention from my reflection in the mirror.
"Gwen, open up."
Damn it, I whispered to myself, sticking the mascara wand back into the tube. I'd been hoping to avoid a conversation before I left, but it looked like my luck had run out. I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that I was doing something wrong, attempting to hurt Garrett for hurting me. My mother always said 2 wrongs didn't make a right, but there I was, being childish. I justified it by telling myself I was going out with Steve because that was what I wanted. But if that were truly the case, why did I feel so guilty? I looked myself over, brushing my damp palms down the little black dress I'd gotten at the mall with Corinne, and opened my bedroom door. Hey, what's up? I tried for calm casualness, but felt like I fell short of the mark. He crossed his arms, stretching the sleeves of his tee to the max.
"What's up is that Sylvie just asked me if I was going to be home or if she needed to stay to watch my daughter since you've got plans."
I walked back to my dresser and slid a pair of large silver hoops into my ears, then put the matching bangles on my wrist. Anything to keep from having to look at him. That's right. And the guilt just kept piling on.
"Where are you going?"
His voice was sharp and agitated. I'm meeting Steve for dinner, I replied, still refusing to look at him.
"You mean like a goddamn date? What the hell, Gwen?" he barked. "You said you'd think about—"
You're right, I cut in, finally spinning on my strappy silver heels to face him. I said I'd think about it. Then a million pictures of you swallowing a girl's face at that party last night hit the internet, and I made my decision. He came unglued from his place and stepped into my bedroom.
"What are you talking about? What pictures?"
I snatched my phone off the dresser and scrolled to the site before handing it over.
"Jesus fucking Christ," he spat as he flipped through the photos. "I don't even remember this shit."
Not making things better, I harumphed and took the phone back, shutting it down and stuffing it into the matching clutch I had bought earlier to go with my new dress. Clasping my bag in front of me, I pulled in a fortifying breath and held his gaze steadily. Look, you don't need to make anything up to me because there's nothing to make up. We aren't anything to each other, Garrett. We aren't in a relationship. Never have been, and we certainly aren't friends. Friends aren't constantly at each other's throats the way we are. What we have between us is seriously unhealthy.
"That's bullshit," he interrupted. "We don't even know each other well enough for you to say that."
That's exactly my point, I shouted, a sarcastic laugh bubbling from my throat. We have a kid together and we're practically strangers. I know nothing about you, and you certainly don't know a damn thing about me. He rushed me, moving so fast I had to take a startled step backward.
"That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get to know you, Gwen. Christ, why can't you see that?"
I closed my eyes and gave my head a shake. "Garrett," I said imploringly, focusing all my attention on him. "The only thing I need from you is to make an effort with Liddy. She's the only one who matters. I see you doing that, and I respect you for it, but that's all it is. If we can manage to get along and have a mutual respect for each other as her parents, then we'll be fine. Trying for anything more is asking for trouble." I started for the door when his voice rang out, stopping me in place.
"I never took you for a coward, Gwen."
I turned to look at him over my shoulder, smiling up at him pityingly. Like you said, you don't know me. This isn't me being a coward. This is me looking out for myself. I exited the room on that parting shot. I didn't have time to stick around and trade poisonous barbs. I had a date to get to. The restaurant I met Steve at was much fancier than I was used to, and I couldn't help but feel out of my element. It was the type of place that was so expensive, they didn't even list the prices on the menu. You had to wait to get the check before having an aneurysm at how much you just spent. I fiddled awkwardly with the edge of the white linen tablecloth, uncomfortable and out of sorts. It wasn't until I joined Steve at the table that I remembered I'd never been really good at dating in the first place.
"You look beautiful tonight," Steve said,
breaking the uncomfortable silence that had encompassed us for the past 10 minutes. Thanks. I smiled awkwardly, my skin tight with unease. I picked up my wine glass and took a huge gulp. You too. Wait, not beautiful. Men aren't beautiful. Well, I mean, I guess they can be. Gah! What I'm trying to say is you look nice as well. Heat crept up my cheeks as I stumbled over my words. To his credit, Steve smiled politely, only looking slightly weirded out by my strange behavior. After another hearty gulp of wine, I set the glass down and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm making a mess out of this. I haven't dated in a really long time, and I guess I'm just nervous.
"Hey, it's okay."
He reached across the table and laid a soothing hand on mine. I was disheartened not to feel a single flicker of the sizzle I felt every time Garrett touched me. Steve was a good-looking guy, and better yet, he wasn't bad for me. I should have felt something more for him. It wasn't fair to compare the two of them, but I just couldn't help it. Steve was like a younger Don Draper. Garrett was totally not.
"What do you say we just forget the awkward beginning? First dates are stressful enough anyway."
My shoulders sagged in relief, and my grin was much easier that time. I'd like that.
"So, tell me a bit about yourself. Have you lived in Seattle all your life?"
Oh no, I'm actually from Idaho. I told him about moving for college with my best friend, keeping the details vague, not mentioning anything about temporarily going back to Idaho or all the tragedies that had befallen me. Those memories were still so raw and painful, and I wasn't comfortable sharing all the dark, gritty details of my life with him. We chatted amicably until our entrees arrived. It was nice, but there was nothing substantive to it. It was just boringly civilized with no deeper layers beneath the banality. It wasn't until I was halfway through my poached salmon with hollandaise sauce that I noticed Steve's attention kept drifting to something over my shoulder. Is everything okay?
"Look," he hesitated. "I don't want to startle you, but there's a guy. I noticed him come in earlier, and he's been watching you for a while now."
What? My back shot straight and I spun around to look over my shoulder. You have got to be kidding me, I snarled.
"Do you know that guy?"
I pulled my napkin from my lap and slapped it down on the table. I do, I replied as I stood from my chair. Would you excuse me for just 1 second? I stomped toward the man sitting 4 tables away, ready to rip his freaking head off. What the hell, Ian? I whisper-yelled, leaning close so he could see how truly pissed off I was. You're spying on me now?
"I'm sorry."
He held his hands up in surrender, and at least had the good grace to look guilty.
"I really am, but Mr. Wilder was adamant I keep an eye on you tonight."
I straightened, slamming my hands on my hips, and gave Ian a vicious smile. Is that right? And you're what, texting him with updates every 10 minutes?
He didn't answer, but the way he winced told me I'd hit the nail on the head.
Well, now you can tell your boss you've been busted and get the hell out of here.
I turned and started back to my table when I had another thought.
Oh, and if you think I'm not going to tell Corrine about your little project tonight,
you're sorely mistaken. Oh, come on. It's not like I had a choice. It was almost laughable the way such a big man whined. I might have cracked a smile if I hadn't been so livid. You okay? Steve asked when I got back to him and plopped into my chair. I held one finger up and fished my phone from my purse. Me.
You know where your boy toy is right now?
Corey texted back almost immediately. Corrine.
All he said was he had to work. Why?
I engaged the camera on my phone and turned to snap a picture of a crestfallen Ian, then attached it to my message. Me.
Apparently his job is to play spy tonight.
Corrine.
WTF?
Confident that she was just as incensed as I was, I quickly stashed the phone and twisted in my chair to watch. Sure enough, Ian reached into his pocket a few seconds later and lifted his phone to his ear. Of course, I couldn't hear what was being said, but the way he pulled it away and flinched told me all I needed to know. My girl was going to rip him a new asshole. Served him right. Maybe next time he'd have second thoughts before date crashing just because his boss told him to. Steve's concerned voice called my attention back to the present. Gwen, what's going on? I lifted my glass and downed the last of my wine. I'm so sorry. I know this hasn't been the most conventional date. He dabbed at his mouth with his napkin before clearing his throat. I feel like I'm missing something pretty major here. Is that guy dangerous?
No.
I sighed in defeat. It was safe to say my date was officially over. He's just a pain in the ass. All of a sudden, he looked like he'd rather be anywhere but on our date. You sure? We can call the cops if you need. I'm sure, I butted in. He's not dangerous, just huge. He works security for Liddy's father. Wow. He sat back in his seat, seemingly flabbergasted. You've never mentioned your ex. A politician or something? Or something, I replied dryly, grabbing my clutch. And he's not my ex. We were never actually together. I stood ready to put this utterly humiliating failure of a date behind me. Look, Steve, you're a really nice guy, and any other time in my life I'd be thrilled to date you, but things are complicated for me at the moment. His expression grew bewildered. You're leaving? I am, I stated firmly. I'm so sorry to bail, but I have to go find Liddy's father and murder him. Thank you for the lovely evening, and again, I'm so sorry. My heels clicked angrily with each stomp as I stormed over to Ian's table. Let's go. Date's over, and you better text your boss to warn him to hide all the knives, 'cause I'm feeling really freaking stabby right now. Chapter 15. The front door slammed angrily behind me as I tossed my clutch on the entry table and stomped through the marble foyer in search of the man I wanted to maim. He came sauntering out of the living room, arms crossed and expression blank, like he didn't have a care in the world. "You sent Ian to spy on me?" I shouted, my voice bouncing off the expensive marble floors. "You're home early," he snarked, completely disregarding everything I just said. "Must have been a boring date, huh? Not surprised seeing as he wore fucking chinos. Gotta say, baby, chinos wearing limp dick doesn't seem like your type." "Gah!" I yelled at the top of my lungs, throwing my arms wide in frustration. "You're such a prick!" I jabbed my finger into his chest to punctuate my words as I said, "You have no idea what my type is, you stupid jerk." His long fingers wrapped around my wrist,
holding my palm against his chest, and suddenly I was moving backward, stumbling on my heels until my back collided with the wall.
"I know exactly what your fucking type is," he growled through clenched teeth. His face was so close I could see his jaw ticking furiously. "I know because you burn so fucking hot for me I can feel the sting on my skin when I touch you." As if to emphasize his point, he stepped in, his body flush with mine, and ground his erection into my belly. My mouth dropped open on a gasp. Words failed me as every ounce of blood in my body began to boil. "See?" He grinned wickedly, bending his knees so I could feel him between my thighs and circling his hips. "I bet if I slid my hand into your panties, you'd be soaked for me. I know your type because it's me, baby. Only me. No one else can make you feel like I do."
Garrett. I wasn't sure if I said his name as a plea to stop or keep going. I was lost to everything but his touch. It was like weeks and weeks of tension had suddenly led up to this one combustible moment. There was no stopping it. Even if I'd wanted to, I would have been powerless against it.
"You're never seeing that fucker again, you hear me?"
I gritted my teeth together and fought against his pull. "You can't tell me what to do," I panted.
"That so?"
His chuckle was damn near sinister right before his mouth slammed down on mine in a bruising, punishing kiss I couldn't get enough of. My brain had officially gone into hibernation, leaving my body in complete control. Garrett's tongue forced its way past my lips, and I eagerly opened so it could twirl with mine viciously. I melted deeper into the wall as the kiss consumed me. He wrenched his mouth from mine, leaving me whimpering and gasping for air.
"Tell me you don't want me," he demanded. "Tell me and I'll stop."
I fisted my hands in the soft cotton of his t-shirt to pull him back, but he was too strong.
"Tell me you don't want me to make you come over and over again, and I'll walk away."
He thrust his denim-clad cock against me, stroking over my clit in the most intoxicating way. "Please," I whispered breathlessly, clawing and pulling at him. I needed closer.
"What do you want, Gwen? You want me to stop?"
Oh, God. I wanted to burst into tears at just the thought. If he stopped, I might very well die.
"Say it," he commanded harshly. "Tell me what you want."
There was such a deep-seated longing that the words physically ached as they were pulled from my chest. "I want to come." His chest rumbled against mine with a sound so animalistic it made my breast swell. Tingles shot from my nipples to my clit, causing a rush of arousal between my thighs. Garrett's eyes were so dark with lust that the grassy green was almost swallowed by black.
"Who do you want to make you come?"
My brain finally re-engaged, shouting, "Mistake, mistake, mistake!" My body gave her a throat punch to shut her up. "You," I answered on an exhale. That one simple word was all it took for Garrett's thin control to snap. His lips crashed against mine once again as he grabbed hold of the hem of my skirt, yanking it up to my waist before cupping my ass and lifting me. My legs wrapped around his hips, my nails digging into his broad shoulders as he carried me up the stairs. It was a wonder we didn't fall, but I was too far gone to consider safety. I fed from his mouth like a woman starving as he ascended the steps and started down the hallway. I vaguely recalled hearing the bedroom door click shut just seconds before my body flew through the air and I landed with a thud on Garrett's plush mattress. Before I could get my bearings, he grabbed hold of my ankle and jerked me to the edge of the bed. Propping up on my elbows, I watched with wide eyes as he dropped to his knees on the floor in front of me. What are you doing?" The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the room, and I gasped as the cool air of the bedroom hit my oversensitized skin.
I'm gonna eat your pussy until you lose control and come all over my face. I'm gonna own every fucking inch of you until you have no choice but to admit you're mine.
I tried to sit up, but his hand on my belly kept me firmly in place.
Don't move, he grunted.
But I'd never had a man go down on me before. Even during our one night together, that wasn't something Garrett had done. I wasn't sure if I'd even like it. But before I could voice my concerns, he buried his face between my legs and began to feast like it was his last meal. "Shit," I exclaimed as his tongue darted out and took a swipe along my slit. My hips bucked as sparks of electricity shot through me. Oh, God.
Fucking knew it.
His words vibrated against my folds, making my entire body tremble.
Knew you'd be drenched for me.
He licked and sucked and nipped, driving me out of my mind and causing something low in my belly to tighten. His devilish tongue circled my nub as his fingers joined in on the action, two of them thrusting into me, twisting until he hit a spot that made my back bow off the bed. "Fuck, Garrett," I shouted as my belly grew tighter and tighter. "I'm gonna come." The hand on my stomach shot up, tugging at my dress until my breasts popped free of their confines.
"Give it to me."
He toyed with my nipples as he ate me, the dual sensations too much for me to control. That tightness snapped and I came with a sharp cry as waves of pleasure crashed over me. He didn't stop, didn't let up until I was reduced to nothing more than a quivering mess. I finally came down from the most extreme high I'd ever experienced and blinked my eyes open, my vision hazy as I watched Garrett strip down. The sight of his cock standing at attention stole the air from my lungs.
"You want this?"
He grinned devilishly as he put a knee to the bed. Leaning in, he looped an arm under me and hefted me up until my head hit the fluffy pillows. Sitting back on his knees, he divested me of the rest of my clothes, leaving me bare and vulnerable to him. My eyes didn't know where to look. His body was almost too much to take in, too perfect, too beautiful.
"You didn't answer my question, baby."
His voice pulled me from my reverie just as he reached down and fisted his dick, pumping up and down. My mouth went dry at the erotic sight.
"You want my cock, Gwen? You want me to fuck you until you come again?"
I swallowed audibly. I couldn't remember ever wanting anything more, but there was something I wanted to do first. No. His head jerked back like he'd just taken a hit. No. "Not yet," I told him as I climbed to my knees and bent at the waist. "It's my turn to taste you." Garrett's chest rose and fell frantically as I wrapped my fingers around the base of him. I brought it to my mouth and swirled my tongue around the crown, flicking at the tiny slit before opening my mouth and taking in as much of him as I could. He was too long, too thick for me to take him all the way, but I worked my hand around the base at the same time I sucked him to the back of my throat. Garrett barked out a curse as I began to bob up and down, my lips meeting my hand with each stroke. I'd never been a fan of blowjobs, but looking up and seeing the way he was watching me, the cords in his neck straining as I continued to suck and lick, was enough to make me feel invincible. I worked him over, taking care to make it as good as possible. I wanted to drive him as crazy as he drove me. And it seemed to work, because one second I was on my knees with his cock in my mouth, and the next I was on my back, staring up at a rabid-looking Garrett Wilder. He twisted, pulling the drawer of his bedside table open and retrieving a condom. I looked on in awe as he tore it with his teeth and slid it down his rigid length.
"Who does this belong to?"
he asked, bracing on one forearm while the fingers of his other hand slipped into me. "You," I moaned. arching my neck. "That's right," he said softly as he finger-fucked me. "This pussy's mine. This body is mine. Everything about you belongs to me." "Don't stop," I panted and writhed beneath him, desperately chasing another release. "You'll come with my cock inside you." He pulled his fingers out and brought the tip to my entrance, then slid in slowly, inch by devastating inch, until he bottomed out, stretching me until he fit perfectly. "How's that feel, baby?" "Full," I whimpered. "So full." Garrett's hips tipped back, and he slid out just as slowly before thrusting back in. "That's right. No one can fill you up like I can, baby." His pace picked up. His hips began to piston in and out, and I planted my feet in the mattress, lifting my own to meet each of his strokes. "You think that asshole tonight could make you feel like this?" "Oh, my God!" I cried out, raking my nails down his back. "Stop talking." I didn't want to think about Steve. I didn't want to think about the repercussions that would ultimately come in the morning. I didn't want to think about anything. I knew I was making a mistake in that moment, but I just didn't have it in me to care. I wanted this, needed this. It had been too long since I'd gotten off with something other than my hand. Garrett chuckled as he continued to move, his dick stroking against my G-spot. "Tell me how you want it." "Harder," I answered, grabbing his toned ass in the hopes it would spur him on. "Faster." "You mean like this?" Garrett pulled almost all the way out before plunging in with a flick of his hips. I threw my head back, screwing my eyes shut. "Yes." "Say it, baby. Say you want me to fuck you, that you want me to make you come again." I opened my eyes and gazed up at him. His own were glassy, the lust shining through, mirroring my own. "Fuck me, Garrett. Fuck me hard and make me come. Please." That was all it took. His hips slammed against mine with every thrust. It was so wonderfully punishing, so powerful, that my body began to slide up the bed. I lifted my hands and braced them against the headboard, giving myself more leverage to drive down on him as he slammed into me again and again. "Jesus fucking Christ," he grunted with exertion. "Your pussy's so fucking perfect, baby. Fits me like a goddamn glove." That tightening returned in my belly, only this time it was so much more intense I actually feared my impending release. "Too much, Garrett. Oh, God, it's too much." But I couldn't stop moving against him. "It's not," he insisted. "Let go, Gwen. I want to hear you scream my name." "Shit, I'm coming. Garrett!" It crashed into me with the force of a hurricane, threatening to swallow me up. I came for what felt like an eternity. The blood rushed through my ears so loudly that I barely heard Garrett's grunts before he finally threw his head back and shouted as he poured everything he had into the condom. It felt like hours before I finally came back to Earth, but once I did, Garrett's weight and the strength of my orgasm rendered me immobile. Exhaustion tugged at my consciousness, and I gladly succumbed to it. I was so lost in a sleepy haze that I nearly missed it when Garrett nuzzled his face in the crook of my neck, placing a delicate kiss on my skin, and I barely heard him whisper, "Best I've ever had, baby. No one on the planet as good as you." Chapter 16. The feeling of being trapped under an electric blanket pulled me from slumber. I blinked the sleep from my eyes, taking in the dark room I knew wasn't my own. It took several seconds for me to remember what happened the night before, and to discover the source of the near-uncomfortable heat radiating through my body. I was in Garrett's room, in his bed, with his massive body coiled around mine like an anaconda. The moon was still shining brightly through the curtains on his balcony doors, so I knew I'd only been asleep for a few hours. "Shit," I whispered quietly, reaching up to rub at my forehead as visions of what I'd done played through my brain on fast forward. Once I finished silently berating myself for my stupidity, I carefully lifted Garrett's arm from my waist and slid from beneath the covers, praying I didn't wake him. I breathed a sigh of relief when my feet hit the floor and the cool AC brushed across my hot skin. The damn man put off heat like a furnace when he slept. It was stifling. At least I knew where Liddy got it from. She'd burned so hot at night, even as a baby, that I was constantly taking her temperature to make sure she wasn't sick. Looking for my dress in the dark would have been pointless, so I felt around for any fabric I could find, luckily stumbling on Garrett's tee first. After sliding it on, I padded to the bathroom and turned on the light once the door was closed behind me. The woman staring back at me in the mirror looked thoroughly fucked. If waking up to Garrett tangled around me wasn't proof enough that I hadn't dreamed the hours prior, the signs on my body would have definitely done it. With messy tangled hair, flushed skin, and beard burn on my chin and neck, I looked like a sexed-up mess. And I was sure I had more evidence to that fact on other areas of my body. There was still a dull, pleasant throb between my thighs from all of Garrett's efforts. After splashing my face with cold water and finger-combing my hair to the best of my ability, I silently crept out of his bathroom and bedroom, making my way on quiet feet down the stairs to the kitchen. I needed alcohol to deal with the after-effects of the night. Grabbing a glass from the cabinet, I pulled a red blend I favored from the wine holder on the island. It took half a glass before I was able to breathe normally, and another quarter for the self-deprecating voice in my head to screw the hell off. I set the glass on the island and rested my hands on either side of it as I closed my eyes and hung my head. I needed to convince myself that what had happened was wrong, that it should never happen again, but just the thought of never experiencing that kind of passion made me sad. I was in the middle of contemplating a refill when a pair of arms circled my waist from behind and pulled me into a hard, warm chest. Shit! I damn near jumped out of my skin. You scared me. Sorry. Garrett chuckled into my hair, rubbing his nose along my neck. Well, that was definitely a change from our last post-coital. Woke up alone and didn't like it. What are you doing down here? It's 4 a.m. Couldn't sleep, I replied, holding my body stiff. I didn't know what I wanted to do more, run away or burrow closer. Your body throws some serious heat at night. It's like sleeping in a sauna. His grip grew tighter as he pressed a kiss to my shoulder. Then we'll have to remember to crank the AC down at night. Wow. Unexpected and really freaking nice, but so dangerous. Garrett, I sighed, turning in his arms since he refused to let go. I don't think that should happen again. It wasn't smart. He gave me another kiss, this one on my lips. Gonna have to disagree, baby. Pretty sure that was the smartest fucking thing I ever did. I groaned and bent my neck until my forehead rested against his bare chest. With the perfect sightline, I was able to see he was wearing nothing but a pair of dark blue boxer briefs. God, the man's body was off the charts. Unable to help myself, I lifted my hands and placed them on his tatted biceps, trailing my fingers along the intricate lines past his elbows, all the way to his wrists. I had no more fight in me. It had all drained out, or been fucked out. It doesn't change anything. We've had sex twice, and we still don't know each other. Garrett's hands tangled in the hair on both sides of my head. He used his hold to tilt my face up. Then tell me, he insisted. Tell me all about you. Where you grew up, what your childhood was like. Christ, tell me when you lost your fucking virginity. I want to know it all. I wrapped my fingers around his wrists and pulled his hands away. And in return, I asked quietly. He took a surprised step back. What? I took the opportunity to separate us further, grabbing my glass and the wine bottle and moving to the kitchen table, taking a seat. The moon shone through the windows and French doors, providing enough illumination to see everything clearly. If I tell you about me, are you going to return the favor? I don't want to get into all of this if it's just a ploy for you to get me into your bed again. For Christ's sake, he grumbled, raking his hands through his tousled hair. What do I have to do to prove to you that I'm not a total fucking asshole? He asked, as he stomped to the table and took the chair next to mine. I don't know, I deadpanned. Maybe not send your bodyguard to spy on my dates? He slapped his palm down on the wood surface of the table so hard the sound ricocheted through the kitchen, making me jump. God damn it, you had no business going on that fucking date in the first place. Why? I snapped, leaning forward. Because you're mine, he boomed, his answer shocking the ever-loving hell out of me. Jesus, he muttered, flopping back in the chair in frustration. You drive me fucking crazy, Gwen. I spent all day bouncing between wanting to fuck you and wanting to throttle you. I've never had anyone burrow so far under my skin. You do my goddamn head in, but I can't stop thinking about you. I didn't touch that bitch last night. If you had really looked at those pictures, you'd have seen I was passed the fuck out. I wasn't even touching her. I don't want anyone else. I just want you. What do I have to do, huh? Just tell me and I'll do it. It took me a while to pick my jaw up from the floor so I could answer. Never in a million years would I have expected such raw honesty from him. Hell, I didn't think he was even capable of it. Sure, not everything he said was flattering, but it wasn't like he didn't make me feel the exact same way. I got it. I understood where he was coming from, and for the first time since that terrible night, I wanted to give him a peek behind my shield. I sat back and took a small sip of wine, trying to get my thoughts together enough to share. I grew up on a farm in Idaho, I admitted. The harshness in his expression slowly melted away as I continued talking, and I knew I had his avid attention. We didn't really grow up with a lot of money, you know. Farming can be tough. You're at the whim of Mother Nature, so if there's a drought or a flood, profits are affected. But my parents gave me everything they could afford. I might not have had the most popular or most expensive stuff, but they worked their asses off to give me the things I wanted. Your folks sound pretty great. They were, I whispered, a ball of emotion forming in my throat. It had been so long since I spoke openly about my parents. It was like ripping a scab off a wound. There are still times now when I feel guilty for how badly I wanted to get out of that town when I was younger. Corrine and I were so eager to move away and start somewhere bigger. I never took what I'd be leaving behind into consideration. When I graduated, I packed up and moved to Seattle without ever wanting to look back. I figured visiting on holidays and summer breaks would be enough. I let out a pained laugh when I thought back on that young, selfish girl. I know I told you about my folks dying, but what I didn't tell you was that my father died before I ever finished college. I moved back to help my mom with the farm, but then she got sick. Cancer. It ate away at her until she finally just let go. When I met you, I'd only just moved back in with Corrine. I had no choice. Mom had died only a few months before, and shortly after, the bank seized the farm. We barely had enough to cover bills, and with Mom's medical expenses, it all got to be too much. I couldn't stay afloat. I had nothing. Shit, baby. I'm so sorry. Garrett leaned over and lifted me from the chair, pulling me into his lap so I was straddling his thighs. I hadn't realized I was crying until he reached up and brushed a tear away with his thumb. I lost everything and everyone I ever loved, Garrett. I was at rock bottom. When I came back, I wasn't sure I'd ever fill that hole I had inside of me. But then I met you, and you were so alive. I don't know if you remember anything from that night. You had a lot to drink. Fuck, he hissed, his face ravaged with guilt. Hey, it's okay. It's not like I didn't know. Still, that's not a fucking excuse. I'm so goddamn sorry. Don't be. We're trying to move past that, right? I just want you to have enough insight to understand. He gave a short, jerky nod, but didn't look any less remorseful. Dinner was my attempt at building a family for myself, as unconventional as we are. I haven't had a real family in so long that I got a little carried away, trying to mold us into something. That's why it hurt so much when I sat at that table all night waiting for you to show. He opened his mouth to speak, but I needed to finish. I had to get this out. This conversation was one I hadn't realized I needed. It was as if I was exercising my demons. I'll get over it. I'll make you work to make it up to me, but I'll forgive you because I have to. Holding on to so much anger just isn't healthy. What I need you to get is this. You didn't fill that hole, but you went a long way in making me feel better. I might not have a lot of happy memories from that night or the following morning, but you did give me something precious. You gave me Liddy. And having her has worked wonders in filling that hole, Garrett. I had someone to love again who loved me back. No matter how much I wanted to hate you, I couldn't. Not completely. You gave me her. I don't have a single regret because she was the outcome. His eyes shone in the dim moonlight as he looked at me, running his fingers through my hair. You're killing me, baby. You know that? Fucking gutted you had to go through all of that. I hate myself for causing more pain. So what about you? I asked, intentionally changing the subject. What about me? Give and take, right? I asked with a smile, giving him a playful pinch. I tell, you tell. He laughed, his hands moving to circle my waist. What do you want to know? I paused to give that some thought, then asked the question I'd spent nearly 4 years trying to avoid the answer to. How'd civil corruption get started? He gave me a wonky, lopsided grin that was no less hot than the panty-dropping, dimpled one he wore on magazine covers. What? We have a kid together, but you never bothered to Google me? It takes a lot of effort to hate someone, I teased. I couldn't very well keep up that while cyber-stalking you now, could I? He rested his palms at the base of my spine, so close to my bare butt I got chills. Fair enough. Well, it's nothing interesting. Had a shit home life, a dad who did nothing but yell, and a mom who checked out. I didn't like being there, so I spent most of my time with Kill, Deck, and another friend of ours, a guy named Will. We'd lived in the same neighborhood in San Fran our whole lives, so they were like brothers to me. The one thing we all had in common was a love of music, so it's no surprise we started a shitty little garage band together. So you've always played the drums? He shook his head. Back then I mainly played guitar and dabbled with the bass. Fucked around on drums when I wanted to pound on something. Ah, I grinned. So you're a multi-talented musician. He pulled me close enough to give my chin a tiny nip with his teeth. I'm multi-talented in all aspects of life. I smacked his shoulder and pushed him back to meet his eyes once more. Keep going. Will was a badass when it came to anything with an engine. Rebuilt a car all on his own when he was just 16. But he was a shit musician, and he knew it too. May started at our school our sophomore year. Will met him first and discovered the guy could seriously shred.
I might have been good on the guitar, but it was nothing compared to what he could do. Will stepped back, making room for Mace, and I found my home behind a kit.
I gave in to my urge and brushed his hair back from his forehead, reveling in the feel of the silky strands. Do you ever miss it?
Nah, he's a better guitarist, and I'm a better drummer. That was right around the time we got serious about the band. All we wanted was to make it big, so switching things up never bothered me. It was for the greater good.
And Will? Where is he now?
Still in San Francisco. Loves it there. Got his own body shop and everything. We tried to get him to move to Seattle with us when we finally caught our big break, but he wasn't having any of it. All his family is still there and they're tight. He wouldn't think of leaving them, but we get together as often as possible.
That's good. I'm glad you've got such close relationships. People need those kinds of connections. He nodded in agreement, but his face changed again, looking sad and forlorn.
I fucking hate that you ever spent a day without that, baby.
I wanted to wipe his expression clear, melt away the pain. For the first time, I wanted to make Garrett feel better, not hurt him because he'd hurt me, so I leaned in and placed a soft kiss against his lips. Let's make a deal. Right here, right now.
Yeah? What deal?
This very moment is a fresh start for us. One of his brows quirked up as a snarky smirk spread across his lips.
Isn't that a little hard, considering we already have a kid together?
You know what I mean, I said with an eye roll. No more holding on to the past. We agree to let go of all the hard feelings and animosities and start over. What do you say? He watched me in silence for several seconds before holding one of his big hands between us.
Hi, I'm Garrett Wilder.
I let out a little giggle and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Garrett. I'm Gwendolyn Carson. His hand gripped mine and held tight.
I want to start this off right, Gwendolyn. So, can I be honest with you?
Please.
I think you're insanely beautiful, and I'm dying to bend you over this table and fuck you till you can't stand.
I swallowed past the sudden dryness in my throat. Well, Garrett, we're both being honest here, right?
Definitely.
Brushing my lips against his, I whispered the words I knew would get me exactly what I wanted. Then what are you waiting for? Chapter 17. Something about being around Garrett, being with him, empowered me, like I could ask for what I wanted from him without judgment. Something in my gut told me he'd accept nothing less than for me to demand it, and he'd more than happily give it to me.
So fucking perfect,
he growled, sliding his hands inside the t-shirt I was wearing. His growl turned into a desperate groan when he encountered my naked skin.
You and my shirt with no panties has to rank somewhere in the top 5 of my ultimate fantasies.
My breath hitched and my eyes fell closed as one hand snaked around my front and began toying with my slit. Well, I'm here to please. The words caught in my throat when he filled me with 2 fingers, pumping in and out at the same time his thumb pressed against my clit.
Oh, baby, you please me like no one else. Just watching you like this makes me hard enough to pound nails.
He thrust his hips upward, rubbing his hard cock against me.
Can you feel it? What you do to me. How you drive me crazy.
I ground against him, wanting to take every part of him as deep as I could.
That's it, baby. Ride my hand. Get yourself there.
My hips circled faster in pursuit of my orgasm, but it remained just out of reach. Garrett, I whimpered. Please. His hand disappeared from between my legs for just a moment so he could whip the shirt over my head, leaving me completely bare on his lap. One hand returned to my pussy, while the other gripped my waist, pulling me even closer. His lips latched onto my nipple, drawing it deep into his mouth, creating the perfect combination of pleasure. But still, not enough. I was on the verge of begging. "Please, Garrett, more." "You want my cock?" he asked, before giving my nipple a bite that sent shots of pleasure from breast to clit. "Yes," I gasped. "I want it." "My greedy girl," he murmured. "I need you to fuck me." Garrett stopped playing with me and quickly lifted me off his lap, spinning me around to face the table. The chair scraped loudly across the tile floor as he stood and forced my chest against the chilled surface, then circled my hips with both hands. "Want you bare, baby? Tell me that's okay," he pleaded. The request should have made warning bells go off inside my head, but this wasn't like last time. We weren't so lost that we were unaware, and I'd been on the pill for a long time. "I'm clean," he continued, his tone belying his craving for me. "Swear to God, baby, I get tested regularly. I wouldn't do that to you." "Me too," I answered. "I'm on the pill." I barely got the last word out before his boxer briefs hit the floor and he filled me so completely it took my breath away. "Yes," I hissed, throwing my head back as everything in me began to buzz. "God damn." Garrett pulled out and drove back in so hard the table shifted beneath me. The glass and wine bottle teetered precariously before another thrust sent them both crashing to the floor. "So fucking tight. Jesus." I reached across the table, gripping the edge and holding on tight, as Garrett fucked me like his only purpose in life was to get me off. "God, just like that," I panted. "I'm close. Don't stop. Shit, don't stop." "Christ," he barked, pounding even harder as he snaked one hand between me and the table. His fingers pressed on that sensitive nub, and everything inside of me exploded. I splintered into a billion pieces, crying out his name along with a string of curse words. He followed seconds later, bending over me and burying his face in my hair as he groaned. It felt like an eternity before either of us was able to move again. When Garrett finally stood and pulled up his underwear, he carefully lifted my chest from the sweat-slick surface of the table and turned me around, his hands gentle on my body, as if I were made of crystal. He picked me up and carried me over to the sink, setting me on the counter as he turned on the water. We both remained silent as he cleaned himself from between my legs with a warm, damp cloth. "You tired?" he finally asked once he was finished. I opened my mouth to reply, but the words were cut off by a massive yawn. He laughed and gathered the t-shirt I'd been wearing, helping me into it before setting me back on the ground and leading me from the kitchen. "What about the broken glass?" "Leave it. Rosita or Sylvie will get it in the morning." I gave the hand he was holding a jerk, glaring when he stopped and turned to look at me. "That's not right. We made the mess while they were off the clock. That means it's our responsibility to pick it up." He looked like he wanted to argue, but instead just rolled his eyes and let go of my hand to retrieve the broom from the pantry. We spent the next few minutes cleaning in silence. When we were done, Garrett took my hand once again and started pulling me toward the stairs. "Wait!" I called, yanking him to a stop once again. "Damn it, baby. If you tell me there's something else to clean up, I'm gonna bend you over my knee and tan your ass. Haven't used a vacuum in 15 fucking years and don't plan to start again now." A giggle erupted from my throat at the frustration on his face. "No, not that. I wanted to know... well..." I looked back at the door marked private just off the kitchen. "I've never seen you play." I bit my bottom lip, suddenly feeling shy about my request. "And I want to." One golden brow quirked up as he turned to face me.
"You want to hear me beat the shit out of my drum kit now? At 4:30 in the morning? No offense, babe, but I'm kinda beat. Fucking you took it out of me."
Oh, well, no, not the drums, although I'd like to see that too one day. But I meant the guitar. I want to see you play. Then something dawned on me. Wait, do you even have a guitar? I just assumed...
"I do, baby."
His brilliant grin told me he was pleased as hell at my desire to see him doing something he loved. Music was clearly a passion for him, and he liked that I wanted to experience him in his element. He flipped the lights on, illuminating the empty studio and sitting area with warm light. I followed him through the door that led to the soundproof room, taking everything in since it was my first time past the glass.
"What do you want to hear?" Garrett asked, picking an acoustic guitar up from the stand by the wall.
There were actually several guitars lining the wall, but I was thankful he'd gone for the acoustic over the electric. I don't know, anything. Play me one of your songs." He chuckled with a shake of his head and took a seat on a stool, tipping his chin at another one for me to sit on. I perched on my seat and watched in awe as he began fiddling with the instrument, plucking the strings and tuning it as he went. A few seconds later, he started strumming a melody I'd never heard before. It was beautiful and heartbreaking all at the same time, the chords blending together to create an almost sorrowful sound. I didn't need to hear the lyrics to know it was a sad song, but to my amazement, Garrett opened his mouth and began to sing. I'd been impressed to learn he could play multiple instruments, but nothing topped the fascination at hearing his soft melodic voice ringing out in the room. He was amazing. The voice matched the man in the sense that both were absolutely gorgeous. I got lost in the music he created, swimming in the heartbreaking words of a song about lost love. By the time he strummed the last chord, I was struggling against the tears stinging my eyes.
"So, what do you think?"
he asked once he finished, propping the guitar against the foot of the stool. I waved my hands through the air manically. That was... Oh my God, Garrett! You're amazing! How did I not know you sang like that? Do you sing for the band, too? Did you write that song? Do you write all the songs? There's so much I don't know. His head fell back in laughter for several seconds before he finally answered my many rambled questions.
"I do backup vocals here and there, but being lead isn't really my gig. Deck's the front man. I was never comfortable being center stage. He wrote that song when his girl left him several years ago. He writes most of them, but we all collaborate together on whatever he comes up with, so there's bits and pieces of each of us in all of our music."
He stood from his stool and reached to pull me up, wrapping his arms around me to hold me tight against him.
"And I'm glad you like how I sing, baby. I'll have to remember to use that in the future whenever I piss you off."
I narrowed my eyes and looked up. I might love your voice, but that doesn't mean it'll get you off my shit list if you do something to piss me off. I felt his smile against my lips as he gave me a slow, leisurely kiss.
"You sure about that?"
I wasn't. Not really. Something in my gut told me that if he started crooning love songs whenever he was in the doghouse, I was in serious trouble. But he didn't need to know that. Positive. Now take me to bed. I'm exhausted. The sky was still painted black outside as we made our way through the first floor to the stairs, but I knew it wouldn't be much longer before the sun started to rise. I'd regret staying up until the early hours of the morning once I had to start my day, but I couldn't bring myself to care. This had been one of the best nights I'd had in longer than I could remember. When we hit the landing on the second floor, Garrett stopped at the thermostat and dialed the temperature down, then looked over his shoulder and graced me with that panty-dropping smile of his, complete with those dimples that winked at me.
Can't have you burning up now, can we?
My shield let out a heavy groan as it began collapsing under the weight of such a thoughtful gesture, and despite the heat that radiated from Garrett's body, that night I slept like a baby. Chapter 18. I peeled my eyes open and stretched my sleepy limbs, relishing the feel of the bazillion thread-count sheets beneath my body. I felt so much more relaxed than I expected on such little sleep, and when I rolled over and caught a glimpse of the clock on the bedside table, I understood why. Shit! Clad in nothing but Garrett's t-shirt, I bolted out of bed and sprinted to Liddy's bedroom. It was already 11 in the morning. I was running seriously late, and I still had to get Liddy up and to daycare before I started my 12 o'clock shift at Bernie's. When I discovered her bedroom empty, I turned on my heels and shot toward the stairs. "Liddy?" I shouted, my feet sliding on the floor once I hit the landing. I swung around the railing, nearly landing on my ass in my rush. "Liddy, monkey, we're running late. I need you to get ready." I skidded to an abrupt halt once I hit the kitchen, barely having a chance to take in everyone milling about. My eyes landed on a smiling Garrett, surrounded by the rest of the members of civil corruption. "Where's Liddy?" "Morning, baby," he crooned in that silky, rock-god voice of his, moving from the island and coming to a stop less than a centimeter in front of me. It was like waking up in an alternate reality where everything was opposite of the real world. In the real world, Garrett sent a raging bitch to kick me out of his bed the morning after. In opposite world, he bent me over his arm and kissed the ever-loving shit out of me in front of his staff, bandmates, and said raging bitch I mentioned earlier. I liked opposite world so much more. "Since Ian's on the list, I had him take her to daycare early this morning so you could sleep in." A soft, fuzzy warmth worked its way through my bloodstream, causing me to temporarily forget our audience and melt into him as I curved my arms around his neck. That was really sweet, but you didn't have to do that. I'm used to functioning on little or no sleep. I've had 3 years of it. His arms tightened at the same time his face grew hard. "We're sharing the burden now. You've been doing it all by yourself for too fucking long." I smiled and lifted onto my toes, planting a kiss on his jaw. "Stop it, or I'm going to jump you again, and I really need to get ready for work." "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to see you guys finally pulled your heads out of your asses," Killian spoke up, "but all this touchy-feely shit is gonna make me hurl." An embarrassed blush crept up my cheeks as I offered an apologetic smile over Garrett's shoulder. "Shut the hell up," Garrett grumbled, slinging his arm over my shoulders and turning us both to face the crowd with me glued to his side. "You're just jealous 'cause all you can get are bitches who look like they've been rode hard and put up wet, and I've got a class piece in my bed." I wasn't a huge fan of being called a piece, or how he discussed us sleeping together so openly, but I was too flattered by everything else he'd said to kick up a fuss about it. The sound of a sarcastic snort pulled my attention from the guy's argument, and I turned to see Kimber sitting at the kitchen table, glaring at the laptop screen in front of her. "Since when were gold-digging whores considered class?" she muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. The atmosphere in the room went electric. Rosita inhaled a shocked gasp, and Garrett's entire frame went rigid. I could tell he was about to spring into action, but I didn't need him fighting my battles for me. "That's kind of hypocritical coming from you, isn't it?" I snarled. "What the hell are you even doing here?" No one has ever looked at me with so much hatred before. I'm the guy's assistant, so I'm here assisting. I'm doing my job. "Is that what they're calling prostitutes nowadays?" I asked in a fake sugar-sweet voice. Because I'm pretty sure the reason you're really here is to reverse cowgirl whichever guy pulls his dick out first. Apologies for the language, Rosita, I finished, turning in the cook's direction. Sometimes it's called for, she replied with a firm nod, before turning back to the stove and acting like nothing was happening around her. Are you really going to let her talk to me like that? Kimber whined. When you're bored with her, she'll be gone, just like all the rest, and I'll still be here. She needs to show me some respect.
That's the mother of my child you're talking about, Kimber, Garrett growled threateningly. I'd watch what comes out of your mouth next. There was so much menace laced through his words that a shiver worked its way down my spine.
Are you kidding me? I'm practically part of this band, and you're going to choose her over me?
Bitch, you're nothing more than a groupie we let hang around. Only difference between you and them is that you get paid to do all the shit we don't want to. If you actually want those checks to keep rolling in, I suggest you shut your fucking mouth, do your goddamn job, and show my woman some respect. I hear any more of your bullshit about Gwen, I'll can your ass so fast you won't know what hit you. You get me?
By the way her face screwed up in anger, I had a feeling she most certainly didn't get him. But while she struggled with her inner rage, I struggled not to throw myself at Garrett and demand he take me on the kitchen table again, audience or no audience. Instead of answering, Kimber slammed the laptop closed and gathered it up, along with her purse. She made to pass me, but I couldn't help but get one last barb in before she stormed out. Leaning in, I whispered so only she and Garrett could hear. You should know. You just spent the morning working on the exact same spot Garrett fucked me stupid on last night. Have fun with that mental image. Luckily, she stomped from the house before her head could explode and make a mess everywhere.
You're a vicious little thing, he murmured into my ear after the front door slammed shut. It's hot as shit, baby. If we were alone, I'd bend you back over that table and fuck you so hard it'd break.
I hate her, was the only reply I could come up with in that moment. Like serious hate. The kind of hate where I shave all the hair off her head and her eyebrows for good measure. He blinked down at me slowly, then teased.
Jesus Christ, women are fucking savages.
I pinched him in the arm as hard as I could, but it didn't seem to do anything but hurt my hand. Ouch, damn it, I muttered, rubbing at my sore fist and scowling up at his smug grin.
All steel, baby. You already know that.
I rolled my eyes at his sexual innuendo, and then remembered I needed to get a move on. Coffee and shower. I ran over to the coffee maker, poured myself a steaming hot mug of goodness, and spun around to run back out. I shouted a hurried goodbye to Rosita and the rest of the guys, and without giving it a second's thought, stopped long enough to reach up and give Garrett a quick kiss before rushing off to shower. It took longer than normal to get ready since I had to fight Garrett off and force him out of my shower, but it left me with an idea. As soon as time permitted, we were going to break in that shower, along with several other places in Garrett's massive mansion. Wow, that's just... wow! I just finished telling Corrine everything that had happened after my disastrous date with Steve and the ensuing events from the past few days. It had been nearly a week since Garrett and I started our... whatever it was we were doing, and it had been amazing. Our weekly girls' night in had finally arrived, and she was currently at the mansion since it was my turn to host. I decided it was finally time to fess up to what was going on. Garrett and the rest of the guys were in the studio working, and Trolls was playing on the humongous TV while Liddy shook her little booty and sang along. Corrine and I drank wine and chatted while watching and recording her every now and then. What could I say? My little monkey was adorable. Right? I lifted my glass and took a sip, It was bizarre, I swear. I came into the kitchen that morning and he acted like, I don't know, like we'd been together for years, in front of everybody. It was like he was claiming me or something. I'm happy for you if you're happy, babe. But you have to admit, the 180 in his behavior is a little unexpected. I couldn't fault her for being suspicious. There was still a part of me deep inside that was waiting for the other shoe to drop. I know, I sighed. And I keep telling myself to be careful and not trust it. That it's too good to be true, but... I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep breath before looking at my best friend once again. I'm happy, I said quietly. I can't remember the last time I felt this good. The cautious expression on her face slowly gave way to a small, genuine smile. If you're happy, I'm happy. That's all that matters. I reached for her hand and squeezed. Thanks. But I need to know something really important. She leaned in and lowered her voice, speaking with almost grave seriousness. He's an animal in the sack, isn't he? Fuck me, we heard coming from behind us. We both looked over the couch to find Ian had come up from the studio and was watching us with a disgusted look on his face. Language? I scolded, shooting a look at Liddy to see she was too entrenched in her movie to pay us much attention. He ignored me and carried on. That's something I definitely don't need to know. Sorry, baby, Corrine smiled, not sounding sorry in the least. Ian rolled his eyes, but I could see the admiration in them as he leaned over the back of the couch to kiss Corey's forehead. My heart warmed at the sweet gesture directed toward my BFF. She deserved a terrific guy who'd treat her like gold, and clearly that giant of a man was the one to do it. This what you two talk about every time you get together? Corey took a drink and shrugged. Pretty much. Guys' locker room talk is nothing compared to what women talk about. If you knew, you'd blush. Not all of us are like that. I scowled in her direction. I don't want to hear about your bedroom skills, and I certainly won't be sharing Garrett's. Buzzkill, Corrine grumbled. Thank you, Ian replied flatly. What's bedroom skills, Mommy? Liddy asked. Damn it. Nothing, monkey. Luckily, the trolls on the TV started singing again, distracting my girl from the adult conversation. I turned back to Ian and asked, So, how's it going down there? Pretty good. They're on a roll. I haven't seen Garrett this focused in years. They keep this up, they'll have a new album in no time. That didn't fill me with the warm and fuzzies. A new album meant another tour, more groupies, life reverting back to what it had been the past 3 years. Ian must have noticed my displeasure because his expression morphed into one of concern. This time will be different, Gwen. The smile I forced didn't reach my eyes. He had no way of knowing that for sure. But before I could absorb the news fully, Garrett appeared. Dear, sweet, merciful Christ, he declared. What the hell is my daughter watching? Is that unibrowed thing singing Lionel Richie? Daddy! Liddy squeaked, forgetting all about her show. Garrett caught her mid-leap and tossed her into the air, making her squeal with delight. Hey, Munchkin. What's bedroom skills? Son of a bitch. Garrett looked back and forth between his daughter and me for several seconds. I discreetly shook my head in a pretend she didn't say anything and changed the subject gesture. We really need to start watching what we said around our little girl. What are you watching? He asked, easily diverting her attention. Trolls. Shit, he grunted, rolling his eyes as if in agony. Can the men in this house please watch their language around the child? I asked sarcastically. Garrett put Liddy back on her feet, and she ran back to the TV and began dancing around as a new song started to play.
He moved around the couch and bent down, placing a kiss on my lips. "How's it going, baby?" Swoon. From the look on her face, Corinne really liked what she saw. "I'm good," I answered, even though it wasn't totally true. "So, Ian says you guys might have a new album done soon," I hedged. "That's exciting, right?" And by exciting, I meant not exciting at all. At least not for me. "I guess." His casual response and shrug surprised me. "It'll be nice to have one in the bag already, but me and the guys aren't planning on releasing it anytime soon. Chris is already throwing a shit fit about that." The mention of civil corruption's manager would usually put me in a terrible mood, but I was too focused on what Garrett had just said. What? Why? Really? Catching on to the relief I couldn't keep out of my voice, Garrett smiled knowingly. "I told you we were taking a break, didn't I?" "Yeah, but..." He cut me off. "Releasing a new album means another tour. It was a mutual decision. The four of us want to stay off the road for a while. It's been almost 10 years. That shit gets old, Gwen. We want a life that doesn't include hotel rooms, buses, and plane rides. The label isn't expecting anything from us for a while, so we're in no rush. But when the creative juices are flowing, we have to follow where they lead. That's why we've been spending so much time in the studio. And I made you a promise. No more carrying the burden on your own." The remaining pieces of my shield fell right then. If or when that other shoe decided to drop, I was in serious trouble, because my heart officially belonged to Garrett Wilder. What about Chris? I was surprised I was able to say that jackass's name without gagging. The only person I disliked more than him was Kimber. Those jade eyes grew warm as he glanced at Liddy, still singing and dancing, before he looked down at me. "Don't you worry about him. I can control Chris. All you gotta worry about is my girl's questionable choices in music." A blinding smile slowly stretched across my lips. "There's nothing wrong with her music choices. Justin Timberlake's in this movie. He's hot." And because I wasn't done messing with him, I asked, "Oh, do you know him? Could you introduce me?" He growled, but there was no anger behind it. "Oh, baby, you're gonna pay for that later tonight. Now, give me a kiss. I gotta get back to work." I gladly did as he asked, and then he and Ian started back downstairs to the studio. I was still wearing a stupid grin on my face when I turned back to Corinne. She was smiling too. "I approve, honey," she said. "I totally approve." Chapter 19. 2 nights later, Garrett and I lay in bed after another toe-curling round of sex. I rested curled into his side with my head on his shoulder as I tried to steady my breathing. Every day with him seemed better than the last. I couldn't wait to see what the next day would hold. But then he spoke into the quiet of the bedroom and ruined the cozy, happy little bubble I'd spent the past several days in. "I want to go public with our relationship." I put an elbow on the mattress and pushed up, trying to focus on his face in the dark. "What?" Garrett twisted away from me, and a second later the bedroom was flooded in the light from the bedside lamp. When he faced me again, his expression wasn't one of a man who'd just gotten off a couple of minutes before. A sudden serious change in the atmosphere had me sitting up and holding the blanket to my chest as a protective shield. "I want to take us public, Gwen. Do you have any idea how fucking hard it is keeping our relationship a secret from the press? I can't take you out. I can't even take my own kid to the park or pick her up from daycare, for Christ's sake. The only time I get to hang with my family is when we're holed up in this goddamn house. I'm sick of it." I ran a hand through my tangled hair.
My stomach knotted with apprehension, and I found myself looking to the side because meeting his eyes was impossible. Garrett, we agreed.
We agreed when you were pregnant and we were barely on speaking terms, he snapped angrily. My defenses shot up at the charge in his tone, and I started to grow mad as well.
And whose fault was that? I demanded. If I remember correctly, you're the one who sicked your entire legal team on me. He threw his arms out in frustration.
Jesus Christ, not this shit again.
I held the sheet tight as I climbed out of the bed, yanking it along with me as I tried to stand and gather my clothes.
Where the fuck you going?
Garrett cursed, pulling at the sheet I was trying desperately to cover myself with, forcing me to stay in place. Where do you think? I bit out, suddenly furious that the glow that had been shining on our budding relationship had been snuffed out. I'm going to my room. I don't want to fight with you. 1 second, I was standing by the side of the bed tangled in the sheet, and the next I was on my back with Garrett's massive frame towering above me. His hip pinned me in place as he glared down at me.
So you get pissed and you just take off? How the fuck's this supposed to work if you run every time I say or do something you don't like, huh? Get off.
I shoved at his huge body, wanting nothing more than to escape.
Answer the damn question, Gwen.
I couldn't bring myself to voice my real concerns. Call it cowardice, but I just couldn't. Garrett, I said, get off. The fire I was throwing from my eyes didn't even seem to faze him.
Not until you talk to me.
Damn him for being reasonable when I felt anything but. I said I don't want to fight with you, I repeated lamely. And to prevent either of us from saying something we can't take back, I think it's best if we just take some time apart to cool off. I thought it was a sound, mature argument, but he apparently saw it differently.
I see I haven't even come close to busting down that goddamn protective wall of yours.
If only he knew. That's not true, I whispered, staring into those green eyes I was quickly becoming obsessed with. His jaw ticked in an effort to keep his anger under control.
It is. If I was in, you wouldn't fight me on something so stupid.
My body went stiff beneath his. It's not stupid, I shouted. Wanting to protect myself and my daughter from the vultures who are constantly trying to get a piece of you isn't stupid. It's called being cautious, I argued vehemently. I placed my palms on his chest and pushed to no avail. He wrapped his fingers around both my wrists and effortlessly pinned them to the pillow above my head.
And what's there to be cautious about, huh?
He bit back.
What are you protecting yourself from? You really think I'd let those fuckers invade your life? I'd protect you the best I could, Gwen. You and Liddy both. So what's the real fucking problem here?
That is the real problem, I shouted, even though it was a lie. And he knew it.
Bullshit. Tell me the truth. What are you so fucking scared of?
With that, I snapped. What if it doesn't work out? I cried. What if Kimber's right and you get tired of me just like last time? Then not only will I be alone again, but I'd have to deal with photographers and reporters trying to burrow their way into not only my life, but my daughter's too. I can't do that, Garrett. I won't. The disappointment that enveloped his stony expression flayed me open. I hated that I caused that look on his face, but he'd asked for the truth. Like it or not, I'd given it to him. I might have already fallen headlong in love with him, but that didn't mean I wasn't still harboring some serious insecurities beneath the surface, and I just let them all bubble right up. I'd have given anything to take the past few minutes back.
Nowhere near busting down that wall, he mumbled to himself with a defeated shake of his head.
I expected him to let me go and kick me out to my own room, so I was surprised by what he said next.
You sleep here. You've slept in this bed every fucking night since we started, and that's not going to change now. You want to be pissed? Be pissed, but you're doing it right here." He moved to his side of the bed and turned out the light. I lay on my back, staring into the darkness. An unpleasant silence surrounded us. Garrett might have demanded I sleep in his bed, but that didn't mean there wasn't an unbearable distance between the two of us. He stayed on his side with his back to me. It felt like there was an ocean separating us, and it was no one's fault but my own. I listened as his breathing eventually evened out, and he drifted to sleep. However, I spent the next several hours wide awake, praying I hadn't screwed everything up irreparably. I woke up the following morning feeling even worse than I had before I finally managed to fall into a fitful sleep. When my alarm sounded and I peeled my dry, scratchy eyes open, I discovered Garrett was already gone. My heart was nothing but a giant bruise behind my ribs, and I had to blink rapidly to keep from crying as I went about getting myself ready for work and Liddy for daycare. By the time I made it to Bernie's, I was in control of the tears, but I still missed Garrett like crazy. I wanted to see him, talk to him, apologize for my shitty reaction the night before, and make things right. I went about my morning in a haze of sadness, going through the motions of scheduling, ordering, and invoicing before finally getting sick of my own company. I needed out of that back office, so I finished all the administrative tasks I had and headed to the front of the shop to sling coffee and take orders, hoping for a midday crush to take my mind off how epically stupid I'd been. Unfortunately, foot traffic in the cafe was relatively light, thanks to the storms that had rolled in. Luckily, one of my favorite baristas was on shift. Gina was as lively as she was funny, and she could hold an hour-long conversation with a broom handle. She had a penchant for hilarious gossip and worked wonders at keeping me entertained between random customers. I was in the middle of making a latte for a customer when the bell over the door rang out, alerting me to a new arrival. But I didn't see who had entered. I gave the woman at the counter her drink and change, sending her on her way just as Gina came skipping over to me like a ball of exuberant energy wrapped in a 5-foot package. "Oh, my God!" she whisper-yelled in my ear once we were alone behind the counter. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" "Use your words, Gina," I told her with a playful roll of my eyes. "Oh, my God, Gwen! You're never gonna guess who just walked in and sat down." She let out a silent squeak of excitement before continuing in a hushed voice. "Garrett freaking Wilder!" She waved her hands in front of her face as my back went straight. "God, he's so hot. I'd give my left ovary for a night with that guy. I read in Rolling Stone that he has a thing for blondes. Do you think that's true? Maybe I've got a shot." She flipped her sunny blonde tresses over her shoulder like she was trying to draw his attention, while I fingered my own brown locks and wondered if what she'd read was true. "Shit!" she practically shouted. "He's looking over here. I need to go fix my makeup." Without another word, she jetted off toward the break room in the back, and I finally turned to get a look at the man who'd sent my employee into a fit. My knees nearly buckled under the weight of his penetrating gaze, and when I slowly made my way around the counter toward his table, my breathing escalated, and I thought my heart was going to beat right out of my chest. "Hi," I offered almost shyly. Until that one word left my mouth, his expression had been unreadable. Then he busted out that dimpled smile, and I felt like I could breathe for the first time since I woke up. And I didn't give a single fuck if every feminist in the greater Seattle area would hang me for admitting as much. It was the damn truth. "Hi, Beck," he answered, adopting my quiet tone. I looked around to find we were all alone.
No other customers were milling about, and Gina was still in the bathroom working on her makeup. "What are you doing here?"
I didn't like how we left things.
That ache around my heart slowly started to fade. I didn't either, I confessed, smiling for the first time that day. Knowing I hadn't screwed up too badly was like a weight lifted off my shoulders. "I've been wanting to apologize to you all day. I acted like an asshole last night. I just get scared sometimes."
I get that.
His hand shot out to take mine, but Gina chose that moment to return, so the contact was brief. Too brief for my liking.
I understand where you're coming from, so I'll give you time. I just needed to see you.
"Well, I'm glad you came." "But what's with the cap?" I asked, pointing to the baseball cap obscuring half of his face. "I don't think I've ever seen you wear one before." His lips ticked up in a grin.
My attempt at going incognito.
I giggled quietly so Gina wouldn't hear. "Well, I hate to break it to you, but you failed miserably. Gina clocked you the instant you walked in. I thought she was going to pass out." His eyes quickly flashed to the counter and back to me.
Gina? The one watching us right now who looks like she's about to launch herself over that counter?
I didn't have to turn around to know that was exactly what she looked like. That'd be her. "So you need to order something to keep her from getting suspicious. She's the world's worst gossip." His grin remained as he gave me a small nod.
"Give me whatever's good. I'm starving."
"You got it." I winked inconspicuously. "Any coffee?"
"Yeah, black. And make it big so I have an excuse to hang for a bit longer."
I floated back to the counter on a cloud to find Gina waiting with giddy excitement. "You were just talking to Garrett Wilder," she informed me in a hushed voice while grabbing my arm and giving it a little shake. "Holy shit! What did he say?" "He said he wants a cranberry streusel muffin and a large coffee." Her face fell as her gaze bounced back and forth between Garrett and me. "That's a bummer. With the way he's checking out your ass right now, I'd hoped he was at least hitting on you. Then you could hook up with a rock god and I could live vicariously through you." At her words, I could practically feel Garrett's gaze on me. I heated from the inside out, making my cheeks burn. I busied myself with Garrett's coffee and was just about to grab a muffin from the pastry case when his voice came from behind me, much closer than expected.
"Hey."
I stutter-stepped, nearly stumbling into the case before getting my footing. When I spun around, Garrett was sitting at one of the bar stools lining the counter. My eyes acted like tennis balls between him and Gina. "Hi." His smile was positively wicked as he extended his hand.
"I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Garrett."
Before I had a chance to figure out what was going on, Gina let out a high-pitched shriek from right beside me. "I knew it! I knew he was checking out your ass! That article said he preferred blondes, but he was totally checking you out."
"I was," Garrett said to Gina. "And I'm not sure what article you're talking about, but they got their info wrong. I'm a sucker for brunettes."
I was pretty sure both Gina's and my ovaries exploded just then.
"So, gorgeous, can I get your name?"
It took me a second, but I finally caught on to what he was doing, and a huge smile split my face. But Gina was there to jump in before I could answer. "This is Gwen, and she's totally awesome. And single. Really, really single." He looked back and forth, those dimples at full attention.
"The true gorgeous? Are you really, really single?"
I couldn't correct her and tell her I was, in fact, in a relationship with a man sitting right in front of us, so I played along, enjoying Garrett's game. Like my friend said, I'm Gwen. But no, sorry, I'm not single. What? Gina chirped, causing his dimples to deepen as his smile grew wider. I looked at her with a shrug. It's new. I haven't really told anyone about it. But she looked like I just told her that the Tooth Fairy wasn't real and that Santa spent his summer murdering the Easter Bunny and all his offspring. She leaned in close and whispered, not so quietly, "That's Garrett Wilder. He's the dating equivalent of a filet mignon. Whoever you're dating is a rump roast in comparison. Dump his ass." Garrett looked like it was taking everything in him not to burst into laughter. Like I said, Gina was hilarious. I tried for nonchalance as I replied, "Sorry, I really like him."
How much do you like him? Garrett fished. I mean, you said it's new after all.
Exactly, Gina yelped. It's new. You can't like him that much. I like him a lot, I told Garrett directly. He hummed contentedly, sending a bolt of pleasure straight to my core.
He's a lucky guy.
His eyes traveled up and down my body, and I felt them like a physical touch.
Very lucky.
It was my turn to grin wickedly. Oh, he really is. And something tells me he knows it, too.
No doubt about that, baby.
I was enjoying our banter so much I thought nothing could kill my good mood. But then the door to the cafe opened, and another person walked in. And everything went to shit. Chapter 20. Gwen, I'm so glad you're here. Can I talk to you for a minute? What happened next was the very reason the phrase, "fuck my life," had been created, because it was definitely a fuck my life kind of moment. Garrett's head jerked around just as the man who'd ruined our moment stepped up to the counter.
"Who the fuck are you?"
he grunted savagely. Steve turned to Garrett, his upper lip curling derisively as he scanned the tattoos climbing up Garrett's arms.
"I'm Steve," he answered defensively. "Who the hell are you?"
Garrett's furious eyes collided with mine.
"Steve, really?"
Fuck my life. I stuttered. Unfortunately, Gina took my delayed speech as an opening. Is this him? Is he rump roast guy? All eyes went to Gina, and Steve asked, "What?" in confusion. I jumped into the fray, praying to defuse the situation. "Gina, can you restock the display case, please?" She didn't move a muscle, too consumed by what was unfolding in front of her, so I turned my attention to Steve. Now's really not a good time.
"Yeah, Steve," Garrett bit harshly. "Now's not a good time, so fuck off."
The throbbing vein in Steve's forehead did not say good things as he faced Garrett full on.
"I'm sorry. Do I know you?"
"That's Garrett Wilder," Gina offered unhelpfully. "He's the drummer for Civil Corruption."
"Civil who?"
Gina looked at me with an "are you freaking kidding me" face. "Civil Corruption?" she repeated slowly. "Only the most famous rock band in America, dude. You living under a rock or something?" He transferred his scowl from Gina to Garrett.
"I prefer music with substance."
"Oh, sweet, merciful hell."
"Bet you do," Garrett scoffed,
taking a pull of his coffee.
"What's that supposed to mean?" Steve unwisely asked. "Means our music isn't for tight-assed, limp-dicked fuckers like you. Bet you listen to the golden oldies or some shit."
Obviously deciding that Garrett wasn't worth his time, Steve's attention came back to me.
"I've been texting you for days. I was worried."
He wasn't lying. Ever since our date, he'd sent one text message a day. I hadn't replied because of what was happening between Garrett and me, and keeping secret the fact that Steve was still trying to reach out clearly didn't sit well with Garrett, because he boomed,
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
"Calm down," I warned. He looked just seconds away from exploding. I held my hands up to stop any more insults before they could be hurled, but Gina jumped in before I could speak. He was hitting on Gwen, but she shot him down, saying she was already seeing someone. No offense, dude, but you don't seem her type. Steve's entire frame went rigid. Then obviously, you don't know your coworker. I'm more her type than this tattoo-covered, foul-mouthed Neanderthal. Garrett shot up from his stool and crowded Steve against the counter, which was easily done since he had 3 inches and at least 30 pounds of muscle on the guy. I'll show you, Neanderthal, motherfuck. All right, enough, I shouted at the top of my lungs. Gino, restock the display case. Now, I ordered, then looked at the 2 men locked in a stare-down. Both of you, my office. I headed for the swinging door that led to the back and held it open, yelling, "Move your asses!" when neither of them followed. Once both men finally stepped into the small closet-sized box I used as an office, I slammed the door shut and glared at them both. "What the hell was that?" I screeched, throwing my arms out to my sides. "He started it," they both answered simultaneously. Bringing one hand to my forehead, I started to rub at the headache building behind my eyes. "I wouldn't have gotten pissed if this asshole hadn't stormed in and demanded to talk to you." Steve let out a sarcastic snort. "Excuse me, buddy, but I'm dating this woman. I have every right to ask to speak to her. Just who the hell do you think you are?" "I'm the guy who spent the better part of the last week and a half balls deep inside her," he thundered in return. "Garrett!" I shouted furiously. It was a completely unnecessary answer, and undeniably inappropriate. It wasn't his place at all to announce our relationship to anyone without us discussing it first, let alone the guy I'd been ghosting for the past several days. "Is this true?" Steve asked, his voice low and laced with hurt. I released a sigh, the frustration and anger building anew in my stomach. "Steve, Garrett is Liddy's father." I shot the tall blonde rocker a killing look. I would have preferred you found out a different way, but there it is. "Is this?" His attention went from me to Garrett and back again. "Is this a joke?" "No joke, jackass." My hand shot out, my palm stopping just an inch from Garrett's face. "Stop talking," I snapped. "You've already done enough. Because of you, I have to fix this and go out and beg Gina not to spread this news far and wide. I told you she was a gossip. Every reporter in the tri-state area would get their hands on this story simply because she likes to talk. This could have all been avoided, but you just had to piss all over your territory, didn't you?" "That's not—" "Just stop," I demanded. Then just as quickly as it came, my fury petered out into heavy exhaustion. "Go home," I said quietly. "I'll talk to you later tonight." Garrett took a step in my direction, but I backed away. "Go. I'm serious. This is my workplace, not the set of a goddamn soap opera." He stared at me for several seconds, his green eyes flashing unhappily. When I didn't say another word, he took his cue and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. I almost forgot Steve was still in the room until he spoke up. "You had a child with that guy?" he asked, his tone twisted with repulsion that set me immediately on edge. "I did," I answered rigidly, suddenly defensive of the man in question. It was one thing for me to be angry with him and fly off the rails. It was quite another for someone else to speak badly about him. No way in hell would I tolerate that. "And before you say something that'll piss me off, you should know he's a good man." Then I quickly amended. "No, he's a great man." "He's a pig. Those tattoos and that language. Really, Gwen? He talks like that around Liddy?" He'd officially gone too far. "Don't you dare question his integrity as a father," I seethed. "That man treats my daughter like she's a princess, and she worships him for it. I didn't keep his existence a secret because I'm ashamed of him." Far from it. I kept it quiet because I didn't want the media to invade Liddy's life. I understand that you're probably upset right now, and I get it if you never want to see me again. But I'm asking you to keep everything you found out today to yourself. If not for me, then for Liddy. She doesn't deserve to have her pictures plastered across magazine covers. He kept his gaze firmly on me as he breathed deeply. Fine, he said, several seconds later. But before I could let out a relieved breath, he continued. Your secret's safe with me for no other reason than I don't want my friends and family to know I went out with someone who'd associate with such a person. But I'm afraid I have to cancel all future playdates your daughter may have with mine. I won't allow Michelle to surround herself with people like that. And I honestly have to say I'm appalled that you'd associate with a man like him. I thought you had more sense than that. And I thought you weren't a stuck-up, judgmental prick. Looks like we were both wrong. I'd take Garrett Wilder over your stuffy, pretentious ass any day of the week. He looked at me like I was something gross he'd just stepped in. I see I made a mistake asking you out. I obviously misjudged you. My fists were clenched so tightly, my nails dug into my palms. But it was either suffer through the pain or get arrested for laying this son of a bitch out. And I didn't think I could handle jail. And I see I dodged a bullet by bailing early into date 1. Seems your ex-wife had the right idea sending your ass packing. My blow hit its intended target, if the expression on Steve's face was anything to go by. He stomped past me and yanked the door open, giving me one last scathing look over his shoulder before disappearing from sight. I sagged against the wall once I was alone, dropping my head back and giving it a few bangs against the drywall for good measure. The ups and downs I'd been experiencing since Garrett Wilder came into my life were enough to give any person vertigo. He was like a hurricane, wreaking havoc and leaving destruction in his wake when he didn't get what he wanted. But damn if I didn't secretly love the ride. That didn't mean I wasn't mad at him. I was livid. I still had to convince Gina that keeping a secret was a good thing, and stress the severity of what would happen to Liddy and me if she didn't. I could only hope our friendship trumped her need to gossip. Then I had to deal with Garrett. I might be in love with the guy, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to suffer. I just had to decide what form of torture I wanted to use. Chapter 21. I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I pushed through the front door of my new home later that day. I guess I thought Garrett would be the slightest bit remorseful for his behavior at the cafe, but I was totally wrong. He sat on the sofa in the huge den with Liddy in his lap. Nick Jr. was on the television, and his feet were kicked up on the coffee table. He looked like a man without a care in the world. My little girl was the first to greet me, pulling the purple popsicle out of her mouth to shout, "Hi, Mommy!" I stopped at the back of the couch and leaned in to get a sticky, sweet kiss from my daughter. "Hi, Monkey. You have a good day?" "Yeah!" I stood tall and waited to see what Garrett would do. He turned his head to peer at me over the back of the couch, those dimples popping out. "Hey, baby, how was the rest of your day?" Is he serious? Are you serious? I glowered with my hands on my hips. That's all you've got to say? He examined me for several seconds. You hungry? I was thinking of ordering Chinese." A strange, garbled, choking noise exploded past my lips as I threw my hands up and stomped from the room. I passed Sylvie on my way to the stairs and could have sworn she was struggling to contain her smile. Glad someone was finding Garrett's childish antics funny, because I wasn't. I stomped into my room, ready to strip out of my work clothes and wash the day away in a nice hot shower. But the moment I entered my bathroom, I discovered everything was missing. What the hell? I rushed to my dresser and started pulling drawers open. Each one was empty. So was my closet. All the pictures and personal effects were gone. My laptop was missing from the desk. I spun around, prepared to rip Garrett a new asshole, only to discover he was standing at the open door, arms crossed over his chest as he watched me. "Where's all my stuff?" I demanded in a semi-shrill voice. He answered in a calm monotone. "I had Sylvie move everything into our room. You can redecorate in there if you want. But from here on out, your stuff is where it belongs, with mine." I looked up at the ceiling for divine intervention and came up empty. Gah! You are such a pain in the ass.
"Why?"
He charged into the room, his face thunderous.
"Because I know what I want and I go for it? Because I'm not afraid like you?"
"No," I shouted. "Because you steamroll over anyone in your way to get it. You wanted us to move in here and the next day it happened. I barely had time to wrap my head around it. You didn't ask me if I wanted you to move all my stuff. If you had, I would have told you yes. But you didn't. You wanted it, so my opinion didn't matter." He threw his arms out and thundered.
"What the fuck does it matter if you wanted the same thing? Christ, Gwen!"
"It matters because you took my choice away. Yes, moving in here was the right decision. Yes, I want my stuff to be next to yours, to sleep with you every night in a bed that's ours. But that's not the point. The point is that you don't take me into consideration at all. Steve showed up at the cafe today, and you automatically went on the offensive. If you hadn't jumped to conclusions, I could have handled that situation so much better. I would have let him down without a scene, Garrett. I would have told him the truth, that I'd reconciled with Liddy's father, that I was in a relationship with someone I really cared about. But you didn't do that. You wanted to mark your territory, so you just did it, and fuck what I wanted." He came closer, like a predator eyeing his prey. His eyes sparkled feral as his voice rumbled from his chest.
"Because if I didn't take charge, nothing would ever change," he demanded. "You're so fucking scared of things going bad that you'd be content to never move forward."
"I'm here, aren't I?" I cried. "I'm right here. Yes, I'm fucking terrified, Garrett. How you treated me in the past damn near broke me. Putting my trust in you scares the shit out of me, but I'm doing it. I care about you so much that if things go bad, I don't know if I'll be able to put myself back together this time, but I'm trying anyway, because you're worth it. Because I care, but you can't move this relationship at your pace. You have to be willing to compromise, damn it. This is supposed to be a partnership, not a fucking one-man show." I barely got the last word out before I was pulled against him, and his mouth was feasting for mine in a kiss that was pure possession. His tongue forced its way past my lips and devoured, owned, branded me. By the time he pulled away, I was clinging to him like a lifeline as I pulled in ragged breaths.
"I'm sorry."
His voice was gruff. His eyes closed when he touched his forehead to mine.
"I'll try to do better. I swear."
My eyelids fell shut for a brief moment, and I sighed with relief. "Thank you." I pulled back enough for him to see the honesty on my face. "I'm in this with you, Garrett. You have to trust that. I don't want to be anywhere else." His face changed, like the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. He seemed lighter as he opened his mouth to speak. Unfortunately, our moment was interrupted. Mr. Wilder, you have a visitor?"
"Christ, Sylvie," he grunted, still holding on to me but turning us to face the door. "Not now. Tell whoever it is to fuck off."
"But, sir, it's your manager, and he's rather insistent he speak with you."
Garrett raked a hand through his hair and grumbled, "Fucking Chris," under his breath before grabbing my hand and pulling me out of the room behind him. I had to jog to keep up as we quickly descended the stairs. Chris stood just in the entry, his head shooting up at the sound of our arrival. His expression went from mild irritation to straight-up pissed when he saw Garrett dragging me along.
"Sylvie, keep an eye on Liddy, will you?" Garrett asked. "This won't take long." Sylvie flittered off to the living room, and from the way Chris's cheeks began to turn from red to purple, he was none too happy with Garrett's blatant disregard. I stood as far back from the two men as I could, seeing as Garrett was still holding my hand. Chris looked like his head was about to explode, and I didn't want to be in the line of fire.
"Why are you here?" Garrett asked, his voice flat and dull. "You know exactly why I'm here."
Well, that left me the only one in the dark. Not awkward at all.
"I already told you the answer is no, so back the fuck off."
Chris's laughter was full of venom. I had absolutely no idea what was going on, but whatever it was, I had a feeling Chris thought it was my fault, judging by the narrow-eyed glare he shot me.
"You know, you've changed since she came back into the picture,"
he spat hatefully, causing all the little hairs on my body to stand on end.
"Leave her out of this."
Garrett's warning sent a chill up my spine.
"Swear to God, Chris, she has nothing to do with it." "She has everything to do with it."
He laughed bitterly.
"It's the goddamn American Music Awards, Garrett, and you're saying that not only will you not perform, but you're not even going? Civil Corruption's nominated for Favorite Rock Album, for Christ's sake."
"You are?" I broke in. "Why won't you go if you're nominated? That's crazy."
"No shit," Chris snapped bitterly. "And you're the reason he won't go, sweetheart."
I wanted to knock his teeth down his throat for calling me sweetheart, but I didn't think Liddy was at the age that do as I say, not as I do would work on her.
"You're the reason he won't go to the goddamn award show. Why he doesn't want to release another album and tour. He doesn't want to leave you behind, but you won't make your relationship public so you can tag along. Way to fuck up my top-earning band, Yoko."
Garrett lunged, but before he could reach Chris and do God knows what, I beat him to the punch. Literally. I punched Chris in the nose as hard as I could. The sound of bone crunching was insanely gratifying, and it worked wonders to take my mind off the shooting pain in my hand.
"Son of a bitch!"
Chris wailed, hunching forward and cupping both hands over his bleeding nose.
"You broke my goddamn nose!" "She did," Garrett answered. "And if you don't get the fuck out in the next 5 seconds, I'm gonna break both your legs." "This is bullshit," he continued to rant. "I'm your manager. I'm trying to help you."
Garrett moved to the front door and threw it open.
"No, you're trying to help yourself. Only reason you want us putting out another album so soon is so you can line your own damn pockets. You don't give a shit about us. You only care about yourself. And if you want to keep your job, I suggest you get the fuck out."
Chris leaving was punctuated by the sound of the front door slamming, pulling me from my thoughts.
"Hey," Garrett said softly,
taking the hand I was cradling against my chest and bringing it to his face for closer inspection.
"You okay? Think you broke anything?"
"I'm fine." Garrett, was he telling the truth? He didn't meet my eyes as he slowly uncurled my fist and gently poked at the bones.
"Maybe we should take you to the hospital. Get an X-ray."
"It's fine," I repeated, pulling my hand from his. "Nothing's broken, see?" I flexed my fingers, only wincing slightly. "Now answer my question." He blinked slowly, pulling air in through his nose.
"It's not a big deal," he replied,
trying to shrug it off. "But I thought you said you and the guys wanted a break. That's why you weren't putting out another album."
"We do."
"But," I coaxed, definitely sensing a but in there somewhere.
"But..."
His hands went back to his hair and he tugged in agitation.
"But I want to be close to you and Liddy. And I can't do that if you're here and I'm traveling all over the fucking country."
My mouth hung open as I openly studied him. Really studied him, for what might have been the first time. And what I was seeing made my blood burn and my chest swell so big I wasn't sure my body could take it. "Oh my God," I breathed to myself. He cupped my cheeks, worry lining his gorgeous face.
"Gwen, baby, talk to me. Is it your hand? Do I need to take you to the hospital?
Oh my God, I repeated, too astounded to say anything else.
That's it, he growled. We're going to the hospital. Sylvie?
That snapped me out of my daze. No hospital. I don't need it. It's just...
What?
He looked positively frantic.
Baby, what?
He was telling the truth, I whispered. Chris was telling the truth. You did that for me. You're not going to that award ceremony for me.
I don't want to be there if you're not standing next to me.
God, I am so in love with this man. Everything okay? Sylvie's gentle voice called from behind me. Before I could answer, Garrett scooped me up and began carrying me up the stairs.
Everything's fine. Can you keep an eye on Liddy? Gwen's going to take a shower.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and will you bring an ice pack up in about 15... No, make that a half hour. She hurt her hand.
Oh, no, Sylvie gasped. On what? I could hear the smile in Garrett's voice, but I was too busy just looking at him.
On Chris's face.
I was sure I heard Sylvie's laughter, but I was too focused on other things to pay much attention. It wasn't until I was on my feet in Garrett's, our bathroom, that I got all my senses back. Wait, what are you doing? I asked, batting at his hands as he pulled at my top.
Getting you undressed. We're taking a shower.
Sparks of electricity went off between my thighs as my nipples puckered into hard peaks. I really liked the sound of that, but wait. He growled like an animal about to strike, which only made my desire that much stronger.
No more waiting. Get naked.
I couldn't help but laugh as I fought with his roaming hands once more. This'll only take a second, Garrett. Just hold on. He let out a frustrated huff, but stopped pulling at my clothing and met my eyes. His were dark with a hunger that I could totally relate to.
Fine. 1 second. Go.
You're going to that award ceremony, I stated authoritatively.
Gwen.
No. I held up my hand and stopped him. You're going. And you're going to agree to perform. Besides, I've never seen you play. So what better time, right? His hands fell to my waist, and I got an up-front view as his pupils dilated with pleasure.
What are you saying?
I smiled and moved in closer, wrapping my arms around his waist. I'm saying I'm going with you. We're taking our relationship public. His fingers clenched so tight it was almost to the point of pain, but I didn't care.
Are you serious?
I am, I said softly. We'll keep all mention of Liddy out of it for now, and we won't mention my name. But I'll be right there, standing next to you. And when we agree that it's time, we'll tell the truth. You told Chris no for me. I cupped his cheeks, sliding my fingers back into his soft hair. Let me do this for you. A sexy rumble worked its way up Garrett's throat, causing my skin to break out in goosebumps. He dropped his head and kissed the skin below my ear.
Fuck, baby. I don't deserve you.
I disagree, I panted, fisting his hair even tighter.
Get naked, now,
he commanded, standing to his full height and whipping his own shirt over his head.
I need to fuck you so hard you'll feel me for a week.
I didn't need to be told twice. Chapter 22. I felt so out of place it wasn't funny. It was like being a shined-up turd parading around a bunch of diamonds. I felt each and every stare pierce my skin. That person's way of telling me I didn't belong.
Baby, stop fidgeting,
Garrett whispered in my ear, while more camera flashes went off around us, nearly blinding me.
You look beautiful. You've got nothing to worry about.
That was easy for him to say. He and the rest of the guys had shown up in their standard uniform of T-shirts and worn jeans, and no one thought the better of it because they were the celebrities. They could do whatever the hell they wanted, and no one would bat an eye. Meanwhile, I was the girl walking down a red carpet in a gown from Nordstrom Rack because I couldn't bring myself to use Garrett's black Amex card when he handed it over and told me to buy something nice. I felt like I was taking advantage, spending his money, so I took Corrine and charged my own card for a dress that I couldn't really afford, but still wasn't good enough for the likes of the people surrounding me. People with mics screamed for Garrett and the other guys, everyone asking questions that blended together in a sea of shouted words I could barely understand. They asked about an upcoming album, who I was, if I was his girlfriend or just someone he brought for the night. It was all so intrusive and so overwhelming, I had no clue how the four of them handled it. But they did. They answered questions, posed for pictures, and moved down the carpet wherever their handler led with ease. I tried my best to keep the smile pasted on my face, not to flinch or wince at all the bright lights, or get starstruck with all the A-listers surrounding me. But damn, it was hard. Garrett would occasionally have to leave my side for a photo op or an interview. That was the worst. The handler would push me to the background without so much as a word, and I'd be all alone in a sea of people. I didn't know where to stand to stay out of the shot. I didn't know how to stand. You know that person with a camera shoved in their face who doesn't know what to do with their hands, so they lift and point and flail them around awkwardly? Yeah, I was totally that person, except it wasn't just my hands. It was my entire freaking body. Garrett finished with another quickie interview and moved back to me, placing his hand on the small of my back. "Almost there, baby," he attempted to soothe me, but inside wasn't much better. I told myself that I was imagining all the snide looks I was getting from the women we passed, but when one particularly stunning blonde stepped into our path, I knew I wasn't imagining things. The rest of the guys kept moving, ushered to their seats by a frantic-looking man in a tuxedo, but Declan shot a nervous look at us over his shoulder. "Well, if it isn't Garrett Wilder," the blonde purred, blocking our path so she could run one of her fake red talons down the front of Garrett's shirt. "I've missed you. It's been too long since that night in Vancouver." The woman, if she could be called that, seeing as she looked barely legal, seemed vaguely familiar. But in that moment, I didn't care who she was. I just wanted to rip her stupid extensions out and beat her with them. "Tiffany, nice to see you again." I had to hand it to him. He managed to remain cool and aloof even when the chick's fake tits looked like they were about to burst from her designer gown and smack him in the face. "This is my girlfriend, Gwen." He looped his arm over my shoulders and pulled me firmly against his side in an attempt to make our relationship clear. "Gwen, this is Tiffany Monroe." Son of a bitch. Not the Tiffany Monroe. A part of my soul died right then and there. Tiffany Monroe had been a pop princess back in the day and had released some of my favorite top 40 songs. It was such a disappointment to know a person I'd looked up to and admired for most of my teen and adult years was actually a slutty cow. Needless to say, she'd never get another penny from me. She and her Billboard Top 100s could burn in hell. I faked a smile and extended my hand. "Nice to meet you." Her wrist was as limp as a dead fish as her face morphed into a Botoxed facsimile of a smile. "Yeah, sure. You want an autograph or something?" What I really wanted was to smack the bitch, but I didn't want to embarrass Garrett. "Thanks, but I didn't bring anything. Maybe next time." The hyperactive guy in the tux came scuttling back, giving Tiffany's arm a tug. She briefly gave him her attention before turning back to Garrett and disregarding me completely. "Well, I'm needed, but it's been a pleasure, as always." The way she said it made it obvious that she'd known Garrett in the biblical sense. "Make sure to find me at the after-party." Garrett's arm around me tightened as she disappeared into the crowd. Ian appeared moments later to lead us to our seats. Vancouver? I whispered under my breath as we walked.
Yeah. Garrett reached back with his free hand and scratched at the base of his neck. Sorry about that. I turned sideways and scooted into our row, finally taking my seat before looking up at him with a genuine grin. You know, you just ruined one of my favorite singers for me, right? He grinned mischievously and leaned in. I'll find a way to make it up to you. A pleasant warmth blanketed me as I hummed happily and rested against his arm as the award ceremony got underway. Sitting so close to him, feeling his heat surround me, I was able to push everyone else away and pretend it was just us, that we were a normal couple on a date to the movies or something. It was a nice trick that worked wonders until he and the rest of the guys had to leave me to get ready for their performance. Fortunately, Ian took Garrett's seat, providing me with company that I knew and liked. When they finally took the stage, I was so in awe of what was happening that I didn't have time to consider anyone else. Watching Garrett beat the hell out of his kid was a thing of wonder. I finally got why civil corruption was so popular. The music flowed like water, and the guys played together effortlessly. The melody was harder than what I normally preferred, the lyrics full of anger and need, but the way Declan crooned into the mic, his voice like velvet and sax, I couldn't help but love it. They weren't just performing for the crowd, they were owning us, and I loved every second of it. But I couldn't take my eyes off Garrett. His face while he pounded at the drums was so full of passion. I'd only seen that look on him when we were making love. Knowing he craved me the same way he craved his music drove my body wild. Corinne and Gino weren't wrong. The man was a god up on that stage, and I got off on every single second of watching it. I was so absorbed I didn't even care about feeling out of place in my surroundings. Come on, Ian shouted over the raucous cheers once the guys finished. What? Where are we going? He stood and reached for my hand. Garrett wants you backstage. He told me to take you back there once they finished. I would have run if I hadn't had to depend on Ian to lead the way. My need for Garrett after watching him in his element had grown exponentially. The backstage area was a crush of bodies. People with clipboards barked into their headsets. Men and women in gowns and tuxes milled about, waiting to take the stage. But I only cared about one man. Ian guided me down a hallway and stopped at a door that was partially open, pushing it the rest of the way and ushering me inside. You guys were great! I shouted excitedly as soon as Ian closed out the din of voices from outside the room. Oh my God, I loved it! Declan, Killian, and Mason all laughed as Garrett grabbed my hips and backed me toward the couch against the wall. He sat and pulled me down to straddle his thighs, making my dress right up my legs slightly. Looks like we popped your girl's cherry, Mace teased. Think we can get her off that top 40 bullshit now? I vaguely heard Killian answer. What I think is that we need to get the fuck out of this room before we see parts of our boy we don't want to see. There was more laughter, followed by the sound of the door opening and closing, and a few seconds later, Garrett and I were all alone. You are magnificent, I whispered, keeping my gaze locked on his. Glad you liked it, baby, he chuckled. I watched my fingers as I trailed them through his hair and down his neck. A sheen of sweat coated his forehead. I ran my palms across his shoulders and down his arms and noticed a slight tremble in his limbs. I lifted my eyes to his pupils taking up most of the grassy green. You're shaking. His fingers clenched my hips, pulling me harder against him. I could feel his cock thickening behind his fly. Adrenaline, he answered gruffly. I'm always pumped after a performance. My smile felt positively wicked as I wriggled off Garrett's lap and rested on my knees between his spread thighs. I hummed, suddenly starving for a taste. I toyed with the button of his jeans and gazed up at him through my lashes. I bet I can think of a way to burn some of that off.
His chest rose and fell rapidly as he leaned back, stretching his arms along the back of the couch. Those dimples popped out right before he said, "Let's see what you got." I'd never been happier to oblige in my life. Chapter 23. After Civil Corruption's performance, and the encore I had with Garrett in the dressing room after, I thought the night was looking up. And it had been, until the guys took the stage later in the evening to accept their award for Favorite Rock Album. Tiffany Monroe had been one of the presenters, and she took that as her opportunity to give Garrett a wildly inappropriate kiss when he made it to the podium. He laughed and tried to disengage while playing it up for the cameras like any performer would, but my blood boiled in my veins. The first thing I was doing when I got home was building a bonfire and burning every single Tiffany Monroe album I owned. He apologized the minute he got back to his seat, saying it was nothing more than a publicity stunt, but I just couldn't seem to let it go. I smiled when appropriate and tried my best to fake it, but it was pointless. My mood was ruined. After the award ceremony, we all climbed into the limo waiting to take us to the after-party. All I wanted to do was go back to the hotel and sleep. Instead, I pasted on a brave face, prepared to force myself to enjoy the night ahead of me. If the ceremony itself had been intimidating, the after-party was a whole new world. There was a table cordoned off for the band, and the minute we sat down, a swarm descended. Women in all different states of undress crowded around the guys, each vying for attention. Some I recognized as famous, some I didn't. Luckily, Tiffany Monroe wasn't among the horde. The wall behind our section was made completely of glass that gave a view out to the pool area, just as crowded with people as the inside. "You want something to drink?" Garrett called into my ear over the music. I looked from the pool to the waitress standing before us, waiting for my order. I gave my head a small shake. "Just water, please." She returned shortly with my water, 2 bottles of Jack, and several shot glasses. Garrett and his band members all started pounding shots like it was a race. Fortunately, Garrett stopped around shot number 4 and switched to beer, but that didn't stop discomfort from blooming in my chest as the levels in the bottles quickly went down. A short while later, the smell of pot smoke invaded our little circle. I wasn't sure who lit up, but eventually all the guys, including Garrett, took a hit from the blunt as it was passed to them. I shied away with a smile and a shake of my head when Garrett offered. It was, without a doubt, the rockstar lifestyle. It was what he was used to, and I didn't fit. I didn't fault anyone else who wanted to smoke or drink, as long as it wasn't done to excess, but that just wasn't me. Declan disappeared about an hour in. At one point, a woman came over and took Killian by the hand, leading him off to parts unknown. Mace had a girl on his lap, and I was afraid that if I looked closely enough, I'd see one of his hands doing something I never wanted to see. Garrett seemed immune to everything going on around him as he engaged in conversation with a group of guys who'd come to join us as the night wore on. His arms stayed along the bench behind me the whole time, but I was still an outsider. Not a single person paid me any attention. It was like I was nothing more than a houseplant tucked into the corner, giving the room a splash of color, but otherwise ignored. I let my eyes roam around as I sat silently, playing Garrett's arm candy. Ian stayed relatively close, but remained in the background, making it hard to start a conversation with him. Besides, he was on the job, so it wasn't like he could have kept me company the whole time anyway. My gaze landed on a familiar pair of eyes at the bar. Chris sat, surrounded by other industry types, sipping from a glass full of amber liquid. He was speaking to someone else, but that hateful glare he'd perfected was aimed firmly at me. Everything about that guy made my skin crawl. The air around me was stifling, filled with a heavy scent of smoke and cloying perfume. Mixed with Chris's unwanted attention, it all became too much to bear.
"Where are you going?" Garrett asked, grabbing my wrist when I stood.
I finally had his attention after hours of being overlooked. However, it came at a time when I wanted nothing but a moment of privacy. "Bathroom," I answered with a plastic smile. "I'll be right back." I twisted my wrist from his hold and started pushing my way through the people standing around. I all but ran through the bathroom door, hoping for a reprieve, only to stumble upon a group of women crowded around the sinks, lines of Coke spread along the black granite countertop. A blonde head was bent over one of the lines, the woman sniffing loudly as she slid a rolled-up bill across the powder. I was frozen in place, just long enough to see the face of the woman who'd just taken a hit. Tiffany Monroe's glassy eyes met mine in the mirror for a split second before I came to my senses, turned, and quickly hightailed it out of the bathroom. I'd just made it back out into the hallway when the door to the men's room across from me swung open. Killian came stumbling out, his pants only half-zipped, and what looked like scratch marks on the bit of chest exposed by his partially buttoned shirt. The woman who'd pulled him away earlier followed closely behind, tugging her skirt back into place. His attention hit me, and a lazy smile stretched his lips.
"Hey there, slugger."
He and the other guys had taken to calling me slugger since Garrett told them about me breaking Chris's nose. I looked between him and the woman he'd just screwed in the bathroom of a club. Just more proof I didn't fit into their world. Hi.
"Where you off to?"
"Just looking for fresh air. Don't mind me. Back to—" I waved my hand between him and his hookup. "Whatever it was you were doing. Sorry to interrupt." I moved to go around him, but he caught my arm before I got too far.
"Hey, you okay?"
Concern laced his voice, mirroring his expression. I did my best to appear calm and collected, giving him a small nod. "Yeah, I'm good. Just going to head back to the party."
"You sure?"
He really was a good guy. They all were. I was glad Garrett had people he was close to and that they'd been friends for so long. People needed other people. I knew that better than anyone. But right then, something about his worry for me was just too much. Tears pricked the backs of my eyes and burned my nose, and I blinked rapidly to keep them at bay. It was a ridiculous response, but the whole night was so overwhelming, and I couldn't control my emotions. "I'm great," I lied with a fake smile. "You guys go have fun. Don't worry about me. I'm going to find Garrett." I must have pulled it off because Killian finally released my arm and took a step back.
"All right, darling. Stay close to him. Don't wander too far."
I stupidly gave him a salute and turned to head back to our table. I just cleared the hall back into the main part of the club when I stuttered to a stop. The guys Garrett was talking to when I left were gone. In their place was a redhead with curves that would have put Jessica Rabbit to shame. She sat with her legs crossed, one over the other, and her entire body angled toward his. Her smile was so big it practically swallowed her face. Garrett said something and the woman giggled, placing her hand on his chest. It looked like she whispered something to him, and I watched, a piece of my heart splintering, as his head fell back with abandoned laughter. He looked happy, completely at ease, as if the woman was someone he'd known and cared about for a long time. She wasn't just another one-night stand. I'd officially reached my limit. I was fed up with the scene. My heels were pinching my toes, and I was just over it. All of it. Instead of going to Garrett, I wound my way through the crowd, heading straight for Ian. "Hey, I'm going to head back to the hotel." He looked down at me with the same expression my father used to wear as I got older, and started venturing out on my own. It was one of apprehension. The look tugged painfully at my heart.
"I don't think you should go by yourself," Let me just get Mr. Wilder.
No, he's enjoying himself. I'm just tired and want to go to sleep. He scanned the room, his gaze stopping on Garrett and the redhead several feet away, and let out a heavy sigh. Please, Ian, I said quietly, trying to mask the break in my voice. I just want to go. He regarded me closely and finally nodded.
All right, but I'm taking you myself.
You don't have to do that, I insisted. I can catch a cab. His face was hard and unrelenting.
No arguments. You want to leave? I'm taking you. That's final.
I nodded and followed closely behind as he led me from the club to a shiny black SUV waiting at the curb. Once inside, I finally pulled in a much-needed breath and rested my head against the seat, closing my eyes tightly. I was so exhausted that I was nearly asleep by the time Ian pulled up outside our hotel.
You want me to walk you up?
I opened my eyes and shook my head. No thanks, I'm good. You go back to the guys. I climbed out of the car and made my way through the expansive lobby to the elevators. Pulling off my shoes on the ride to our floor, I fantasized about a nice, relaxing bubble bath in the room's massive jacuzzi tub instead of picturing Garrett with that woman. I should have known better than to let my guard down. The hotel room door clicked shut behind me, and I heaved a sigh while dropping the offensive heels to the carpeted floor. I headed toward the bathroom while reaching back to find the zipper to my dress at the same time, but came to a screeching halt just outside the bedroom of our luxurious suite. Rough night? My eyelids lowered into angry slits at the sight of Kimber sitting comfortably on the edge of our bed. What are you doing here? How did you get in? She smiled viciously. I'm the assistant for civil corruption. I have a key to all the guys' rooms. Must be convenient when one of them is looking for a quick, sloppy lay. I moved to the bureau across from the window and started removing all my jewelry. Leave. Ignoring my demand, she stood on her sky-high stripper heels and placed her hands on her hips. You don't belong here. You know that, right? I met her gaze in the mirror but refused to turn around. Funny, seeing as you're the one who broke into my room. I don't mean the room. I mean here, with the guys, with Garrett. You don't belong. You never will. He'll see that eventually and get sick of you. After the night I'd just had, her words packed a solid punch they normally wouldn't have. Back in Seattle, Garrett, Liddy, and I were in our own protective bubble. The outside world couldn't touch us. But after tonight, the rose-colored glasses were off and I was second-guessing everything. But I'd be damned if I let her know she was getting to me. Geez, you really are a jealous bitch, Kimber, I said with a dry laugh, finally turning to meet her face to face. I'd be careful if I were you. All that bitterness causes wrinkles, and with a personality like yours, you can't afford to lose your look so soon. Her pretty face twisted with rage, showing the true ugliness that lay beneath the surface. You're a joke, she spat. You think he cares about you? About that girl? Watch it, I warned through clenched teeth as I took a menacing step in her direction. You don't talk about my daughter. Ever. You mean nothing to him. You never will. You and that daughter you tried to trap him with are nothing more than something to keep him entertained while the guys take a break. You think he'll want anything to do with you when he's back out on tour? She cackled loudly, setting my teeth on edge. He'll forget all about you the moment he fucks a groupie after their first show. All that adrenaline pumping through his veins after each performance. Yeah, he'll be looking for an outlet. And where will you be? Fear and pain knifed through my heart as she picked at the fresh wound. My heart threatened to beat out of my chest. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do more. Beat Kimber into a bloody pulp or lock myself away in the bathroom and bawl my eyes out. Embarrassingly enough, I was leaning toward the latter. Then, when he gets tired of groupie whores, and he will get tired of them, he'll come crawling back to me just like always, because I belong in his world. I get what he needs. Unlike you, I can give him what he wants. I know a man like him can't be tied down. You're just a burden. If you really cared about him, you'd take that girl, pack your shit, and get out of his life. All you do is hold him back. Just ask Chris. He says you'll destroy Garrett and the rest of the band. I opened my mouth to defend myself, only to let loose an embarrassing sob. Kimber's face shined with triumph, and I could tell she was just about to go for the kill when a loud, furious grumble sounded from the doorway. We both jumped and spun around, just in time to see Garrett stalk into the room. "Get out," he thundered. His rage was tangible, filling every inch of the room and making it hard to breathe. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Kimber's face blanched with fear. "Garrett,
Bitch! I said get the fuck out. You think after the bullshit you just pulled I won't physically remove you myself? You're wrong. And if you ever come near me, Gwen, my daughter, or the band again, I'll make you wish you'd never been born. You get me?"
"Please," she began to beg, rushing him and twisting her fingers in his shirt. "You don't understand. I'm just looking out for you. She can't give you what you need, Garrett. I can." He pushed her off with so much force she fell against the mattress. All I could do was stand, frozen in place, as Garrett pulled his cell out of his pocket and hit a button before bringing it up to his ear.
"Ian, get the fuck up here now," he barked, "and bring hotel security."
He disconnected just as Kimber regained her footing. "Please don't do this. I'll stay away from her, I swear."
"Yeah, you will, because you're fucking fired. And I'm getting a restraining order on your ass the second we touch down in Seattle."
I clamped my hands over my mouth and watched as Ian and 2 hotel security guards entered and dragged a crying, inconsolable Kimber from our room. It was like witnessing a train wreck. Gruesome and horrible, but I couldn't bring myself to look away.
"You need me to stay, boss?"
Ian asked, eyeing me up and down, checking for signs of distress.
"Go,"
Garrett commanded in a rock-hard voice.
"Make sure she's on the next fucking plane out of L.A.
He nodded and disappeared from the room, leaving me with Garrett and his palpable fury. Chapter 24. It was Garrett coming at me that finally snapped me out of my stupor. He was closing in, reaching out to touch me when I stepped back. Rationally, I knew he'd never hurt me, but his anger and stony expression made me nervous. I'd seen him mad before, sure, but never like this. I paused as the muscle in his jaw ticked. His voice was like gravel when he spoke.
"Don't be scared of me. Not you, Gwen."
I'm sorry," I stuttered. I didn't realize I'd been crying until he closed the distance and cupped my cheeks, his thumbs brushing away the tears only to have more fall.
"Are you okay? Christ, I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't know she'd—"
He squeezed his eyes closed for a moment.
"Why did you leave by yourself? Why didn't you tell me?"
I hiccuped and sniffed back the tears. "I just needed to get out of there, Garrett. I didn't belong."
"That's bullshit."
He snapped, his fingers clenching tighter around my face.
"That's just Kimber filling your head with shit. You can't listen to her."
"But she's right," I cried, pulling from his hold and moving across the room. I needed space to think. When he was near me, I couldn't concentrate on anything but him, how he made me feel. I needed a clear head, not one full of all things Garrett. She was right, Garrett. She didn't say anything tonight that I wasn't already thinking myself. Why do you think I left? More tears spilled past my eyelids and down my cheeks. I don't belong in that world. I was so out of place, so uncomfortable. You were in your element tonight. I could see it written all over you. You fit, but I didn't. You will get bored with me, or end up resenting me, which is even worse. "Stop it," he boomed, charging me, but I moved around the bed. Think about it, Garrett. If it weren't for Liddy, you never would have looked at me twice. We wouldn't be standing here right now. God damn it, he shouted at the top of his lungs, then snatched the lamp off the bureau and sent it flying across the room. It smashed into the wall and broke into thousands of tiny pieces, the crash so loud I let out a startled yelp. He lunged, too quick for me to escape that time. His arms were like steel bands wrapping around me and pinning me against him. "Stop it," he shouted. "Just stop. You promised, Gwen. You said you were in this with me." "I am," I choked out. "But what does it matter if you aren't going to feel the same in a year or 2 years? I can't. Kimber was right. I can't give you what you need." "I need you," he croaked, his voice sounding like he just swallowed glass. "Christ, Gwen, I need you. You and Liddy. Can't you see that? God, baby, nothing matters if I don't have you. I'm so fucking in love with you, it hurts." A sob worked its way from my throat at his declaration. "You promised me," he continued, his words and his hold on me growing desperate. "You promised. You can't leave me." "Garrett, you can't." His lips smashed against mine, bruising, punishing, owning. His tongue forced its way into my mouth. His need for me was almost as ravenous as mine was for him. The sound of fabric tearing was quickly accompanied by cool air on my skin as my tattered dress fell to the floor, leaving me in nothing but a small lacy pair of panties. "Oh, God," I moaned, my head dropping back as Garrett sucked one of my hard, puckered nipples between his lips. His teeth scraped the delicate skin, sending shockwaves of pleasure through my whole body. "No one can do this for you," he panted, one arm still holding me steady as the other skated between us. He shoved his hand into my panties and began toying with my slit. "No one but me. I'm the only one who can touch you like this, who can make you wet, who can fuck you until you see stars." "Garrett, please," I begged, lost to everything but his touch and his words. "Stay with me, baby." His words were dripping with distress as he continued to manipulate my body. "You promised you'd stay with me." I fisted his hair and pulled until I could reach his mouth. "I'm here," I breathed, standing on my toes to kiss him. "I'm here." "When Ian told me you left," he said against my lips, his face ravaged. "God, Gwen, you can't do that again." I fought with his shirt, pulling and stretching the cotton. "I'm not going anywhere." Within seconds, we were both naked. Garrett fused his mouth to mine in a hungry kiss as he pushed me back onto the bed, following after me. "Let me in," he demanded. I spread my legs, wrapping them around his trim waist. His cock drove into me with one brutal thrust. "Let me in," he repeated as he began fucking me so hard my teeth clacked together. That was when I knew he wasn't just talking about physically. "Look at me," I coaxed as he continued to move, each plunge of his thick cock driving us farther up the bed. His eyes hit mine, the green nearly black with need and longing, even though we were already closer than two people could be. "You're in," I whispered, meaning it, in spite of how terrified I was. Then I said those 3 words I'd only spoken to 4 people in my whole life. My parents, Corrine, and Liddy. 3 words that meant everything to me. I couldn't have contained them if I wanted to. I love you. His eyes screwed closed, like hearing them was almost too much to bear. Fuck, he grunted, pounding into me even harder. Fuck. Say it again. I love you. I was close, so close. I could feel the pressure building inside me, threatening to explode. Again, he hissed through clenched teeth. A tear broke free and trickled into my hair at my temple. I love you. Garrett braced himself on one forearm, his free hand coming up to my throat. His thumb put pressure on my chin, forcing my face to his. I love you so much, baby. Each word was punctuated by his hips slamming against mine. I love you too. His eyes hid nothing. I could see every single raw emotion staring down at me. I need you, Gwen. Please, don't leave me. The moment was so staggering that all I could do was promise, I won't. Then that pressure built to a crescendo, and I was spiraling down, down, down. I screamed his name until my throat hurt as I came, wave after gigantic wave crashing over me. He buried himself to the hilt, his muscles locked, and shouted out his own release. I'd barely caught my breath when his arms gave out and he began to drop. But before I could take his full weight, he twisted, rolling to his back, taking me with him without breaking our connection. His cock twitched against my sensitive walls, causing me to shiver. He held me close as he shifted our bodies and pulled the covers over us. We remained silent for what felt like forever, until I couldn't take it anymore. You broke a lamp, I whispered, nuzzling my cheek against his warm chest. I did, and I'll destroy this whole fucking room if you pull that shit again. My eyes were open, but I didn't see anything around me as I stared into space. I just had to get out of there, I admitted, still speaking softly. It was all too much. Then I saw you with that woman. The vision of her in my mind was a blow to the gut. His voice was as hushed as mine as he asked, What woman? You know. His softened dick slid out, making me gasp as he rolled me to my back and hovered over me. I don't, Gwen. What woman? I swallowed down the lump in my throat and willed myself to answer. The redhead. Recognition flared in that jade green. You looked really happy to see her, like she was important to you. Shit, he muttered, glancing off to the side for a second. Baby, that was Tate. My head jerked back against the pillows in confusion. Who? Tate. Tatum. Christ, Gwen, she's Declan's ex. If it looked like she was important to me, it's because she is. I tensed, and he must have felt it because he quickly explained. We all grew up together. She was like a sister to me. She and Deck were practically attached at the hip since we were teenagers. He's still in love with her. Probably always will be. But when he fucked up, he wasn't the only one who lost her. We all did. I hadn't seen her in almost 10 years before tonight. What you saw was me catching up with an old friend. That's it. That ache in my heart I felt at the sight of them finally began to subside. He's still in love with her? I breathed. Yeah, he whispered back. Always will be. And she's still in love with him, whether she's willing to admit it or not. What? I licked my lips, unsure if it was my place to ask, but too curious not to. What happened? He smiled down at me, full on with dimples and everything. That's a story for another time when your head's screwed on straight. Right now, all I care about is knowing you aren't going to run again. The sigh that whooshed from my chest was weary and exhausted. I didn't fit in tonight, I said. I didn't like where we were or who we were with. I don't belong in that world, Garrett. You belong with me, he growled, his nose almost touching mine.
Fuck everyone else. Fuck the parties and all that bullshit. You fit me. That's all that matters. You get me?
I didn't, at least not completely, but I gave him what he needed. Yeah, I nodded. I get you. His tone gentled.
You love me?
I do. You love me? He ran the tip of his nose along mine and answered,
More than life. This'll work, baby. You give me a chance and I'll prove it to you.
I wanted to believe him, but somewhere in the back of my mind, my doubts still lingered. I could hear Kimber's voice echoing my own insecurities, but instead of admitting it, I simply said, Okay, Garrett. We left the lights on that night, neither of us willing to let the other go to turn them out. It didn't take Garrett long to find sleep, but I wasn't so lucky. The doubts were screaming too loudly in my head for me to drift off. I lay awake for hours, wrapped in Garrett, enveloped in the heat he radiated in his sleep, praying he was right, that we could work, that two people as different as us could make a life together, because I did love him, more than life. But as the sun began to rise across the California skyline, I still wasn't sure I believed it. Chapter 25. It had been 2 weeks since the AMAs, and there was an underlying tension in our home that wasn't there before we left Seattle. I felt unsettled. The niggling doubt that started burrowing into my brain back in LA hadn't let up once we got back. And Garrett sensed it. It was like he felt me struggling and was going overboard to try and help. He'd been openly affectionate before, but now it seemed like he couldn't control his need to touch or hold me whenever we occupied the same space. It bled into our lovemaking as well. What had been passion before LA had morphed into a desperation no amount of sex could seem to quench. His hunger only grew after each encounter. His craving to be inside me immediately returned once we were done. I'd been functioning on little to no sleep the past couple of weeks, trying to fill that void inside not only Garrett, but myself as well. But I couldn't stop that voice of doubt. I stood at the railing of the terrace in what was now our bedroom. I'd left him sleeping in the bed an hour before. Worn out after 2 rounds of exhausting lovemaking, he'd finally passed out, but I was unable to shut my brain off and find sleep. The moon and stars reflected off the lake in the distance, glinting and glimmering like the water was full of a million lights. Fall had officially hit Seattle with the holidays right around the corner, leaving the temperature at night near frigid, but I barely felt the cold on my skin thanks to my tumultuous thoughts. The sound of sheets rustling echoed from the bedroom, and seconds later I felt Garrett's strong, warm arms around me.
Jesus, baby, you're freezing. What are you doing out here?
I burrowed against him, relishing the feel of being in his arms. Just thinking, I whispered. And I'm fine now that I've got you. You're all the warmth I need.
What are you thinking?
I shivered at the feel of his breath against my ear. How much I love you, I answered, when really I was thinking how I might not be enough for you.
You're my world, Gwen, he murmured in my ear. You and Liddy. I can't imagine my life without you guys in it.
And I couldn't imagine my life without him in it, which was what scared me so much. I knew he'd always have room in his heart for Liddy. He'd proven over these last months that he could be the father I'd always prayed for my daughter to have. He'd always be a part of Liddy's life. But I wasn't sure I'd be enough to keep him as a part of mine. I turned in his arms, basking in the heat of his body as I wrapped my arms around his waist, clinging to him like a lifeline. When I dug the pads of my fingers into his back, he let out a sharp hiss, his entire body going rigid. I pulled back, quickly letting him go in fear of hurting him. What's wrong? His lips tipped up in a seductive smile.
I was gonna show you earlier, but we got distracted.
I playfully slapped him on the chest and glared. Show me what? He turned around, giving me his back. In the moonlight, I was able to make out the black marks trailing down the center of his spine that I'd never seen before. Garrett? I whispered, emotions clogging my throat as I read, I am hers and she is mine. The tattoo ran vertical down his back, the skin surrounding it still slightly pink. What is this? He turned back around, his face a mask of sincerity as he answered, It's us. You and me. It's the truth, Gwen. Because I am yours, and you're mine. The meaning behind it terrified me as much as it thrilled me. Garrett, that's so permanent, I stressed. Exactly, he growled, taking my face in his hands. You're permanent, baby. You think I don't see you holding yourself back? That I don't feel it? That goddamn wall of yours is still between us, no matter what I do. I needed you to see that this isn't going away. I'm not going away. You think you don't fit in my world, but what you don't get is that you are my world. None of that other bullshit matters. I'd walk away from all of it for you and Liddy. No, I said forcefully. You can't do that. Garrett, music means everything to you. Those guys are your family. I barely spoke the last word before he cut me off. You're my family. Christ, Gwen! He barked and began pacing the length of the balcony. What do you want me to do, huh? You say you don't belong in my world, but you won't let me give it up for you. And you can't bring yourself to adjust so I can keep you both. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying my fucking hardest to protect you and Liddy from that shit, but it's not good enough for you. That's not true, I cried. God, I was such a mess. My head was so screwed up I couldn't figure anything out. This fight wasn't on Garrett. It was solely on me. But I just didn't know how to stop it. How to make myself less insecure, less afraid of losing the only family I'd had since my parents. And that was the underlying issue. It wasn't that I didn't trust Garrett. I didn't trust fate. I'd already lost one family. I wasn't sure I could survive losing another. So I kept myself at arm's length at all times. I couldn't bring myself to allow him to fill that hole inside me the rest of the way. The sad thing was, I knew he could do it. If I just let him, Garrett could fill the remainder of that dark, bleak hole of sadness and loss. Only he and Liddy could make me full again. But I was too much of a coward. And he knew it. He shook his head in disappointment at my prolonged silence and moved back into the bedroom. Seconds later, the lights inside flicked on, giving me the perfect view of Garrett as he moved into the closet and retrieved a large black duffel bag. "Where are you going?" I asked. My stomach twisted into anxious knots as he began yanking drawers open, stuffing T-shirts and jeans into his bag. I suddenly felt sick at the thought of him leaving. "New York," he bit out, refusing to look at me as he continued to pack. I knew about that trip. The band was performing on a popular late-night talk show and had several other TV and radio interviews lined up while they were there. "But I thought you guys weren't supposed to leave until tomorrow night." He stopped just long enough to pin me to the spot with his gaze. His beautiful green eyes flashed with turmoil as he took me in with a sweeping look from head to toe. "I'm gonna go a day early. Clearly, you need some time to yourself to get your shit together, so I'm gonna give it to you." "Garrett." I took a step closer, but he held his hand up to stop me. I waited with bated breath, frozen to the spot on the floor as he quickly dressed. I needed him to say something, anything to let me know I hadn't screwed us up completely. "Ian's staying behind with you and Liddy, so if you need anything, just give him a call. I'll be back late Friday night." That certainly wasn't what I wanted to hear. He picked his bag up off the bed and slung it over his shoulder.
I'm willing to fight for you, Gwen. I think I've made that pretty fucking clear. But I can't be the only one fighting. You're it for me. You need to take this week to figure out if I'm it for you. Because I can't keep trying to hold on to something that doesn't want to be held. It's up to you to decide if I should finally let go.
It felt like a lifetime passed before I was able to get my legs to cooperate and move. But it was too late. By the time I made it to the threshold, I could hardly hear the front door clicking closed from downstairs. Chapter 26. Garrett had been gone for 2 days, and I'd been spending all that time trying my hardest to pretend everything was just fine. Maybe if I told myself that, things would return to normal when he got home. I'd actually start believing it. I ignored the insecurities that had taken root in the pit of my stomach and threw myself into work at Bernie's, ran around with Liddy each night until she passed out, and attempted to work on my book, even though the words wouldn't come easily. All of it was an attempt to tune out the real world. Excuse me? I looked up from the register and smiled at the 2 young women standing across the counter from me. Hi, what can I get you? That's totally her, the brunette whispered to her blonde friend, elbowing her in the side. I told you so. The blonde wrinkled her nose like she'd just gotten a whiff of something disgusting. No way. Totally, the brunette continued, the 2 of them conversing like I wasn't even there. I saw her when I came in here a while back. That's her. The blonde let out a snort as she rolled her eyes. Garrett Wilder so wouldn't go there. She's like old and not hot. Excuse me? My back shot straight at that statement for many reasons, her insult on my looks being the least of them. Are you the chick who went to the AMAs with Garrett Wilder? The brunette asked eagerly. Where? I'm sorry, do I know you? Dread prickled at my skin as I stumbled over my words. See, the blonde sneered. It's not her. Why would he bang her when he can get someone young and hot? That was the second time the bitch referred to me as old and ugly. I wasn't supermodel worthy, but I thought I was cute enough, and I was only 4 or 5 years older than the co-ed Barbies at the register. I'm sorry, I said to the blonde. Is there a problem here? Yeah. She popped the gum in her mouth and twirled a strand of her overprocessed hair around her finger. The problem's that you're an old, dried-up cow who thought she could trap the hottest drummer on the planet by getting knocked up. OMG, the brunette exclaimed giddily. How is he in bed? I bet he's like a total sex god. Am I right? I've been trying to get into one of Civil Corruption's parties for, ever. I'd totally do what you did if I got the chance. What's more awesome than getting preggo by someone rich and famous, right? The floor dropped from beneath me. I had to grab hold of the countertop to stay upright when my knees buckled. Gwen, are you okay? Gina's voice sounded like it was coming from inside a tunnel as she rushed over to my side. I was so far from okay, it wasn't even funny. What the fuck was happening? How did they know about Liddy? My mind was spinning so fast, trying to come up with answers, that I barely registered Gina telling the 2 bimbos off. Yo, Tweedle slut and Tweedle skank, get the hell out. We have the right to refuse service, and you 2 walking STDs just got yourselves banned from Bernie's for life. Listen, bitch, the blonde started, but the bell over the door chimed, cutting her off. I glanced up to find Ian moving in my direction, his expression as hard as rock. You 2 out, he ordered, pointing at the 2 girls. Then he growled, now, when neither of them moved quick enough. That tone and his size were enough to send them running. Once the cafe was clear of customers, he turned back to me. We gotta go. I got my bearings enough to talk. What the fuck is going on, Ian? Those girls said things. I gave my head a vicious shake. They knew things they shouldn't know. You haven't seen it? Gina asked, drawing my attention. Seen what? Her gaze grew sympathetic as she pulled her cell out of the pocket of her apron. Babe, you're all over the internet. There's even a hashtag, Garrett Wilder's baby mama. It's trending, she winced. What? I shouted at the top of my lungs. I snatched the phone from her hand and started scrolling through the pictures on the site Gina had pulled up. There were countless photos of me with Garrett at the award ceremony, each and every one of them stating my name. Christ, they even had my high school yearbook photo. But that wasn't the worst of it. Beneath half the article about me were 2 photos that sent chills up my spine. I shoved the phone in Ian's face. How the fuck did they get these? I demanded to know, waving the pictures of Liddy at Ian accusingly. One was of my monkey smiling up at the camera with a big chocolate-covered smile on her face as the ice cream cone in her hand melted all over the place. The second was of me holding her in my arms, both of us cheesing it up as Liddy's birthday balloons floated in the background. These pictures are mine. No one has copies. They're in frames in my bedroom, for Christ's sake. He held up his hands in a placating gesture. Gwen, just calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, I screamed. Tell me what the fuck is going on, Ian. Okay, he sighed, rubbing one hand over the top of his head. We don't know who leaked it or why, but this morning a story hit with yours and Liddy's names and pictures. Oh my God. I placed a trembling hand on my forehead. I felt like I was about to pass out. We'll find out who did this, Gwen, and we'll fix it. I promise. The article's nothing but lies anyway. Wait, what? I turned the phone around and began reading. I'd barely gotten halfway through when one paragraph in particular made my blood run cold. A source close to the rockstar confirmed that Mr. Wilder was extremely upset when he realized Gwen Carson had gone to such lengths for financial gain, but he's determined to make it work for the sake of his child. It is said he will do anything to guarantee his daughter grows up in a stable environment. Miss Carson is believed to have used the child in question as a pawn to live the lifestyle she deems satisfactory, and that the drummer for the world-renowned rock band Civil Corruption is trapped in a loveless relationship with a woman he despises, all because he wants to be a good father. Give me that, Gina said, snatching the phone from my hand. You don't need to read that bullshit. You know as well as I do that none of that's true. I saw how he was with you. I only had eyes for Ian as I cried out, Are you fucking kidding me? Gwen, like I said. You know exactly who did this, Ian, and you know why. That bitch would do anything to hurt me and get her claws into Garrett. My vision went red with rage. I wanted to find Kimber and wring her fucking neck. Garrett's going to make this right, I swear. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from my throat. Make it right? How? Please, tell me how he could possibly make this right. They're saying I'm a bad mother. It's trending, for Christ's sake. He took a step closer to the counter, watching me like I was a wild animal about to escape its cage. Look, we can discuss this more, but we need to do it later. I've been instructed to get you and Liddy back to the house. Garrett's catching a flight from New York as we speak. Oh, God, I breathed, interrupting him. Liddy. I ran from behind the counter toward the door with Ian hot on my heels. He caught up before I made it to my car and led me to the passenger side of an SUV with tinted windows idling at the curb. I wrung my hands in my lap and chewed anxiously on my bottom lip as Ian drove to the daycare, breaking every speed limit along the way. Shit, he hissed as we pulled up along the front of the building. I followed his line of sight and noticed a crowd of people milling about on the sidewalk across the street from the daycare. Are those... He shut the engine off and faced me full on.
Just keep your head down and move quick, okay? Hopefully we can get in and out without them noticing."
Of course. I couldn't have been that lucky. It would have meant my life wasn't one clusterfuck after another. The second my foot hit the pavement, one of the photographers spotted me. My name was being shouted as Ian hustled us into the building. I tuned it out as best I could. My main concern was for Liddy. I wanted to get her out of there as quickly as possible. The daycare director looked flustered, and the instant she set eyes on me, she had one of the teachers rush off to get Liddy from her classroom. "I'm so sorry," I started as I reached the front desk. "No worries," the kindly older woman insisted. "They've stayed across the street and haven't caused any trouble so far. I'm more concerned about yours and Liddy's safety." I tried for a reassuring smile, but fell short of the mark. "We'll be okay." I pointed at Ian, who stood behind me. "I've brought backup." She nodded as Liddy came running around the corner. "Mommy?" I pasted on a brave face for my little girl and scooped her up. "Hey, monkey, you ready to go?" "Uh-huh." "Okay, baby." I gripped her close and attempted a light tone as I said, "Hold tight. We're going to race Ian to the car." She squirmed excitedly as we headed for the door. Unfortunately, a race was out of the question. The group of people that had been outside when we arrived seemed to have doubled in size, and it wasn't just paparazzi this time. From the shouted insults and curses, I guessed some die-hard fans of civil corruption had gotten wind of the story and were out for blood. "Mommy, what's happening?" Liddy's tiny body began to tremble as the crowd descended and started yelling. "It's okay, sweetie," I soothed, holding her tighter. "It's okay."
"Gold-digging whore," someone shouted. "Is that Garrett Wilder's child?" another person yelled.
Look here, Gwen. Liddy, smile for the camera."
"You're a horrible mother." "Did he try to pay you off to keep you quiet?"
"Slut.
Tramp."
I hope you die, you skanky bitch."
"You deserve to have her taken away. I hope Garrett gets full custody."
"I had a love child with Garrett Wilder, too." Each word was a poisonous barb slicing into my skin and drawing blood. I clutched my daughter against me as she buried her face in my neck and began to cry, frightened by everything happening around us, at the cruel words, the hate emanating from people who didn't even know me. "It's okay. It's okay," I continued to whisper into Liddy's ear as Ian got us to the SUV and managed to get the back door open. I kept her in my lap, running my hand through her hair over and over. "It's all right, baby girl. It's over. We're fine." But while I tried to calm my terrified daughter, I couldn't control the few tears of my own that broke loose. Anyone who ever said words didn't hurt was a goddamned liar. I knew for a fact they did, because I'd just been gutted. Chapter 27. It had been the day from hell. When we got to the mansion, there were reporters and photographers camped around outside the gate, just waiting for a chance at a picture of my little girl or me. They were relentless, even going so far as beating on the car windows as we passed. That just set Liddy off once again. It took a while, but I eventually got her calmed down, and with some seriously Black Ops-type planning on Ian's part, and an amazing best friend, we managed to get her out of the house and over to Corinne's apartment, where it was photographer-free. I stayed behind, but only so I could pack our stuff and get the hell out of there before anything else could go wrong. But as my life had proven time and time again, luck was not on my side, because Garrett arrived home before I could make my escape. "Gwen?" His shout was followed by a quick slam of the front door. "Gwen, baby, where are you?" I ignored his voice and the way the deep baritone made me shiver and continued throwing clothes into suitcases. The sound of his thick-soled boots hitting the ground grew closer as he rushed up the stairs and down the hall. "Christ, baby, he sighed when he reached the threshold of the bedroom door. "Are you okay? I'm so goddamn sorry." I jerked away from his touch when his hand landed on my shoulder and kept packing. "Gwen, will you fucking look at me? What are you doing?" "What's it look like?" I bit out, rage still roiling in my blood from everything that had happened. "Why are you packing? Where the fuck are you going?" "To Corey's," I answered shortly, still refusing to meet his eyes. "God damn it," he barked, grabbing me by the shoulders and spinning me around. "Will you fucking stop? Talk to me, baby. What's going on?" I was too lost in my own anger to notice the stark fear shining in his eyes. "What's going on is that your little fuck toy decided to get her revenge by smearing my name all over the fucking internet," I shouted. "What's going on is that I've got people threatening me, accusing me of being a terrible mother, and saying I should lose my daughter. I've had to turn off my phone because those assholes somehow got my number and won't stop calling, asking how much money I received for your illegitimate child. The paparazzi are brutal, and the die-hard civil corruption fans want my head on a goddamn stake." "I can fix this," he insisted. He reached for my hand, but I pulled away. "I've already got my team working on it, and we'll find out who—" "Oh, cut the shit!" I spat. The thin tether holding my fury in check snapped in two. "Don't pretend you don't know who leaked that joke of a story." I let out a humorless laugh. "You know who it was. This has Kimber's name written all over it." "You don't know that." "Have you lost your fucking mind? Of course I know that. Who else could it have been, huh? Those pictures of Liddy came from my bedroom. This is the exact same woman who kept the fact that your daughter was having surgery from you. But I shouldn't be surprised you defend her," I hissed, acid dripping from my words. "I mean, even after I told you how I sat in that waiting room alone and scared to death, even after you knew the fucking truth, you still didn't fire her. I mean, she's probably the only woman besides me that you've gone back for seconds with, so it's no wonder you try and make excuses for her. Guess her pussy was just too good, huh? Makes up for the fact that she's a lying, scheming bitch. Good to know." "Stop it," he growled, taking me by the arms and giving me a small shake. "Fucking stop. I understand you're angry, I get it, and you have every right, but don't say shit you don't mean." I laughed sarcastically. "Oh, you think I don't mean it? Did you see what they're saying about me?" "They're just fucking tabloids, Gwen. As soon as some new gossip comes along, they'll forget all about this. If you just give me a chance to There's nothing to explain, Garrett. If you hadn't gone around sticking your dick into every willing participant that crossed your path, none of this would have happened. You treat women like they're expendable, and you're surprised when one of them wants revenge? Come on, you're smarter than that." His entire frame locked tight, and his eyes grew as dark as storm clouds. "Are you really blaming me for this?" "You're the one who decided it was a good idea to fuck the help, and I'm the one dealing with the consequences of your actions. They were at Liddy's daycare today. Her daycare. I had to walk through your screaming fans and those goddamn rabid photographers while our daughter shook in my arms. They said the most disgusting things, and she heard all of it. She was terrified, couldn't understand why people were being so mean to her mommy, and that's on you." I punctuated each word with a jab of my index finger in his chest. "If you'd have just kept it in your pants." "That's fucking bullshit, and you know it. You're not pissed that I fucked Kimber. You're pissed that your small, sheltered world got turned on its head, and you're looking for someone to point fingers at because you're scared. You're using the past as an excuse, holding every wrong I ever did over my fucking head because I was getting too close, and that freaked you out. You know I can fix this. You know I'll be able to take care of you and Liddy, but you're too much of a coward to let me. The first sign of trouble ahead and you're running." My mouth dried up at his accusations. A knot the size of a golf ball formed in my throat, making it impossible to breathe. because he was right. In the back of my mind, where logic and reason still ruled, I knew he was right. But like he said, I was too much of a coward to admit it. "That's not true," I whispered. The words were ragged, like they'd been torn from my chest. "Yes, it is. You've been running this whole fucking time looking for any reason to make me the bad guy once again. Tell me I'm wrong." I couldn't tell him that. My mouth refused to speak that lie, so instead I turned and continued packing. "Don't do this," he pleaded on a haggard whisper. "Please, baby, don't do this." Tears filled my eyes and spilled over my lashes. A voice inside my head screamed at me to stop, but my pride and fear wouldn't let me. He kept going, moving so close I could feel his heat on my back. "We can work this out, Gwen. I know we can. I love you. Don't walk away." "There's nothing to work out. It's done." I zipped the suitcase closed, pulled it off the bed, and started for the door. My eyes stayed on my feet with each step. If I looked at him, I'd lose it. "You walk out now, and that's it. It's done. I can't keep chasing you, Gwen. It hurts too fucking much." "Then stop chasing me," I said in a weak voice. My heart cracked in two before crumbling to dust as I slowly made my way out of the house. The saddest part was, deep down, I knew I had no one to blame for my broken heart but myself. It had been a week since I walked out on Garrett, and each day was steadily worse than the last. I hated the photographers and reporters who still hounded me when I showed up at Bernie's for my shift. I hated the civil corruption superfans who came into the cafe asking invasive questions or making threats because they were delusional and thought I stole their man. I hated waking up on Corinne's couch because I was an idiot. But mostly I hated myself for walking away from Garrett and hurting us both. "Hey, how are you holding up?" I looked up from my desk to see Gina standing in the doorway of my office in the back of the cafe. "I've been better. Just catching up on paperwork to avoid the assholes who have been coming in nonstop." "I don't blame you. I just kicked one girl out. She wanted to know if any of the band members would be stopping in. Chick barely looked 16. What she thinks she can do with men like that is beyond me." I faked a grin I didn't feel. You break it to her that the guys probably don't want anything to do with me and wouldn't be caught dead stepping foot in here. She shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. "Well, I would have if this dude hadn't walked in and threatened to make a liar out of me." My gaze darted over her shoulder while my heartbeat kicked up rapidly. Hope swelled in my chest at the thought of Garrett being in Bernie's. But that hope shriveled just as quickly as it appeared when Declan stepped in behind Gina. "I'll just give you two some privacy," she mumbled, exiting the small office and leaving me alone with the famous singer and one of Garrett's best friends. "What are you doing here?" He plopped down in one of the chairs across from me, dragging a hand through his dark hair, and let out a long breath. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Dark circles smudged under his eyes, and he seemed paler than normal. "Are you okay?" "No, I'm not okay. I'm far from fucking okay. All of us are." My skin prickled, and I sat a little straighter in my seat. "What's going on?" He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he stared straight ahead at me. "We lost someone close to us." I sucked in a sharp breath and stood, moving to the chair next to Deck. "Oh, God. Who was it?" "Name was Will. Don't know if Garrett told you about him." My stomach dropped as I nodded. "He did. He told me how close all of you were." Declan's face twisted in agony as he said, "He was a brother to all of us. Shit's been fucked up since we got the news. We're flying to San Francisco in a few hours,
but I couldn't leave without talking to you first.
What can I do? I asked, desperate to do anything I possibly could to help Garrett, to help any of them. I thought I'd left my heart behind when I left Garrett, but I knew right then that I still had a tiny piece, because it shattered for him and what he must have been going through.
Nothing to do, Declan answered, leaving me deflated. I just had to. He paused and let out a curse. Fuck, I don't know. I just know Garrett was already suffering. Now this. It was a huge fucking blow.
Is he... I swallowed past the dryness in my throat. Is he okay? Declan met my gaze and replied,
Hasn't been okay since you walked out on him. Never seen him like that, Gwen. Destroyed his drum kit.
I put my hand over my mouth to hide the tremble in my lips, but it was pointless. The tears streaming down my face gave me away.
He canned, Chris, Deck continued, throwing me off balance.
What?
He had Ian find out what happened with that goddamn article. Who leaked that bullshit? Wouldn't rest until he had answers. He found out Chris worked with Kimber, got her copies of the photos and everything, so he fired his ass. But not before he beat the shit out of the asshole. Once that was done, he reached out to every contact he had. Chris and Kimber have been blackballed. They're fucked. There's no chance of them working with anyone in the industry again.
I had to clear my throat in order to continue. I had no idea. Declan stood, shoving his hands into the pockets of his faded jeans.
Yeah, well, I just thought you should know. Do what you want with the information.
I shot to my feet when he turned and started for the door. Declan, wait. I had no clue what I was going to say, why I'd stopped him. When I remained quiet, he took it upon himself to fill the silence.
I'm not gonna pretend to know the first thing about relationships. God knows I've fucked up in my past. But I do know this. You're never gonna find another guy who'll be better for you than him.
And with that parting shot, he left. Chapter 28.
You're never gonna find another guy who'll be better for you than him.
I couldn't get those words out of my head. I was still reeling from my conversation with Declan when I got home hours ago, so I tried throwing myself into my book to take my mind off the constant worrying I'd been doing over Garrett since I got the sad news. Guilt that I wasn't with him aided me as the words on my computer screen began to blur together. My eyes ached from the strain of staring at the blinking cursor for hours on end, trying in vain to get the words to come. But they wouldn't. I hadn't been able to write a single fucking word since Garrett let me go. Not that I could blame him for doing so. I'd basically given him no other choice. I all but forced him to give up on me. Now he was 2 states away, grieving the loss of a friend who was more like family, and because I was too afraid to take a leap of faith, he was suffering that loss alone. Sure, he had the other guys with him, but they were all mourning. None of them had someone to take care of them, to hold them up. I could have been that for Garrett if I hadn't been so hard-headed. You've been sitting in that exact same position for 3 hours now, and I haven't heard you type a single word. I looked over my laptop screen and blinked rapidly to clear the spots from my vision. Jeez, I was going to go cross-eyed if I kept this up. Corinne glanced up from the magazine she'd been flipping through, just long enough to smirk at me from her place on the sofa. The very same sofa that had been my bed for the past several days. Having lived in Garrett's huge house for so long had rubbed off without me even noticing. Now that Liddy and I were temporarily set up in Corinne's apartment, I felt like the walls were closing in on me. There wasn't enough space to move or think or breathe. I missed the house Garrett had tried so hard to make a home for my monkey and me. I missed him.
Finally giving up on my manuscript, I slammed the laptop closed, propped my elbows on the wooden surface of her dining table, and dropped my head into my hands, rubbing at my temples to stave off the headache that threatened. "I can't focus," I admitted on a groan. "I'm so close to finishing this story, but the ending just won't come together." Maybe that's because you fucked up your own ending." My head shot up, and I gave my friend a narrow-eyed glare. "What's that supposed to mean?" She slapped the magazine closed with a huff and tossed it onto the coffee table as she stood from her couch, my bed. "Don't act stupid. You know exactly what I'm talking about." I'd been a little surprised when she didn't start in with a third degree the moment I got home, but from the look on her face just then, I knew she'd been waiting for the perfect moment. I pushed back from the tiny table and stood as well, mimicking her pose by slamming my hands on my hips. No, I don't. Or I wouldn't be asking. And don't call me stupid, I snapped indignantly. Ugh! She shouted up at the ceiling. "You're driving me crazy." "Shh!" I looked to her partially closed bedroom door where Liddy was sleeping on the small blow-up mattress I bought. It wasn't the most ideal living situation, but I was hoping I'd find something more permanent for the two of us soon. "You wake her up now and she'll be up all damn night." "I don't care," my best friend cried, throwing her arms out in frustration. "She shouldn't even be here anyway. She should be in her own bed, in her own room, in her own home. But you've got your head so far up your ass you can't see it. God, Gwen, I love you more than I would my own sister if I'd had one, but you really screwed up this time." My shoulders went stiff, my back straight, and the tiny hairs all over my body stood on end. "What are you talking about?" "Garrett," she whisper-yelled. "I'm talking about Garrett." "Corey," I warned, "don't." "Why?" she threw back. "Because you don't want to hear it? Well, too bad. I'd be a terrible best friend if I didn't point out what a huge, colossal, gigantic mistake you were making." I plopped back down in my chair and opened my laptop again in an attempt to shut her up. "Fine. You've said what you wanted to say. Now let it go. I'm done talking about it." She let out a caustic laugh. "Oh, no you don't." She stomped over to me and snapped my computer closed so fast I barely had time to move my fingers out of the way. "Hey! You're going to listen to me whether you like it or not, and I don't care if you get mad at me. You'll get over it, because one day you'll see I did this for your own good. Stop." But she didn't. Corinne was on a roll, and trying to stop her was like trying to stop a wrecking ball. Suddenly her voice dropped several octaves, and pitying understanding twisted in her words. "I understand why you're scared, babe. I do. I was there when you lost everyone you ever loved. I watched you claw your way out of that sorrow and try to build a life for yourself. But you're still so bogged down with grief that you couldn't see what was right in front of you." "Oh, yeah? And what was that?" I bit out, defaulting to defensiveness in an attempt to protect myself. But Corinne knew me too well to be deterred. "A family, Gwen. Garrett was right there, arms open, ready to give you the one thing you've been craving for so long, but you were too scared to reach out and take it. You wouldn't let yourself be happy with him." That telltale stinging in my nose let me know I was dangerously close to tears. "You don't understand, Corey," I whispered, my voice husky with pain. "It wouldn't have worked. Eventually, he would have gotten tired and moved on." Her palm came down on the tabletop, smacking so loudly I jumped. "How could you possibly know that? You didn't even try." "I did try," I objected. But it was a lie. I never really gave it my all. "Bullshit. You didn't, because if you had, you'd have realized the truth.
That man would have walked through fire for you and that little girl. He'd have bent over backward, tied himself in knots to protect you guys from anything. I know that because I saw him do that exact thing. You think if you guys eventually went the distance, he wouldn't have shielded you from every pain he possibly could? He lived for you. If you had given him the chance, he could have given you the life you wanted, the family you wanted. A man like him protects what's his, Gwen. A man like that is worth fighting for, because a man like that would spend his life making sure you woke up happy every single day. A sob wrenched itself from my throat. I slapped my hands over my mouth as tears started pouring down my cheeks. Oh God, I said on a ragged hiccup as my cheeks grew wetter. Oh God, I fucked up. She nodded sullenly. You did, honey. Shit, Corey, that doesn't make me feel better. Her lips turned up in a small grin as she said, Well, if it makes you feel better, I don't think it's unfixable. If you want him and are willing to fight, I think he'd take you back. Hope bloomed in my chest. You really think so? I do. But you have to be positive, Gwen. If you can't give him that, you need to let him go. With those words of warning, that bloom in my chest started to shrivel back up again. What if I'm too late? What if he's done and he's already let go? Only one way for you to find out. She stood and went into her room, leaving me alone at the table, wondering if she was going to impart wisdom or just leave me hanging. When she finally came back out, she had a bright, sneaky smile on her face as she placed a single piece of paper down in front of me. What's that? What's it look like? She asked sarcastically. It's a boarding pass. I had every faith that my little come to Jesus would sink in. That's why Ian and I went halvesies and bought you a plane ticket to San Fran so you could be there for your man when he needs you. I already checked you in. All you have to do is get your ass to the airport. I can't take you because I'm on babysitting duty the next couple of days. My mouth was hanging open in shock as I looked from the boarding pass to Corinne, the woman who'd been part of my family for as long as I could remember. But what if I hadn't? It's non-refundable, she shrugged. If I hadn't helped you pull your head out of your ass, I'd have guilted you into it. I actually found myself laughing at her scheming ways for the first time in too long. You wicked trickster! She shot me a wink and disappeared into her room once more. That time she came back pulling a small suitcase behind her. I blinked slowly before my eyebrows shot to my hairline. She shoved the handle of the suitcase at me, took me by my shoulders, and spun me around. Don't say I never gave you anything. Now get a move on. But wait! It's barely midnight, I cried, and I need to shower and do my makeup and hair and stuff. No time, she shouted, giving me a shove toward the door. You're on the red-eye and the funeral is later today. Your hair looks fine. You can take a whore bath at the airport and do your makeup on the plane. When I dug my feet in, she stopped pushing and glowered at me. Do you want to be late? It's now or never, Gwen. Tick-tock. Time to make a decision. She was right. It was past time to make a decision, and I knew exactly what I was going to do. Leaning in, I placed a quick kiss on her cheek, then bolted for the door. Thank you, I called behind me. Make sure Liddy eats at least one vegetable a day. Bedtime is 8 o'clock, not whenever Auntie Corey decides. And if you need anything, call me. I love you, and I owe you so big for this. Love you too, babe, she shouted after me. You can pay me back by giving me my apartment back. I'll do my best. I shot a smile over my shoulder as butterflies burst into flight in my belly. The last thing I heard as I ran down the stairs was Corinne shouting, Go get your man! I hoped and prayed that was exactly what I was going to do. Chapter 29. People in the media were vultures, the very worst kinds of human beings. God, they're assholes, I hissed under my breath as I watched the photographers and reporters from the entryway window, just waiting to get a tiny peek at civil corruption as they arrived at the funeral of a beloved friend. I just want to punch every one of them right in the face. Ian let out a low, reverberating chuckle from beside me. He'd been at the airport to pick me up when I landed, using the excuse of going to the funeral home early to set up security as a reason for his absence. I was running on no sleep. The only things keeping me going were adrenaline and the knowledge that I was going to see Garrett again. That was all I needed. We'd had just enough time to make a little detour to do something I needed to do before I saw him again. Change into the black dress Corrine had packed, and still get to the funeral home before the guys were set to arrive.
I know it's hard to believe, but you really do get used to them after a while. Eventually, you're able to tune them out. But today...
His expression hardened as he continued to stare out the window. "How is he?" I asked, finally finding the courage to summon the question that had been on my mind since I found out Will had died in a car accident.
"Not good," Ian answered morosely. "Honestly, none of them are doing well. This was a serious blow. Will might not have been in the band, but he was just as big a part of it as any of them."
He paused and looked down at me.
"That's why I'm so glad you're here. He needs you right now."
I turned back to the window, unable to hold Ian's gaze any longer. My heart ached for all of them, but the need I felt to get to Garrett, to show him support, was overwhelming. Well, you know your girlfriend. If anyone's able to pull a person's head out of their ass.
"It's her," he finished for me, a smile in his voice.
"You two are good together," I told him a few seconds later. "I like it."
"I do too. That's why I've been carrying this around with me, trying to find the right time to give it to her."
He pulled a small velvet box from his inside jacket pocket and flipped it open. The air whooshed from my lungs and my eyes bugged out at the sight of the stunning solitaire diamond resting on a platinum band. "Oh my God," I breathed. Are you? I want to scream and hug you right now, but it feels like the wrong time to celebrate." My nose stung with even more tears. I didn't know how it was possible for a person to cry as much as I had in the past week and a half and not die from dehydration.
"You can scream and hug me when the deal's done after we get back."
He stopped talking and something flashed in his eyes. I couldn't quite place it, but then he spoke and I understood.
"That is, if she even says yes."
I grinned like a lunatic and bumped the middle of Ian's arm with my shoulder. That was just how tall the dude was. "Oh, she'll say yes. Trust me." He looked down at me, and for the first time ever, he actually seemed vulnerable. I didn't know it was possible for a giant to look that way, but there it was.
"You think so?"
"I know so. You're gonna get so lucky the night you pop the question, and I'll be there the next day to tell you I told you so." He laughed, and then a swell of noise from outside drew our attention back to the window. A long line of black SUVs pulled into the lot and started parking in the vacant spaces.
"They're here," Ian said quietly.
I sucked in a deep, fortifying breath, trying to get my nerves under control. My belly twisted into anxious knots as Ian told me to stay put and went outside to help his team get the band inside as easily as possible. All the air expelled from my lungs at the first sight of Garrett. He stepped out of the back passenger side of the second SUV. Dark sunglasses shielded his beautiful eyes from me, but it was the sight of that tall, strong man dressed in an expensive suit that nearly did me in. I'd never seen him in anything but T-shirts and jeans, and I thought then that he couldn't get any more handsome. I had been seriously wrong. The thrill of excitement that raced through my blood at seeing him was quickly extinguished while I watched from the window as the vultures swooped in. It wasn't until that very moment that I realized I'd gotten so close to Garrett, I could tell his mood by just the tightness in his body language. I didn't need to see his eyes to know he was quickly reaching his breaking point. The paparazzi shouted rapid-fire questions, one after the other, all of them unwelcome, and all of them completely inappropriate given the circumstances. One of the photographers managed to get through the barricade of security guys and stepped into Garrett's path, blocking him from getting into the funeral home. He bared his teeth at the scrawny beanpole of a man and leaned in, saying something I couldn't make out. Ian struggled to get to his side, but the crowd of rabid photogs surrounding the guys made it difficult. Garrett went to step around the guy who was hounding him, but the man sidestepped, cutting him off again. That time, whatever he said pushed Garrett over the line. I sucked in a gasp as one of his hands shot out and twisted in the beanpole's jacket. Garrett's other arm cocked back, ready to land a punch to the jerk's face. That kind of attention was something he and the rest of his friends didn't need on a day like this. They shouldn't have to deal with these assholes when they were just trying to say their final goodbyes to a loved one. "Garrett!" I shouted as I opened the door and stepped out onto the crowded sidewalk, pushing and shoving at the people around me. "Garrett, don't!" I called out as I closed in on him and the photographer he was still holding by the now torn collar. "Don't," I said in a much softer voice once I reached his side. Forcing myself between him and the man he was so close to pummeling, I placed my hands on Garrett's chest and tried my best to calm him down. His jaw ticked as those shades came down and met my gaze. "Gwen?" he asked in shock, like I was an apparition that just appeared out of thin air. "He's not worth it, honey," I whispered, stroking the tense muscles beneath his shirt. "This is what he wants. He wants to rile you up so he can get pictures and some bullshit story to print." I reached up and took his cheeks in my hands, lightly rubbing my fingertips along the days-old scruff that coated his jaw. "Don't give it to him. You're better than him." He finally let the guy go and gave me his full attention. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here for you," I answered, looking up at him with every ounce of love I had inside me. I hoped it was enough that he was able to read it in my gaze. "I couldn't let you do this alone. I wanted to be with you." "But—" He moved to look at the paparazzi over my shoulder, but I took his cheeks in my hands and forced him to look back at me. "They don't matter," I whispered. "They're not even here right now. It's just you and me, okay?" I held on until he finally nodded in agreement, and then I went up on my tiptoes and placed a soft kiss against his lips. "Let's get you guys inside." The reporters and photographers surrounding us didn't even faze me. All I could see was Garrett. He was all I could think about. He was the only thing that mattered. I didn't care how many pictures of me were taken, or if they knew my name. Garrett was mine, and I wanted the whole world to know. He nuzzled my hand, pressing closer into my touch. "Okay, baby," I said softly. "Let's go." I didn't need to see his eyes to know he liked that endearment. His smile said it all. We all managed to finally make it inside, leaving the chaos behind us, and when I spotted Declan, Killian, and Mace, they were already staring at me. "Hey," I offered a small wave, the sight of each of them like a stab to the gut. They looked like they hadn't slept in days, and Mace appeared to already be drunk by the way he slurred. "Hey there, baby mama." I moved away from Garrett and embraced them, hoping to offer at least a little bit of comfort. Surprisingly enough, each one of them returned my hug with force, holding on like they needed to receive it just as much as I needed to give it.
I tried my best to ignore the lingering smell of whiskey on Mace's clothes before moving back and taking my guy's hand, but I couldn't help but worry. "I'm here if any of you need me, okay? Anything at all, you just let me know." "We're good," Declan responded, offering me a grin. It was small, barely there, but it still managed to reach his eyes. "Just take care of our brother." I nodded, feeling that statement down to my bones. I wanted them to know that was exactly what I planned to do, and by the chin tilt I got from Declan, I think I made it clear. "I can't believe you're here," Garrett said, leaning in so close his breath whispered against my skin. I tipped my head back and lifted my hand, removing the sunglasses that obscured his eyes from me. "I should have been here all along," I admitted. "I screwed up. I made a mess of everything, and I'm so sorry about that. There are so many things I need to apologize for. But we can talk about that later. Right now, I just want to be here for you." He squeezed his eyes closed and dropped his forehead to mine as his free hand came up to wrap around the nape of my neck. I let out a pained gasp at the uncomfortable sting his touch caused. He shot up and looked me straight in the eye. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Before I had a chance to answer, he was spinning me in place and moving my hair over one shoulder, uncovering the white bandage on the back of my neck. "Gwen, what did you do?" My body tingled all over as he slowly removed the bandage to reveal what I'd done during the little detour after my flight. I heard the sharp intake of his breath as he read the words I'd had permanently inked on the skin at the base of my neck. "I am his, and he is mine." I inhaled through my nose, willing my knees not to buckle as I turned to face him. "You're permanent," I whispered, his face going blurry through the tears filling my eyes. "I just needed you to know that." "Fuck," he hissed, shoving his face into my neck. "I'd give my soul to be anywhere else with you right now." His arms banded around me, gripping so tight it was hard to breathe. "I don't know if I can do this." I looped my arms around his shoulders and held on just as tightly. "I'm with you, Garrett." My voice cracked on that promise. I knew I'd made that exact same promise before, and I'd broken it when I broke us, but I needed him to believe me this time. "I'm not going anywhere. If it gets to be too much, just squeeze my hand, because I'll be holding on the entire time." He stood to his full height, staring down at me with so much love and sadness. "Promise." "I swear on my life," I answered fiercely. "I'm not letting you go." And I didn't. Not once. I stayed by his side, holding his hand, while he grieved the loss of someone he loved. I just hoped it was enough. Chapter 30. I stared at my reflection in the mirror as I inhaled deeply through my nose and blew it out past my lips. The service was done, and a small group of the closest friends and family had gone back to Will's parents' house after the burial. I stuck close the entire time, trying to keep my finger on the pulse of Garrett's mood. For the most part, he was silent. But there were times when his hand would squeeze mine, and I knew he was reminding himself that I was there. I'd only just left his side for the first time minutes before, needing to use the restroom and take a breather to get my head on straight. Spending the whole first half of my day at a funeral had brought up unpleasantness that I needed to get control of. I wanted all my focus to be on soothing Garrett, and I couldn't do that while being bombarded with memories of my own loss. I pulled in one last breath and twisted the knob on the sink before holding my wrists under the cold water. I'd just started feeling better when the door swung open, giving me a start. "Oh, shit! Sorry, I didn't realize anyone was in here." I caught the reflection of the woman I'd briefly met earlier in the day, Will's sister, Lila.
She looked to be about my age, with sun-streaked blonde hair and red-rimmed amber eyes. She was stunningly beautiful, even though her face was a pale mask of heartache and despair that I was all too familiar with. "No, it's fine. I was finished anyway," I said quickly, before she had a chance to leave. I dried my hands on the small towel hanging next to the vanity and turned to smile. "All yours." Her smile was sad and looked painfully fake. "You're Gwen, right? Garrett's girlfriend." That statement gave me pause. "Well, Garrett's something. I'm not quite sure what you'd call us." "Oh." Her forehead wrinkled in confusion. "I just assumed with how close you two looked." "No, we were close." I let out a frustrated sigh, running my hands through my hair. "It's complicated. I kind of messed up, but I'm trying to fix it." Sympathy shone in her expression. "That's all you can do, right?" "Right," I nodded. I was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable keeping her from her privacy, so I started for the door. But there was one last thing I wanted to offer before I left. "I understand what you're struggling with. I lost both my parents a few years ago." Understanding and maybe a little appreciation reflected in the sad depths of her eyes. I know it's awkward, seeing as we don't know each other, but if you ever find yourself needing someone to talk to, I just wanted you to know I get it. And I'm available. All you have to do is ask Garrett how to get a hold of me." I turned to exit when she said my name. With a glance over my shoulder, I saw that her smile was a little less brittle, a little more genuine. "Thank you. Those guys, well, it's tough for them to find good people to surround themselves with. It's astounding the number of fame whores and attention seekers. They'll go to great lengths to use people like them. Something tells me you're one of the good ones." "I try to be," I whispered, a wealth of emotion making it difficult to hold her gaze. "Keep trying. You're good for him. He needs that in his life." I gave a small, jerky nod and closed the door behind me, letting her words marinate as I stood in the empty hall. I wasn't sure why hearing that from a complete stranger had such a profound impact, but it did. And I realized that, for the first time in days, I could actually breathe. I hadn't felt whole since I packed my stuff and walked out of Garrett's house. Not until now. There hadn't been a single time in the past 12 hours that I thought about not fitting into his world. It was like the last piece of a puzzle had fallen into place the moment I took his hand back at the funeral home. I was such an idiot to not have realized it before. I didn't need to fit into his world. I just needed to fit him. "Hey, you okay?" Garrett's gravelly voice pulled me from my reverie. "I'm good," I replied. "How are you holding up?" I studied his face as I waited for him to answer. He looked at me and offered a small, sad smile. "I'm okay." He closed the distance between us, and his arms came around me, one hand on the small of my back, the other stroking the nape of my neck, just under my new tattoo. "Just ready for today to be over. Never thought I'd be putting my brother in the ground. It doesn't seem real." I leaned into him, breathing in his heady masculine scent. "I know what you mean. I can't tell you how many times I looked up, expecting to see my parents walking through the front door after they were gone." I tipped my face up so he could see me. Each time was like being punched in the stomach. But it gets easier, Garrett. I promise. His hand at my neck came around, and the pads of his fingers stroked my jaw. "Does it still hurt?" I wasn't going to lie to him. After my parents died, I discovered that the lies given to me to try and make me feel better only hurt worse in the long run, so I gave it to him straight. It's always going to hurt. Losing someone you love never stops hurting, but we learn to cope with the pain until one day it doesn't consume us anymore. That's when you're able to look back and smile at all the good memories. You have that to look forward to. Once enough time has passed, you'll be able to smile again. One corner of his mouth curled up in a smirk, giving me a tiny glimpse of a dimple. Thanks for giving it to me straight. It also helps to have someone to lean on during the hard times, I told him on a whisper, watching as the jade green in his gaze grew darker as his eyes scanned across my face. You gonna be that someone for me? My chest clenched with hope. For as long as you'll let me. That dimple deepened and I lost my breath. What if I said I'd let you forever? I tried to sound calm, but the words came out in a squeak. I'd be okay with that? I felt his chest shake with a quiet chuckle, and I wrapped my arms around his waist, giving him a tight hug as I pressed my cheek into his warm, solid muscles. Maybe I'll take you up on that, he rumbled softly. And maybe I'll tell you about Will later when it doesn't hurt so much. My eyes stung, but I made a valiant effort at keeping the tears at bay. I'll look forward to that. We drifted into silence as we moved back into the living room, standing on the outskirts, content to just hold each other and watch the people around us. I know what you did, I finally whispered several minutes later. I'd been trying to find the time to bring it up, to thank him for what he did for me. With Kimber and Chris, Declan told me, thank you. I don't deserve that kind of loyalty, not after what I did. That's the problem, Gwen. You never believed me when I said you were everything. We lapsed into silence once more, his words banging around in my head like a drum. That yearning I felt for him grew stronger, even though he held me in his arms. It wasn't enough. Nothing would be enough until I made things right, until I had his forgiveness, until I had him. An ache filled my chest as I caught sight of Lila moving around. She'd put on a brave face, smiling and welcoming everyone graciously, but I recognized a woman close to her breaking point. Her hands were shaking, her lips trembling. The only thing holding off the impending breakdown was the fact that she had a house full of people she could play hostess to. I was well aware of how the process worked. I was still staring, remembering what it felt like to be in her shoes, when I noticed her head come up, her attention shifting across the room. Following her gaze, I found she was watching Mace where he stood with Declan, Killian, and a few other people I didn't know. When I focused on her once again, I saw the sorrow on her face morph into longing. Oh, wow, that's definitely interesting. A deep, gruff rumble from Garrett's chest pulled my attention away from Lila. Fuck, he grunted. This isn't good. I opened my mouth to ask what was happening at the same time Garrett grabbed my hand and dragged me along with him. We were across the room from the front door when a flash of red caught my eye and I sucked in a surprised breath. Is that... The woman I recognized as Tatum from the after-party weeks before moved through the house, straight to Lila. They embraced like long-lost friends, both of their faces awash with a new wave of tears. I'm so sorry, I saw her say from my place beside Garrett. His hand clenched mine, and when I looked up, his eyes were bouncing between Tatum and Declan, concern marring his handsome brow. The hug ended, and both women wiped away the tears that were trailing down their cheeks. Before I could speak a word, Garrett's hand was pulling mine, and we were on the move, heading to where they stood. Tate. The woman's head turned at the sound of Garrett's voice, and a smile of warm familiarity overtook her face. A pang of jealousy ricocheted through my chest as he released my hand to wrap her in a hug. But then something unexpected happened. The moment they separated, She turned to me with the same friendly face she'd had for Lila and Garrett. Then she hugged me. When she pulled away, her warmth was still surrounding me. "You must be Gwen. I've heard so much about you. I'm glad to finally meet you in person." My mouth dropped open at her unexpected welcome, and it took several seconds for me to find my voice and stumble over my words. You have? Sure. We ran into each other in L.A. He couldn't stop talking about you. I've been dying to meet the woman who was able to tame the caveman."
"Please," Garrett rumbled. "You know I was the easiest one to deal with out of all those assholes."
She shook her head and rolled her eyes teasingly. "It's nice to meet you, too," I offered. "Garrett had nothing but nice things to say about you." She had a huskiness to her voice that lent a sultry tenor to her laugh. "I highly doubt that." She gave Garrett a playful smack to his abs. "This guy was like a brother to me growing up, so I was basically the annoying sister following them around, getting in their way." The rest of the guys joined our small huddle just then, and there was no missing the sudden tension that began swirling heavily through the air. I couldn't help but focus on Declan, who stood somewhat removed as Killian and Mace greeted Tate like longtime friends. When they finished, he finally spoke.
"Tatum."
Those short 2 syllables packed more of a punch than I would have expected. Where Declan's demeanor was an open book, full of avid yearning, Tate's came across as bored and closed off. You could practically cut the hostility with a knife. If Garrett hadn't been holding so tight to my hand, I would have started backing away from the powder keg that was Declan and Tate. So I wasn't at all surprised when I heard Lila speak up. "I, need to get to the kitchen. We're almost out of mini sandwiches." I almost opened my mouth to offer help as she began moving away, but Mace beat me to the punch.
"I'll help."
He put his hand on the small of her back and began leading her away. I couldn't miss the way her eyes flared with what looked like panic as he hustled her out of the living area and into the kitchen. I shifted from foot to foot, trying to look anywhere but at Tatum and Declan, but I couldn't turn away no matter how badly I wanted to. "Dec, you look better than the last time I saw you," she said in a flat, emotionless tone. Then her mask slipped, and I saw the raw anger shining through. "Not that I'd expect you to remember the last time I saw you. If I recall, you were balls deep in some skank and high as a kite. I'm pretty sure you didn't even know I was there."
"Oh, fuck," Killian mumbled. Hell," Garrett grunted.
My eyes grew wide as saucers as Declan let out a feral growl. The next thing I know, he had Tate over his shoulder and was stalking up the stairs as she shouted and pounded on his back. The sound of a door slamming shut out her shrieks, and I looked up at Garrett in concern. Shouldn't someone—"
"Just leave it, baby," Garrett interrupted. "Trust me, you don't want to wade into that mess."
"About time those two hashed their shit out anyway," Killian said, humor laced through his words. A crash sounded from somewhere upstairs, loud enough for the whole house to hear. Lila came running out of the kitchen, her lips more swollen and pink than when she left us, and her hair was suddenly mussed. "What was that?" she asked, looking up at the ceiling above our heads.
"My guess, World War III, Garrett answered. "Dec and Tate are alone in a room together."
"Oh," she breathed. "Well, it's about time." She turned and headed back into the kitchen, Mace close on her heels. I looked at Killian and Garrett and found I was the only one who seemed to be worried about the events taking place between the two couples. Well, all right then.
"You ready to get out of here?"
Garrett asked, pulling my gaze from the kitchen doorway. I glanced up, unable to read his expression.
"I'm thinking we need to talk, too."
A whole new mess of nerves exploded in my belly as I nodded, unable to speak. I was too busy worrying about what it was he had to say. Chapter 31. I clasped my hands in front of me to hide their trembling as Garrett stepped into his hotel room, flipped on the lights, and held the door open for me to enter. It closed with a resounding click behind me that echoed in my head like a gunshot. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been so tangled up with anxiety. I stood frozen in place, taking in the expensive decor all around me as he slid off his suit jacket and tossed it onto the back of a fancy club chair. His fingers made quick work of the knot in his tie, and the expensive silk fabric landed on the seat cushion in a careless heap. "You want a drink?" At his words, I looked from the discarded clothing to where he stood, rolling the sleeves of his button down to his elbows, revealing all that tantalizing ink on his thick forearms. No thanks." My voice came out small and weak. I hated how scared I was, but worse than that, I hated that it was my own damn fault. His head bobbed with a nod as he headed to the wet bar and poured 2 fingers of whiskey into a crystal tumbler. His throat worked as he swallowed it down in one gulp before pouring another. He didn't shoot that one, however. Instead, he held the glass between his fingers, moved to the sofa, and took a seat. He exhaled a long, drawn-out breath, scraping his free hand down his exhausted face. It felt like hours passed before he finally spoke. "You realize your picture's probably gonna be on every fucking gossip site by tomorrow, right?" "I know," I answered, moving to the empty chair across from where he sat. I perched on the edge, too nervous to sit comfortably. "I don't care." He shifted his glass from hand to hand as he studied me with a penetrating gaze I could feel straight to my bones. "Why the change of heart?" I pushed back all my worries and self-doubts. Honesty was the only way I was going to fix what I'd broken between us. I owed him that much, at the very least. Yes, he'd hurt me in the past, but I'd spent months making the man walk through fire to make up for his mistakes, and he never so much as balked. He'd proven his love and devotion time and time again, and I'd repaid it by hurting him. It was time to break that cycle. It wasn't a change of heart, Garrett. It was me coming to the realization that I was wrong. I ruined the best thing I've had since Liddy was born. I blamed you for things that weren't your fault. I said some things that are unforgivable because I was scared and weak. I let myself believe that we didn't fit, that I didn't belong in your world. But I've had a taste of what life without you is like, and I'd rather spend every single day wading through a goddamn sea of paparazzi than not have you in it. I stood from the chair and moved around the coffee table that separated us, sitting on the cool glass surface. "I don't have a life without you," I stressed, leaning forward. "None of it matters. The reporters, Kimber, Chris, none of them. I was just too afraid to see it before." "I made a mistake walking away from you, Garrett. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hurt you." Tears flooded my eyes, and I blinked to clear my vision, letting them trickle down my cheeks unchecked. "Tell me what to do to fix us," I pleaded. "Please. I want my family back. I want you and Liddy. I want us all together." He didn't move as I took his glass and set it aside so I could hold his hands in both of mine. "I love you. You're the only man I've ever said that to, and I meant it every single time. I'll do whatever it takes to put my family back together." He inhaled sharply and dropped his head. My heart dropped with it, terrified that it was too late. I opened my mouth to say more, but before I could, his head came up. His hands shot out, grabbing my hips and pulling me forward. 1 second, I was sitting there, my heart in his hands, and the next, he had me straddling his lap. "We've both made mistakes, baby," he rasped. "But this can't work if we don't let go of the past." I will. I know I have a lot to work on, but I'm trying, I swore. I'm not perfect. Neither of us is. We're both going to screw up and piss each other off. I'm not promising I won't make mistakes. What I'm promising is to stay and fight, to work it out instead of keeping it between us.
I know I still have a lot to apologize for, he started, but I put my finger over my lips to stop him.
You already have, with words and actions. This isn't about you making apologies. I didn't come here for that. I came here because I need to apologize. I need to know you forgive me.
His eyes drilled into mine for several excruciating seconds. This is it, Gwen, he said softly. I can't keep waiting for the moment when you get scared and bail. I can't spend my life walking on eggshells, worried there'll come a day when you run. If we do this, I need to know it'll last. I need to know you'll stay. I won't survive losing you again. I love you too goddamn much.
I will. I swear, I replied adamantly. How do I prove it to you? Anything you need me to do, I'll do it. Just ask. His hands wrapped around the back of my neck, his fingers spreading around my tattoo, careful not to put pressure on the fresh ink. He rested his forehead against mine, giving me a close-up view of that glimmering jade green as he whispered, "Marry me." My head jolted, but his grin kept it in place. What?
Marry me. You said I was your family. Well, you and Liddy are mine. I want to know there won't be another day that passes where I don't wake up with you in my bed and my girl just down the hall. I want my ring on your finger. I want you to be my wife. You want to prove it to me? This is how. This is what I want. If you can't give me this, then I need you to be the one to walk away, baby, 'cause I'm not strong enough to do it.
I ran my fingers through that mass of blonde hair, wondering how I ever went a day without being able to touch him. I'm not strong enough either. His eyes flared with hope as he pulled my face closer.
Is that a yes?
God, the excitement in his voice was almost enough to undo me. I put pressure on his hand until he loosened it enough for me to lean back. Then I smiled so big and wide, my cheeks began to ache. I don't need a big wedding, just our friends and loved ones. We can do it at the Justice of the Peace, but just a heads up. I want a real dress and kick-ass flowers, and I want a killer party at our house afterwards. Oh, and I want your last name. I don't know if I ever told you this, but you've got a great last name. The growl that worked its way up his throat was one of possessive pleasure. How soon do you think you can get me all of that?
Baby, I'll get it for you tomorrow if you're serious.
I nodded, moving in to brush my lips against his. Oh, I'm dead serious. I can't wait to be your wife. I felt his entire body growing hard beneath me, and a rush of arousal flooded my core. Knowing a man like Garrett got turned on at the thought of marriage made my craving for him that much stronger.
There's just one condition, he said,
temporarily dousing the flames igniting in my belly. And what's that?
We're giving Liddy brothers and sisters, at least 3 more.
3 more? I cried in shock.
Yep.
His dimples came out to play on a sinful smirk.
Just imagine all the fun we'll have practicing.
That statement made the embers begin to heat once again. I was just about to agree to his condition when his face grew serious. What he said next sealed the deal.
I'll be right there next to you every step of the way from here on out. You want a family, Gwen, and I'll go to the ends of the earth to give you everything you want.
That burning sensation returned to the backs of my eyes, and I sniffled to try and control the tears. How about you start by taking me to bed, and tomorrow we'll get started on everything else? He stood from the couch, grabbing my bottom to hold me against him as he carried me into the bedroom.
Now that I can do.
Epilogue. 2 months later. I reclined on the soft, cushy lounger beneath the shade of the umbrella above me. The sound of Liddy's exuberant laughter carried in the subtle breeze blowing across my skin. I lifted my sunglasses to the top of my head and stared down the beach to where my monkey played in the white sand, dancing around as Garrett worked tirelessly on the sandcastle they were supposed to be building together. I smiled at the sight of the two people I loved most in the world. It had been 2 months since Garrett made good on his word and made me his wife, and I still pinched myself when I woke up every morning, wondering how I'd ever gotten so lucky. Each day was better than the last, and when he came to me a week ago with 3 plane tickets to Hawaii and informed me we were taking a long-overdue family vacation, it got even better. Mommy, look what Daddy made!" I grinned at the lopsided piles of sand, unable to stifle my giggle. "That's amazing, Monkey. Daddy's a master sandcastle builder." Having the attention span of a toddler, she quickly lost interest in the current conversation and moved a few feet away to start on another sandcastle, while Garrett sat down on the chair beside me. He turned to face me, caging me in with one big strong arm on either side of my waist.
"Why do I get the feeling you're making fun of me?"
Those dimples I loved so much made an appearance, and I took the opportunity to reach up and run my finger across them lovingly. "Never," I laughed. I meant every word. "That's the best sandcastle I've ever seen." He cocked a skeptical brow. I trailed my fingertips down his jaw and neck, continuing my path to the sexy tattoos on his arm. "Have I mentioned I love you in nothing but a pair of board shorts?" A pleased hum rumbled up from his chest as he caressed the sun-warmed skin of my belly.
"And have I mentioned seeing you in this bikini makes me hard as a rock?"
A pleasant shiver worked its way down my spine, despite the heat from the bright sun. "I'm pretty sure I got the hint. You've shown your appreciation for my beachwear every night since we got here."
"What can I say?" he whispered, leaning down to brush a kiss on my lips. "My wife's so damn hot she drives me crazy."
"Feelings mutual, honey." He pulled back and looked over at Liddy for a while. I followed his gaze and we watched our little girl dig holes in the sand in content silence. I had eventually begun to doze when Garrett spoke, his voice pulling me from my slumber.
"You happy, baby?"
I shifted on the lounger, sitting up so I could wrap my arms around his neck. "Couldn't be happier. Tate's in Seattle managing you guys, so I have 2 friends close by. And when she's not fighting with Dak, she's a ton of fun. The press has already gotten bored with us and moved on to something else, and I'm married to a sexy rock star who just so happens to be the love of my life. I went from having no family to one so big I spent most of Thanksgiving and Christmas stuck in the kitchen preparing enough food to feed an army." He gave me those dimples again.
"Well, when you put it like that, it sounds like you've got a pretty awesome life."
"Oh, I do. Definitely. And it's about to get even better." His eyebrows lifted as he studied me.
"Oh, yeah? Why's that?"
I leaned in close, wanting to get the full effect of his eyes when I finally told him the secret I'd been keeping for the past few days. "Because in about 8 months, my family's going to get even bigger." Garrett's nostrils flared and he blinked slowly.
"What?"
My smile nearly split my face in 2. "I'm pregnant." His upper body jerked back, his eyes going wide.
"You're pregnant?"
"Yep." I giggled at the childlike awe on his face. "So get ready for late-night food runs to McDonald's." When I was pregnant with Liddy, I craved their French fries like crazy. He moved closer, forcing my back to the lounge chair so he could hover over me.
Baby, I'll build a fucking McDonald's in our backyard so you can have fries anytime you want. Hell, I'll hire someone whose only job will be to cook fries 24/7.
I burst into laughter as I stared up at him. That seems a little excessive, but I'll keep the idea in mind.
Nothing's excessive when it comes to you, he rumbled. You're everything. I'll spend my life giving you anything you want.
Just when I thought it wasn't possible to love him more, he went and proved me wrong. You've already done that. His eyes followed his hand as he rested it on my belly, his touch so gentle it made goosebumps break out across my skin.
You're permanent, he whispered reverently. You, Liddy, this little guy. He rubbed his thumb across my belly button. And all the ones that come after him. You're my world.
And you're mine, I swore to him. Seconds later, we both climbed off the lounger and moved to where our baby girl played in the sand. As I watched her and Garrett build another unrecognizable sandcastle, I thought that tomorrow couldn't possibly get any better than this moment right here. But I looked forward to him proving me wrong. This concludes Corrupt by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee. Copyright 2018 by Jessica Prince. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jessica Prince and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.